One monstrous superhuman shattered his entire world, leaving his family in ashes. Since that tragedy, he's been a ghost haunting his own apartment. Then the system intervened with a twisted gift. He no longer risks his own life. Instead, he deploys powerful avatars into deadly realms. Every puppet evolves, amassing godlike influence across the dimensions. As the public marvels at these rising legends, they remain oblivious that every hero, monster, and king is just a mask for one shut-in. An entire army all controlled by a single mind. Let's witness the absolute chaos one player can unleash when he becomes his own squad. In a desolate wasteland, a terrifying immortal king clashed with a righteous holy knight. After a brutal exchange, the undead monarch smirked, admitting the warrior was finally a worthy rival. The knight gripped his blade, noting that the dark rumors were terrifyingly accurate. That title, Nightmare of the Continent, fit the king perfectly. Yet, as long as the light flickered in his soul, surrender was never an option. Radiant wings erupted from his back as he soared high, leveling his divine steel at the heavens. His courageous allies charged into the fray. Meanwhile, the real mastermind Han Sung-yoon watched the entire spectacle from his bedroom. He worried the choreography was getting a bit too extra. Sure, it was a staged flex, but how did his life turn into this movie? Both the Dreadlord and the saintly hero were just Han Sung-yoon. Not long ago, agents from the Special Ability Control Bureau showed up at his door for an investigation. An official asked for Han Sung-yoon, and he answered with a hollow, sunken expression. The agent confirmed his identity, warning him to report immediately if he ever awakened a superpower. The man left with a polite goodbye, leaving the protagonist back in his silent sanctuary. That was his first human interaction in over 6 months, and it was already over, which meant another half-year of blissful isolation behind a locked door. He scavenged through the kitchen for a snack, but everything in his cabinets had rotted ages ago. It had been 2 full years since he last stepped onto a sidewalk. People might call him pathetic or a weak-willed loser, but he's just a broken victim of this twisted reality. Suddenly, a breaking news alert flashed on his television. Firefighters were losing the battle against an inferno at a local mall. Some awakened psycho started the fire before vanishing into another world. Sung-yoon trembled at the mention of the awakened. It started out of nowhere, people suddenly gaining special abilities and losing their humanity. Once you awaken, the world literally spits you out into a dangerous foreign dimension. You've only got 24 hours to hit specific targets or die trying. Very few ever make it back to Earth alive. Driven by pure despair, many newly awakened go on a final violent rampage before their forced relocation. 2 years ago, a mindless prank by one of those idiots cost Sung-yoon his family and his leg. He tried to stay strong, but the trauma was a weight he couldn't lift. He spent his days holed up, attempting to train his broken body, but it was all for nothing. He was just a coward, afraid of the sunlight. If only he had the guts to move forward. If only he could escape this prison and go somewhere new. Suddenly, a holographic system window flickered into existence. Dimensional distortion detected, linking to the Akasha system. Unique skill awakening in progress. He stared at the glowing interface in pure shock, his heart racing. So this was the terrifying moment of awakening. The system announced that his unique skill, Avatar, was now active. He had 24 minutes before the world shift began. Panic surged through him. This wasn't a dream, it was a death sentence he wasn't ready for. The system warned that if he didn't enter the portal willingly, he'd be dragged through by force. He scrambled to gear up. Rumor said a single year in that world equaled 10 years of Earth time. That meant a decade-long struggle for survival just to see his apartment again. Could a guy like him even last a week? Preparing for the worst, he limped toward the swirling vortex. Only 3 minutes remained on his countdown. His chest tightened, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He wanted to take that final step, but his legs were frozen. He couldn't even walk to the grocery store, so how could he conquer a literal hellscape? Then a desperate realization hit him. He was an awakened now, which meant he had a cheat code. He needed to see what he was truly capable of, and slammed his hand down to activate the avatar skill. When his eyes flew open, he gasped. A perfect physical clone of himself stood there, and a blinding migraine split his skull. His perspective fractured as he began seeing the room from 2 different sets of eyes simultaneously. He stumbled back from his double, his mind reeling at the impossible sight. He looked around his room, confirming that the avatar was mirroring his every thought and vision. The sensory overload made his stomach churn with nausea. He tried to synchronize his movements, but controlling 2 bodies felt like an impossible glitch. Then the system beeped. Time was up. 60 seconds left on the clock. If he didn't cross the threshold, the system would drag him in by force. He let out a jagged breath, realizing his avatar was a total dud. His ability was as trash as his own luck. If only someone could sub in for him. That would be a dream. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto his AA, wild, desperate idea sparking in his mind. He put the gamble into motion. Shoving the avatar into the glowing rift, a loud system chime echoed through the room. Identity of the awakened confirmed. Transfer commencing. Songyun squeezed his eyes shut, pouring every ounce of focus into the link. Blinding light swirled around the avatar as the dimensions began to shift. The moment the final alert flashed, he snapped his eyes open and collapsed. Pure shock hit him. The crazy cheat actually worked. The rift had accepted his proxy. His double vanished into thin air. The system announced the arrival. Transfer to the etheric dimension successful. In a heartbeat, his world flipped. The cold room was gone, replaced by the rustling leaves of a mysterious primal forest. Staring at his palms in disbelief, he panicked. The avatar was supposed to be the one taking the hit, not him. Why was he standing here? Just then, a window appeared. Return to Earth option is now available. Points were earned through blood and sweat in the karma store, but his current balance, a big fat 0. A white-hot migraine ripped through his skull. Suddenly, his vision split, allowing him to see his bedroom and the woods simultaneously. He was peering through the avatar's eyes like a high-tech drone, but living 2 lives at once was a total system overload. His stomach did a violent flip. Suddenly, he was back in his own flesh, the urge to puke hitting him like a freight train. Clamping a hand over his mouth, he bolted for the bathroom. After losing his lunch in the most unglamorous way possible, he finally caught his breath. Wiping the spit from his chin, he thanked his lucky stars. He was still alive. With a mental flick, he called his double back. It materialized instantly. He let out a long, weary sigh, cursing his own pathetic situation. He looked at the mindless clone, wondering what use this garbage skill actually had. Boom. A digital firework exploded in his face. A massive golden notification congratulated him on a secret achievement. Return to Earth without spending karma. For breaking the logic, he unlocked the ultimate interworld portal bonus. Now he could jump between worlds once a day for free. His jaw hit the floor as he read the system window. As his karma numbers began to skyrocket, he gasped. No way. He was officially the first awakened to ever return so fast. He was a pioneer. For pulling off the impossible homecoming, the system granted him nearly 2 million karma points. It was insane. By cheesing the system with his avatar, he'd just banked a decade's worth of points in seconds. Karma usually came from world-shaking deeds, heroism, slaughter, or tireless labor. It was the currency of fate. Method didn't matter, only the balance. This hoard could be used to buy god-tier stats or a permanent ticket home. Was this some kind of glitch? What if the other world came calling again? He shook his head, refusing to overthink it. A win is a win. Without wasting time, he pulled up the shop menu to see how to spend his newfound fortune. A trip back home cost 1 million, while unique skill boosts were 300,000. Then there was his status. Since he was already on Earth, the ticket was useless. But that status upgrade, that definitely piqued his interest. He dived into the status menu. To his shock, he could literally rewrite his own physical biology with points. High-speed regeneration caught his eye. Looking down at his crippled legs, his heart began to race with hope. He slammed the purchase button. Instantly, a strange warm electricity began to surge through his lower limbs. He flexed his feet. It was effortless. The phantom weight of his injury had vanished as if it never existed. That shattered leg had been his cage, the reason he'd cut himself off from the world and his own family. He stood up on steady feet. A notification chimed, healing factor has bypassed standard human limits. Level up super regeneration acquired. With his newfound wealth, he had literally bought himself a miracle. He traded karma for his freedom. Eager to test his recovery, he hopped onto the exercise bike with a grin. Power surged through his muscles. He was back. But even after the heal, his karma bank was still overflowing. What is next? The system offered a skill evolution. Once he acquired it, his potential reached a whole new level. He wondered what would happen if he upgraded the avatar. Peeking at the menu, a cocky smirk played on his lips. He looked like an absolute beast. The avatar commented on his physique, impressed by his supposed hard training. He joked that it was all hard work. Following the awakening, his consciousness was now split in two, allowing him to move freely between bodies. He also unlocked lethal new abilities by upgrading his weapon skills. This core mental skill acts as a master filter, letting him handpick every piece of incoming data. This means total immunity to disorientation, and even better, absolute protection from physical agony. Even as his avatar took a beating, he pushed it to the breaking point before scanning his real-life room. It was official he could conquer another world while cozying up in a blanket at home. He hit the couch and grabbed his controller, ready to pilot his avatar with pro-gamer precision. But there was a twist. He now had 3 clones and his curiosity was peaking. With more avatars coming as he leveled up, he realized naming them was crucial to avoid total chaos. Calling them mere avatars felt basic, so the 3 of them began a high-stakes brainstorming session. Spotting a coffee cup and a ketchup packet, he dubbed his first pioneer, Hans, and the second, Heinz. Hans was a mana magnet, while Heinz was a vitality tank, leaving Hans vibing with his new name. Hans started striking cringe poses, making Songyun wince, but it was finally time for the main quest. The door to the other world awaited. Hans stepped into the unknown, while Heinz just took out the trash. While Hans warped away, Heinz paused at the door before finally stepping out of the apartment. Blinding sunlight hit his eyes for the first time in ages, making Song Yun freeze in his tracks. Zero anxiety, his mind center was working perfectly, and Hans was likely already deep in the other realm. He decided to switch perspectives, instantly warping into a dark, eerie forest under a midnight sky. He scanned the shadows, thinking the silent woods seemed strangely peaceful at first glance. Suddenly, the brush rustled, and a massive panther emerged, sending a jolt of pure terror through him. The beast lunged with razor-sharp claws, but he reacted instantly, flashing his steel in a defensive stance. He blocked the deadly fangs just in time, but the monster began drooling all over his blade. Disgust washed over him as he shoved the beast back, realizing he felt absolutely zero pain or fear. Channeling mana into his sword, he lunged forward and delivered a devastating fatal strike to the predator. As the panther collapsed, Song Yun looked at his weapon, wondering if things were getting too intense. Without proper leveling, staying in this monster-infested zone was a recipe for a quick disaster. He spotted a village flickering through the trees and was immediately met by an old man named Malcolm. The elder was stunned that a lone traveler would brave those deadly woods in the middle of the night. Song Yun just laughed it off, scratching his head awkwardly while downplaying the dangerous feat. When he asked for a place to stay, the old man agreed, claiming neighbors should always look out for each other. Song Yun breathed a sigh of relief, though the elder noted his strange clothes and exotic gear. He played it cool, claiming he was just a traveler from afar who had lost his way. Malcolm smiled, saying it had been forever since a fresh face had wandered into their little corner. He offered a celebratory beer at the tavern before leading him to a cozy room for the night. Flopping onto the bed with a grin, he felt a rare sense of peace settling over him. The kindness of these people was overwhelming, making him realize how much he missed real human connection. After a few drinks, a heavy yawn took over, and he drifted off, completely unaware of the looming danger. But these villagers were hiding a dark secret, even as the real Song Yun enjoyed a drink back home. After a quick shower and some fried chicken, he heard strange noises coming from the next room. He felt a bit bad for Heinz, who was currently grinding his vitality stats in the other room. As Heinz approached on trembling legs, Song Yun realized his master plan was actually working. Hard work was great, but he needed more intel on this mysterious new world to truly dominate. He was born to lead, but suddenly a chilling memory of his avatar going to sleep flashed by. The system suddenly screamed, a warning his avatar was dead, sending a shockwave through his mind. All progress and data were instantly wiped, leaving Song Yun reeling as he replayed the entire evening. Hans was gone, and it had to be the old man's doing. That drink must have been poisoned. Frustrated by his own naivety, he gripped his head before feeling the pull of a fresh reconnection. Two figures loom over him, a grumpy geezer and his lackey. The elder clicks his tongue, looking completely unimpressed. He grumbles that the boy is a total dud instead of a useful asset. His subordinate echoes the harsh assessment. Eyeing the pile of bones, the old man notes this failure somehow survived the deadly forest alone. A strange feat. He expected more, but labels him a generic elite skeleton. Once they leave, our hero tests his new body. Staring at his skeletal fingers, he's absolutely shook. A system ping confirms his race has officially swapped to the undead. He unlocks a passive skill, Decayed Heart. As he stares at the screen in disbelief, the system drops the bombshell. He's a walking corpse now, but his mind center keeps his consciousness intact. He quickly scans the room for intel. Trying to get his bearings, he spots a mountain of corpses. A wave of pure horror washes over him. No way. Did these monsters harvest the whole village? Suddenly, the door creaks open. He instantly plays dead, his mind racing. Who is this? He recognizes the face from the tavern. A chilling thought hits him. Are these guys dark mages? Jeffy trudges in with a heavy sigh, wondering how much longer he's stuck babysitting in this literal dump. He's exhausted. His gaze lingers on our hero, squinting suspiciously. Song Yun's non-existent heart skips a beat. Has he been made? Why is he staring? Did he realize a soul is piloting these bones? Luckily, the mage is just being annoying. Clicking his tongue, the mage barks about why he must double-check this specific batch of inventory again. He's pissed. After dealing with the others, he points at Song Yun, commanding him to line up with the rest of the fodder. Song Yun is low-key panicking. He might not have a pulse, but he's definitely having a mental heart attack right now. Without warning, his bones jerk into motion. He's forced to march toward the group, feeling an invisible grip pulling him. An external mana force is overriding his will. He could fight it if he focused, but decides to play along. As he settles into place, Jeffy continues whining about why the obsessive old man makes him babysit these creepy boneheads. The door slams shut, leaving silence. Song Yun realizes that weird controlling energy felt strangely familiar, like something he's used. It's the exact same vibration that reanimated his corpse. Could this all be tied to his mana attraction skill? The gears in his head start turning. If he can crack the code, he might hijack the entire undead army. A week flies by. Song Yun grinds his control skills, positioning a mindless skeleton right in front of him for practice. Channeling his mana, his sockets flare blue. Suddenly, the bones before him begin to rattle and twitch under his command. The puppet wobbles to its feet. He's finally done it. He can pilot others, though clumsy would be an understatement. The skeleton stumbles around like it's drunk. Song Yoon realizes his limit is currently one puppet. Multitasking is off. He expected more from an elite rank. Just as he's feeling frustrated, a sharp squeak echoes from the shadows. A bold rat is literally eating his heel. Song Yoon snaps into action, snatching the furry intruder before it escapes. Gotcha, you little thief. This pest has been treating his bones like a chew toy for the last 7 days. This thing is fast, but it gives him a brilliant idea. What if he tried his necromancy on a rodent? Testing his theory, a blue glow ignites at his fingertips. The rat senses impending doom and starts losing its mind. One final squeak later, Song Yoon ends the rat only to immediately pull its soul back with skeletal magic. He dubs his new undead minion Alfred and sends the tiny spy out on a high-stakes reconnaissance mission. Go Alfred. Thus begins Operation Nightwatch. With a literal rat on the inside, Song Yoon finally gets the intel he needs. Syncing with Alfred's vision, he gets a front-row seat outside, quickly spotting that lazy mage, Jeffy, still whining. Jeffy is doing what he does best, complaining. As the mage unlocks a restricted door, Song Yoon's curiosity peaks. What's hidden in the other warehouse? He commands Alfred to tail him, but a crushing dark aura suddenly hits. A wave of pure malice leaks from the building. Even with his emotions suppressed, his instincts scream this is lethal. Jeffy eventually trudges out, meeting a colleague. The mage lets out another exhausted groan, looking completely drained of life. He asks when the maturation process ends. Apparently, the fragment of the immortal king is sucking the life from him. Jeffy feels his soul being devoured every time he goes inside. His friend just shrugs, offering zero sympathy. The teacher is in there daily. Jeffy scoffs, questioning why they even need guards under such total lockdown. Death traps are set everywhere, not even a mouse could slip through. Ironically, Alfred is doing exactly that. Jackpot Song Yoon thanks the idiots for the free intel. That massive power source must be the immortal king's fragment. He scans for more clues, wondering where the old man went. Suddenly, a magical spike skewers Alfred, pinning him to the ground. The elder drew near, muttering that his suspicions were right, only to find a mere rodent scurrying through the shadows. Panic flared in Song Yoon's chest. Was his cover blown? Squinting at Alfred, the old man hissed, "Is this thing undead?" No traces of dark arts appeared, yet the creature reeked of murky mana. Yanking out the magic spike, he demanded answers. Did raw mana warp this beast into a zombie? Only one cursed location could leak such a foul, concentrated energy. Cornering the guards, he barked. Wasn't Jeffy handling warehouse duty today? Their faces went pale with sheer terror. Meanwhile, Song Yoon whispered a solemn apology to Alfred, vowing bloody retribution. Watch me from above, I'll make them pay. Hearing about the rodent, Jeffy slammed the basement door open with a violent kick, roaring at the top of his lungs. Who knew a damn rat would show up here? Why the drama over a pest? He vented his simmering rage onto the helpless undead. Leveling a finger at a corpse, he snarled. Why isn't this freak standing straight? He barked a command for the creature to snap to. Calling him a brainless monster, he delivered a bone-shattering punch to the face, screaming for the undead to hold its ground. The impact sent the creature crashing down. Inspecting the face, Jeffy chuckled darkly before hoisting the corpse up by its matted hair. Wait, aren't you that cocky brat who defied me? This loser once swore to kill Jeffy if he ever touched his family. He dared him to speak up, knowing full well he'd already ripped out the man's tongue. Releasing his grip, Jeffy let out an annoyed sigh. The novelty had worn off. It was way more entertaining when they were hunting down every fool in the village. As the undead twitched, he mocked the creatures, claiming this miserable bastard must be thrilled with his current state. After all, your wife is here. But where are the kids? Every family needs little failures, right? Suddenly, the undead lunged from the shadows, sinking its teeth into his neck. Jeffy shrieked in agony, spinning around in pure shock. What was going on? As the corpses closed in again, he frantically screamed for them to halt, over and over. His orders fell on deaf ears. Just as he prepped a dark spell, another zombie lunged forward, gagging him with rotting hands. Muffled groans escaped his throat as he watched the mob of undead tear into his flesh with savage hunger. Pure terror consumed him during their brutal payback. For Song Yoon, their vengeance was only getting started. Moments later, a new vessel named Haynes arrived. Song Yoon instantly shifted his consciousness into the body. He attempted to breach the village gates, but a guard blocked his path. Song Yoon quickly spun a lie. He claimed his brother resided nearby, but the sentry scoffed, saying the man had vanished ages ago. Way back, why would we let a random stranger through? Thinking fast, Song Yoon shifted his strategy immediately. Song Yoon demanded an audience with the village elder. As the heated argument escalated, a shadow approached. The village chief stepped forward, demanding to know the cause of the ruckus. He was the one in charge here. Song Yoon offered a nod. Upon seeing his face, the elder froze in confusion, stammering, Who are you?" He claimed he was searching for his twin Hans. Little did the elder know, Hans was already infiltrating the warehouse. Controlling two bodies was proving to be a game changer. With Haynes keeping the elder busy, the path was clear. He snatched the fragment of the immortal king with ease. Staring at the gem, he felt its overwhelming ancient power. Was it drinking the dark essence of the nearby dead? The fragment seemed to be resonating hungrily, filling its own void. Surveying the undead, he realized these corpses were monstrously powerful. This dump was hiding a literal army of death. This warehouse was a graveyard. Grasping the crystal tightly, a wave of cold disgust washed over Song Yun's soul. These fools still treat us like trash. It's time they felt true despair. He crushed the crystal in his fist. A torrent of energy erupted. Simultaneously, Haynes kept the elder distracted with a deceptive, lingering conversation. "We're twins, we always sense each other's presence," he teased. The old man just let out a mocking cackle. He scoffed at the idea, but then his eyes nearly popped out. A massive surge of energy radiated from Haynes. "Something is wrong with the fragment," the elder shrieked, his face twisting in sudden absolute horror. Transforming into a spirit, he raced toward the warehouse, screaming for the guards to slaughter the intruder immediately. But the target vanished. Inside the warehouse, Song Yun struggled to keep his sanity within Hans's body. A tidal wave of pure agony flooded his mind. His mental core fought desperately to filter the chaotic data. The mental trauma hit like a freight train. Could any mortal survive this? His vessel greedily drank in the darkness. Energy swirled violently. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted as the system confirmed the hidden evolution conditions were met. Behold the immortal Demolish Mage, empowered by the fragment, his rank ascended to a whole new legendary level. A shard of the immortal king, one of 3. Its dormant dark magic fused perfectly with his core. He unlocked the legendary skill, Magical Wisdom. This god-tier buff grants him total mastery over the dark arts. Meanwhile, Jeffy's lookout let out a frustrated sigh. He was sick of babysitting that incompetent, useless idiot. If Jeffy couldn't handle one zombie rat, he'd do it himself. Suddenly, Malcolm's raspy voice echoed inside his mind. He ordered him to check the fragment immediately. The boy hammered on the door, screaming for Jeffy to answer. When silence followed, he shouted again, his voice cracking. "Jeffy, you better not be sleeping in there." A sudden glimmer pierced the room's shadows. A figure approached. The boy barked, demanding to know why he was ignored. Realizing it wasn't Jeffy, but a walking corpse, horror struck. He stumbled back as the undead reached for him. He let out a terrified shriek. Song Yun simply stepped forward, casually mentioning how nice the weather felt today. This was impossible. How could a zombie speak? Before he could flee, a cold, rotting hand clamped his wrist. Panicking, he unleashed a bolt of dark energy, screaming at the monster to leave him alone. The blast shattered the door, letting a tidal wave of undead swarm him. Song Yun calmly stepped through the debris. He noted that ignoring people was the height of rudeness. Staring at the mana in his palm, he felt clarity. Whether it was magical wisdom or instinct, the secrets of dark magic now felt as natural as breathing. Then the warehouse erupted. A massive breach formed, releasing ravenous undead to terrorize the entire village. As the corpses fanned out, magical bursts lit the horizon. Suddenly, a shattered skeleton crashed at Song Yun's feet. He paused, spotting Old Man Malcolm, a high-ranking member of the notorious Oath of Disobedience. Malcolm stormed toward him, snarling in rage. He claimed Song Yun was supposed to be a mere skeleton puppet. "What did you do with the king's fragment?" he roared. Song Yun stood his ground, unfazed by his fury. "Long time no see," Song Yun replied. "Remember me, thanks to you, I lost my heart back then. So I found a replacement in the warehouse." Malcolm's eyes bulged with rage. "You dared to fuse with it. How could a lowly body contain the immortal king's essence?" Malcolm screamed, unleashing the lethal finger of death. A beam of darkness slammed into Song Yun's hand, scattering bone. Song Yun narrowed his eyes in pure annoyance. "Where are your manners? It's rude to attack while I'm talking." Malcolm just screamed at him to shut up. A whole year of resources were wasted. He was so close to gaining absolute world-shaking power. It wasn't supposed to end with a mere skeleton evolution. He wanted the power to rule the entire world. Obsidian spikes erupted from the earth at his command. But Song Yun's shimmering barrier blocked every single strike. Trying to crush a newbie with high-tier spells, Song Yun mocked. Malcolm spat back, claiming only he could rule. "You never had the strength to tame that fragment anyway," Malcolm growled, baffled by how the boy survived. "Fine, I'll just tear your body apart for my experiments." He launched another wave of destructive magic. Song Yun deflected it effortlessly. "Stop announcing your moves. It's annoying." Then he called Malcolm Alfred's killer. He promised him a swift death. Malcolm scoffed. "Who is this Alfred? Just another peasant fly. Did you really come here for revenge?" Suddenly, jagged blades of shadow materialized behind Song Yun's back. Song Yun spun around his barrier, shattering the ambush. None of this mattered. He had adapted to the power. Was it the fragment's influence? Regardless, he was done playing. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Malcolm cast the Pact of Annihilation. Suddenly, the dark mages fighting the horde clutched their chests in agony. Their very souls were ripped from their bodies in a gruesome display of betrayal and dark magic. Those dissolved spirits coalesced into the crown of the broken. Malcolm placed the artifact on his head, laughing. It was a gateway to the abode of the dead. Song Yun watched in disgust. You sacrificed your men. The fallen mages rose as mindless husks charging Song Yun. Malcolm cackled, intoxicated by his stolen strength. With this power, you're nothing. You're going to die right here, you arrogant brat. He began chanting his ultimate spell, but a tiny concentrated bolt of mana suddenly pierced through his chest. The old man collapsed. Song Yun yawned. I almost fell asleep, waiting for you to finish that chant. He wanted to end this nightmare. He dove into the dark magic as Malcolm stared in shock at his end. As the villain lost consciousness, Song Yun glanced at the moon. Alfred. You saw that, right? It's over. He finally settled his blood debt to claim a moment of peace. Simultaneously, Saint Ristar offered desperate prayers within the holy temple. As the divine response echoed, anxiety clouded her gaze. She hurried from the oratory to find Bishop Martin immediately. Her expression hardened instantly as she urged him to summon the rest of the council. Ominous signs of the immortal king's rebirth surfaced in the west, sending a chill down his spine. He rushed to assemble the elders. She feared the return of the monster who once drenched the world in terror. Centuries of peace were ending. She vowed to stop history from repeating. Elsewhere, our protagonist paced through the carnage. Looking at the mountain of bones beneath him, he realized nothing remained but total ruin. Hundreds of undead lay shattered. However, in this game, losses are easily replaced, no room for pity. Necromancy's ultimate perk, turning corpses into loyal soldiers. He then looked down at his severed arm. Time for a quick fix. He scouted for a sturdy skeleton, ripped its arm off, and admired the fit. He slammed the limb against his shoulder, triggering super regeneration to fuse the bone instantly. A perfect fit. Now what next? His eyes locked onto a nearby pile of remains. Unleashing his dark mana, he commanded the corpse to serve. Forbidden whispers guided his every move. Empowered by the immortal king's shard, he worked to purge the lingering magic from his vessel. He tried erasing the dead's memories, but failed. The bones collapsed, leaving him staring in total confusion. A miscalculation. After some trial and error, a small legion of the damned finally stood before him. Practice makes perfect. He eyed the old man, debating whether to resurrect him as a sentient undead servant. He needed information, but the ritual hit a wall. Surprisingly, the old man's soul was completely missing. Ripping open the man's tunic, he discovered a mysterious magic circle, etched directly into his flesh. It seemed his soul was siphoned through this seal, a ruthless security measure to keep secrets buried. It made sense. With stakes this high, his enemies wouldn't overlook such a critical defensive detail. No matter. He just repurposed the corpse into a high-tier undead warrior with its own consciousness. Chanting his spells, he meticulously visualized the dark procedure required for the transformation. He corrupted the residual mana, binding the intellect and hardening the persona. Then the skin sloughed off. A skeleton death mage emerged, bowing low and awaiting commands. Even Song Yun was stunned by the result. Surprised by his success, he clapped the skeleton's shoulder and dubbed his new servant, Malcolm. Total loyalty was required. When the skeleton stayed silent, he delivered a sharp strike, demanding a response. Malcolm complied instantly. Song Yun mused that though the man's memories vanished, his sins remained eternal. He planned to enjoy this torment. As he spoke, Malcolm gripped his cane, trembling with nervous anticipation. Eyeing the weapon, he remarked on how stylish the cane looked. The old man shook violently with fear. Bound by duty, he handed over the artifact. Next, Song Yun moved toward a massive heap of bones. He spotted the zombie responsible for Jeffy's death. With a simple touch, he ignited the creature's head. He granted it eternal rest with its kin. Exhausted from the chaos, he finally returned to his physical form. After devouring a massive feast, he pulled up the latest gold market rates to check his profits. Since mages ran that village, the gold reserves were insane. He never expected such a massive haul. Inspecting the mountain of loot, he summoned Hans, who materialized right on the table in front of him. Hans knocked over the food, scaring Song Yun half to death. The servant's presence was purely terrifying. He panicked and unsummoned him instantly. Gasping for air, he felt like his heart almost stopped. Decisions. Before resummoning Hans, he checked the karma shop to buff his unique skills first. The payout was massive. His points had doubled from 400,000 to a whopping 800,000. He dropped 300,000 on an upgrade. The system confirmed his avatar capacity would now scale higher. His willpower shattered records, unlocking Serenity, a skill that shields his mind from all external psychological shocks. With his mental defenses up, summoning the terrifying Hans was no longer a nightmare. Hans started teleporting the village's riches into the apartment, while his avatar organized the gold piles. He realized that despite being near such a terrifying entity, his mind stayed perfectly calm. Serenity was truly powerful. It was a total mystery. Despite his internal chaos, fate always dropped the perfect skill right into his lap. Hauling heavy sacks of gold, he hit the jewelry shop to cash out. The staff's jaws hit the floor. The blinding shimmer of his loot nearly scorched their retinas. Song Yun secured his bank transfer and ghosted the scene. The employees practically bowed him out, praising his VIP status. He just gave a casual wave and a smirk. Taking no chances, he used dark arts to tuck Hans into his shadow. He even masked the summon for stealth. Maybe he was overthinking wrong. A thunderous blast ripped through the air as two awakened thugs burst from the shop. A hulking werewolf led the charge, howling about hitting the ultimate jackpot. Who could have predicted this massive haul? Finding a mountain of gold in this backwater town? Insane. His partner snapped at him to shut up and move. Time was ticking. They bolted into the distance as the frantic jewelry shop staff screamed for help. Villains, the cry rang out. As the duo charged toward Song Yun, he just stood there, paralyzed with disbelief. Villains use awakened gifts for chaos, while heroes clean up their mess. It's the classic battle of power and ego. The déjà vu hit like a freight train, freezing him. The werewolf slammed into him, snarling for him to move. Song Yun played the helpless bystander, assuming the authorities would eventually sniff out these low-life crooks. The beast chuckled. Everything was going perfectly. They had more than enough time to vanish into the night. Backup was 3 minutes out. His partner urged them to hustle toward the portal before the heat arrived. At the rendezvous, their comrade lay cold on the concrete. The werewolf scooped her up, panic leaking through his fur. He begged her to name her attacker. Suddenly, his partner caught a terrifying shadow looming behind them and started shaking. The werewolf whirled around, demanding to know if it was a guard. His partner hissed this freak was definitely no hero. Hans stepped out of the darkness, raising a nightmare army of undead. Pure, unadulterated panic gripped the villains' hearts. Song Yun might be playing the weakling, but Hans was an absolute force of nature. Meanwhile, the Association of the Returned swarmed the area. Their commander barked orders, desperate to catch the fleeing criminals. Would they let them slip away again? But arriving on site, they stopped dead. The scene was completely baffling. The heavy lifting was already finished. The commander stared at the incapacitated thugs. Someone had already served them justice. They couldn't be far. Secure the perimeter. Just then, a flicker of darkness danced across the commander's blind spot. Hans slipped out and reunited with Song Yun, stretching his limbs. A little warm-up was exactly what he needed. Nothing beats a bit of stress relief. Once home, Song Yun dispatched Hans back to the other world for total domination. Towering city walls finally loomed ahead. He'd made it. Malcolm's intel about this place was spot on for once. The promised city to the east was real. Stepping through the massive gates, Song Yun took his first breath inside. This was Hans's official Otherworld debut, but the vibe, it was nothing like the grand entrance he'd imagined. The streets were ghost town empty. No guards, no welcome party. It seemed newcomers weren't even worth their notice. Harsh shouting echoed from a dark alley. A man pointed a jagged finger at a girl, spitting out venomous warnings. She pleaded for mercy, begging for just a few more days. But the man wasn't interested in excuses. 2 silver coins. That was the price. He gave her 3 days to pay up, or suffer the dire consequences. Same old cliché. Thugs harassing a girl. Song Yun rolled his eyes and prepared to walk away from the drama. Suddenly, the girl bolted from the alley and slammed right into him. She scrambled to apologize, looking absolutely terrified. "Do you know this city?" he asked. She stared up, confused, but then he flashed 2 silver coins with a smirk. "Consider me your new boss. Time to talk business." Desperation met opportunity. She was definitely in for the gig. She started the tour, immediately leading him to a local inn that supposedly offered the best rest in town. Diane, that was her name. She was scraping by, struggling to keep her sick brother alive in this harsh city. Orphaned and broke, the local taxes were crushing her. Acting as his guide was her only lifeline for survival. 2 silver coins a day. He handed over the first payment, telling her to report back at dawn, sharp. He checked into the dusty inn, crashing onto a stiff bed. Maybe this counts as a good deed, he wondered. Even if she planned to rob him, sleep came fast. But dawn arrived far too soon after a brutal night. That bed was a nightmare. He barely caught any sleep. Suddenly, a sharp sneeze echoed from right outside his window. Peering out, he saw Diane perched on a crate, shivering. The poor girl was already half frozen, waiting for her boss. "Yo, why are you just standing out there?" he asked, ushering her inside for a quick morning meal. He told her to stop pulling up so early and wait until lunch, but she just grinned and called him uncle. "Stop with the uncle stuff," he snapped, clearly annoyed, while her eyes drifted toward his plate. That leftover crust caught her eye instantly. He told her she could have it if she was that hungry. She stashed the bread away with a quick thanks before they headed out into the city of Azantu. This tiny settlement was tucked away on the western edge of the Talia kingdom. As they walked, Song Yun felt like he'd been dropped into a medieval sim. Suddenly, a strange mark on the wall caught his eye. He'd definitely seen that symbol before. Leaning in closer, he figured it was just some old red paint. "That's blood," Diane whispered. He sniffed it, skeptical, until she asked if he'd had venison soup last night. His jaw dropped. How did she know that? She just smirked, bragging about her insane sense of smell. That's wild, he thought. A nose that sharp had to be some kind of overpowered hidden skill. When he asked about the mark, she revealed it was the crest of the Varkalak Guild, the local shot callers. She started to spill the tea on the guild, but suddenly froze dead in her tracks before an alley. "You good?" he asked. She didn't move, claiming a specific scent was wafting out from the darkness. He asked what she caught this time. She took a deep breath and excitedly yelled freshly baked bread. She insisted he try it. He was confused since they just ate, but she claimed she was already starving. She pulled him forward, but there was a dark twist that wasn't bread. It was the metallic tang of blood. Days later, Song-yoon waited in the alley for Diane, but she was a total no-show. Panic set in, she was never late. Then two sketchy thugs stepped out of the shadows to corner him. His heart raced. Was it finally going down? "We need a word," they growled menacingly. He nervously handed over some silver, hoping this donation would keep the peace in the neighborhood. The goons smirked, totally satisfied. They joked about how quickly they'd found a common language. He'd brought that cash for exactly this kind of mess. Then he spotted the guild mark on the big guy's neck. Diane's warning echoed in his head. He knew he shouldn't be lingering in these sketchy back alleys. He needed to bounce from this city, as soon as possible. He frowned, wondering how much these guys had traumatized the girl. As the thugs walked off, one questioned why they'd even bothered snatching that little brat. "Orders are orders," the other shrugged. Song-yoon's blood ran cold as he overheard them. Did they just say they grabbed her? Heart pounding, he shouted out to them, desperate for answers. He tightened his fist, knowing timing was everything. One wrong move and things would get ugly. If things went south, he'd just despawn his avatar. "Wait up, I need to know something," he demanded. Suddenly, Diane's voice rang out behind him. He spun around, but the thugs were already losing their cool. They cracked their knuckles looking for a fight. "What's with the sudden curiosity, pal?" they sneered. "I just wanted to make sure that silver was enough," he stammered. They took the bait and robbed him. Once they left, Song-yoon hurled his empty pouch aside. "Where have you been?" he barked at Diane. "You're late. Do you have any idea how much I just paid those guys? No dinner for us tonight?" But dinner was the last thing on her mind. Through her tears, she cried that her brother was missing. She wiped her eyes, explaining he'd finally started recovering. But now he was just gone. Then it clicked. Song-yoon remembered the twisted conversation those two thugs were having. "Was it the Varkalak?" he asked. "They were just bragging about kidnapping some little kid." The second he said it, Diane went pale and clutched her head in absolute terror. He tried to calm her, offering to pay whatever ransom they wanted to bring him back. "Money won't save Aaron," she screamed. "They don't want cash. They just want his blood." He stood frozen as she revealed the horror this city was just a living blood bank for vampires. Meanwhile, the vampire lord Virak arrived at a dark mage village, the stench of mana filling the air. He stood there in chilling silence, his cold gaze falling upon the piles of the dead. He pondered if they'd truly slaughtered one another over that immortal king shard. Such a waste, he'd been itching to pulverize that relic himself. The moment it reached full maturity, some shadow swiper snatched it. He didn't know the thief, but he definitely knew their destination. Tracking that bandit would be a breeze. Back at base, Diane spilled every dark secret to Song-yoon, Varkalak included. Bloodsuckers pull the strings of every syndicate. Escape the city walls. It doesn't matter. No one makes it out alive. They're desperately fighting just to see tomorrow. Day after day, the struggle continues. Diane collapsed, sobbing as her strength finally failed. Her brother was destined to be a vampire's snack. Song-yoon snapped her back to reality with a sharp slap. Time was bleeding out. "Where's your brother's location?" Stunned, she looked at him with wide eyes. Was this stranger actually stepping up to save him? Flying solo is a death wish. With a confident smirk, he promised to handle these low-level thugs with ease. The rescue op is a go. Meanwhile, over at the local dive, a gang of goons gambled away while whispering about their haul. How did a broke loser like him suddenly hit the jackpot? With a cocky laugh, the thug bragged. He'd rolled some weakling that morning for a massive payday. Suddenly the tavern doors slammed open. Our hero had arrived. "Who's this clown?" one thug growled. His buddies just grinned, telling him to hold on for the show. "It's the victim from earlier." Mockingly patting Song-yoon's head, the leader asked if he'd brought a second donation. Was he feeling generous again? And how'd he bypass the guards? Did he bribe them with loose change or what? Song-yoon's voice turned cold as ice. "I won't repeat myself. Where is the boy?" The thug bristled. "You lost your mind, kid. Know who you're messing with." But Song-yoon was officially done playing nice. Drawing a blade in a flash, he plunged it into the thug's throat. He knew exactly who he was, dealing with a corpse. Scumbags who tear families apart for a quick buck don't deserve mercy. He ripped the steel free from the man's neck. One down, two to go. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining thugs lunged at him with murderous intent. He charged ahead, trusting his insane durability and high-speed regeneration to tank whatever they threw his way. His initial slash missed, leaving an opening. A thug buried a blade into his side, but the steel failed to pierce his skin. The attacker froze in confusion. Capitalizing on the shock, Song-yoon smashed the hilt into his skull with a grin. "Compliments of a Korean-made tactical vest," he quipped. Suddenly, the third goon struck from the shadows behind him. A shimmering magic barrier intercepted the blow. The thug gasped. "How does a loser like you have magic gear?" Song-yoon silenced him with a lethal strike, glancing at his tactical belt. Bringing these artifacts was the right call. He'd packed a literal arsenal of magic tools. As the body hit the floor, he exhaled. Wait, is that it? He'd clearly overprepared, barely using half his stash. But the party was far from over. Fresh reinforcements swarmed down from the balcony. Song Yoon tightened his grip. This was starting to look like a problem. Numbers didn't matter. He tore through them all. Panting after the carnage, he wondered why the hell there were so many. He'd lost count of the bodies. Yanking a blade from his own shoulder, his passive skills instantly sealed the wound. Pinning the leader's head to the floor with his boot, he demanded, "Where's the kid you snatched?" The thug spat back. "Think I'll talk that easy? You're just a clueless outsider. You have no idea the monster you've crossed. My boss is coming and he'll tear you apart." Song Yoon just chuckled, thanking the idiot for the heads up. "Worry about your own neck first," he muttered, knocking him cold. He immediately began scouring the tavern for the boy. He kicked a door open to find a trembling child. "You, Aaron," the boy whimpered, pleading for his life. "Relax, kid. Your sister Diane sent me to get you back." Aaron's eyes widened. "Wait, you know my sister?" He nodded. "I'll give you the full story once we're out of this hellhole. Let's move." Suddenly, a bat screeched through the air, shifting into a man before their eyes. "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my dinner while I'm out?" As Song Yoon turned, the vampire's eyes burned with hunger. "Are you with the Oath Rebels, or just a foolish brother? You know the price of defiance, don't you?" Shielding Aaron, Song Yoon retorted, "I'm just a traveler your trash tried to rob. Bad mistake on their part. Rescuing him was just a bonus." The vampire smirked. "Boring. I prefer fresh meat, so you're both dead." Crimson blood magic erupted, putting Song Yoon on high alert. "Run now," he yelled, shielding the kid once more. A violent torrent of blood smashed through the floorboards, sending them both plummeting into the dark cellar below. Wine barrels shattered upon impact, soaking the floor. Song Yoon scrambled to his feet, ready for round two. Grimacing at the stench of booze, he checks on the boy and urges him to flee. The vampire drops down, noting the slick dodge. A decent warm-up before lunch, he muses. Claws out the monster charges with a smirk. Our hero shoves Aaron away, yelling for him to never look back. His sword clashes against the vampire's claws, but his heart sinks as they pierce his chest. The blades tear through his tactical vest. The vampire is impressed by his sturdy build and insane healing factor. Tongvan grits his teeth, realizing the power gap is massive. The bloodsucker just licks his lips. He calls him an unexpected delicacy. The main character knows he'd be dead if the monster wasn't playing with his food. He can't just take this lying down. He clenches his fists, ready for a final stand. Sensing the counterattack, the vampire instantly shuts him down with overwhelming speed. "Maybe I should shave your bones before eating," he mocks, hoisting the boy off the floor. "Your pathetic resistance ends here," he sneers, reaching for the hero's throat to end it all. If the gap is this huge, they're both going down. He bites the hidden ring in his mouth. His body erupts into a localized inferno. The vampire recoils, screaming about a fire element magic tool. Tongvan had noticed the spilled alcohol everywhere the moment he was thrown down. Seizing the chance, he lunges forward, tackling the monster into the booze-soaked floor. The vampire panics, calling him a suicidal madman. He's not looking to die in a blaze of glory. If the sparks hit the floor, it's game over. He tears off the hero's lower half to escape. He mocks the boy as flimsy meat, but our protagonist isn't done fighting yet. His upper torso crashes onto the vampire, delivering a brutal headbutt that sends the monster reeling. "Since you praised my sturdy build and healing, expect this meal to be a bit chewy." Terror fills the vampire's eyes as he begs for a second. Then the whole building explodes. Watching the wreckage burn, Tongvan is shocked he actually survived such a devastating blast. Getting stronger is a nightmare. He closes his eyes, satisfied that the rescue mission was a success. Outside, Diane and her brother wait in agony, her voice trembling as she calls his name. System report: Avatar Haynes is dead. Respawn in 7 days. Time skips forward after the incident. Diane is back at her daily grind, shining shoes for noblemen. A customer pays and heads out. She offers a tired smile before wiping the heavy sweat from her brow. A voice asks for help. She looks up, offering a professional smile to the new customer. She offers him a seat, but seeing his face, she freezes before lunging into a tearful hug. "You're alive," she sobs. He gently pats her head, promising her that he's perfectly fine. "Do I look like the type to die easily?" In reality, the original Haynes died a week ago. Fearing her grief, he rushed a new avatar, Haynes II, specializing in extreme speed. As she clings to him, he hopes she won't notice the sudden change in his stats. To her, the soul is the same. He returns the embrace, feeling the weight of her relief. She warns him to stay hidden from the vampires. He just smiles and tells her not to worry. He's made his move. With the undead king on his side, those bloodsuckers are no longer a threat. Back at the inn, he's too busy with his system windows to notice he's being watched. Suddenly, a bat shatters the window and transforms into a man right before his eyes. Vampire Lord Virok slams him against the wall, demanding to know if he's the culprit. The trail from the forest led straight to this room. The hero realizes he's facing a high-tier monster. Have they already figured out his secret? Virok wonders if this mysterious outsider was working for the vampire who was recently slain. Tong Van gasps, unable to break the grip. Virok sniffs him, sensing no dark mana or the distinct scent of the undead king. I have no idea what you're talking about, the hero lies. The Lord's fury only intensifies. He sinks his fangs deep into the hero's neck. I'll ask again after I've finished my meal. But the lethal bite was a slow death sentence, as the dark infection surged through his veins. His mental core buckled under the agony. Fangs elongated and razor-sharp talons tore through his skin. Amidst the chaotic evolution, he cursed his recurring fate. Suddenly, a cold system notification flashed. His race had shifted to vampire. He had unlocked a legendary hidden skill legacy, Lesser Blood. His god-tier healing was nerfed to standard regeneration. Virok pressed him for answers once more. Was he truly tied to the oath of disobedience? Song Yun felt a crushing aura weigh him down. His very DNA shrieked, demanding he bow to the apex predator standing before him. He played the humble traveler, using his mental sanctuary to filter out the overwhelming pressure. He severed the biological urge to submit. Sensing no lie, Virok clicked his tongue in annoyance. Convinced he was wrong, the Lord ordered him to follow. Song Yun hid his relief. This was his chance to gather intel. Virok led him straight to the Varkalak clan's headquarters. They stepped into a hall filled with night stalkers, all bowing in reverence to their master. Cold glares met the newcomer, questioning why such trash was allowed inside. Yet one person approached. A girl named Rosalika grabbed his hand, her smile devious as she teased the fresh meat. She demanded his name, her face flushed. Song Yun wondered if she was just a total drunk. He introduced himself and she shoved a glass toward him, reminding him they were both low bloods. She offered a drink of freshly squeezed crimson. To maintain his cover, he had no choice. The scent of iron filled his nose. Even with his mental shield, a primal thirst surged. Fearing the side effects, he numbed his senses before gulping down the entire glass. He claimed it was tasty. She grazed his chin, whispering that he would be her type as a snack. She would have drained him dry if he were human. Song Yun forced a laugh, curious about her labels. She looked puzzled, explaining the hierarchy. In their world, a low blood was just a common soldier. Pure bloods were the nobility like Virok. But true bloods, they were the absolute kings. Above them all was the sacred blood, a godlike prophet they all worshipped, an entity demanding total obedience. Suddenly, a sharp chime echoed from the balcony above. Virok silenced the room with a glass tap, announcing that the meeting was officially in session. Time for business. Flanking him were two lethal purebloods, Parita and Tiapo. He revealed that the immortal king's fragments were stolen. They were traced back to this very city. Then they vanished. There was a chilling chance the relics were already among them. The immortal king's fragments, Song Yun whispered. Rosalika shot him a sharp look. She explained that dark mages had been farming these artifacts nearby. Song Yun froze in realization. Was she referring to the Oath of Disobedience cult? Virok barked out a new order. Every vampire was to sweep their sectors and report any anomalies instantly. Vigilance was mandatory. Later, Song Yun patrolled with a sulking Rosalika huddled under her parasol. She complained about the blistering sun. Song Yun donned his hood, feeling the daylight sap his strength. Even the high-ranking Parita was searching. They could not afford to slack off now. Their sudden disappearance was baffling. Why move them here just to lose them? He pressed for details. Wait, the clan has fragments, he asked. She nodded, confirming the mages were their suppliers. They planned to fuse the pieces. Song Yun's pulse quickened. This was the breakthrough he needed. A pure blood was likely guarding the prize. He gripped her shoulders, his eyes burning with intensity. He spun her around, demanding to know exactly where the fragments were hidden. She laughed it off. She was too low-ranked to know. But when he briefed Diane, she nonchalantly claimed she knew the location. Song Yun's jaw nearly hit the floor. It could not be that easy. She warned that her intel was a year old, but still solid. She used to maintain the tomb. Every Friday, the Varkolak elites would descend into the stone chamber. A putrid stench wafted from the depths, prompting Song Yun to search. Aaron finally understood the gravity of her warning. The danger was clear now. After expressing his gratitude, he rose and declared his next move. He would spearhead the mission alone while they stayed hidden. But as he turned to leave, Diane clutched his sleeve. She whispered that his scent had shifted. Baring his lethal fangs, he confirmed her instincts were dead on. He had transformed into a creature of the night. Her safety wasn't at risk, though. She froze in sheer disbelief. Despite her trembling, she offered her own veins to quench his thirst. Her fear was visible, yet she didn't waver. Offering her wrist, she stammered that he could take a sip, just a tiny drop to keep him sane. He delivered a playful bonk to her head, telling her to chill. All he needed was the location of that place. Under the veil of night, Tiapol cornered his prey. He commanded the man to freeze, questioning his will to live. One final chance was granted. A single strike would earn the man a swift trip to the afterlife. White-knuckling his blade, the man lunged with a desperate roar. But the vampire unleashed his crimson sorcery. With a sadistic grin, Tiapol mocked his struggle. Crimson threads erupted, ensnaring the victim in a gory web. The spider-like silk dragged the terrified boy closer. He realized his fate as the threads pierced his flesh. A final scream echoed as his life force was siphoned away. Casting aside the husk, Tiapol scoffed in disappointment. Total boredom. He ordered his lackey to clear the trash and hunt down a worthier sacrifice for the next round. The servant disentangled the corpse from the web, but a sudden movement in the shadows caught his eye. A terrified shriek left his lips. Suddenly, a swarm of skeletons erupted from the void, swarming the vampire. Tiapol recoiled in disgust at the rotting undead. Infuriated, he leveled a finger at the intruders. He commanded his minions to purge the filth. Amidst the chaos, a shadow slithered beneath the bone warriors. Massive obsidian spikes burst from the ground, though Tiapol barely parried. His face twisted in sheer annoyance. He demanded to know if the oath was responsible. Hans offered only silence, fueling the vampire's rage. Tiapol realized the hard way was necessary. Not that he minded a little bit of torture. He promised to interrogate Hans's decapitated head. Crushing a vial of blood, he unleashed a devastating shockwave. Bones shattered as the skeletons were blasted back. The main character smirked, wondering if his head would truly suffice. Manifesting dark energy, he honed the fallen bones into lethal spears, launching them with a flick of his wrist. He dared Tiapol to resist. As the spears soared, skeletal hands clawed from the earth, pinning the vampire. Tiapol froze. The trap was too swift, the execution perfect. Just then, Sanya lunged into the fray. Sanya dove in, shielding Tiapol from the bone barrage. The vampire gasped, hoping for backup. Perfect timing. Sanya claimed they had caught wind of the ambush and rushed to his side. Lord Virak's army was closing in. Tiapol rallied, demanding Sanya assist in crushing this demon. They just needed to stall. But suddenly, a warm spray of blood coated Tiapol's face. He stood paralyzed as reality set in. His supposed ally was sinking his fangs deep into his shoulder. He shrieked in betrayal. Utilizing his avatar, the main character locked the vampire down with crushing dark magic. Tiapol stammered, realizing the treachery. He begged for mercy as his world crumbled into panic. His body shriveled like a prune. He screamed, horrified that a fellow vampire would commit such a sin. Cannibalizing one's own kind was madness, but Hans did not stop until every drop was siphoned. Tiapol collapsed into dust. Hans wiped his lips, immune to the madness. Then the system chimed. A new notification appeared, blood magic acquired. He instantly manipulated the energy to shatter the seal. With seconds to spare, he chose brute force. He blasted the sarcophagus with a surge of crimson power. The ceiling groaned as the tomb exploded. Peering into the rubble, they found the immortal king's fragment. Hans grasped for the relic, but a violent shockwave erupted, hurling them across the room. Songyan braced himself. Even with his mental defenses, the sheer malice from the shard was suffocating. It was a tidal wave of darkness. Channeling the collective will of his clones, Hans focused his power. A pillar of obsidian lightning and mist erupted through the roof, piercing the night sky. Virak watched in terror, fearing he was too late. Suddenly Hans emerged from the ruins reborn. The vampire lord barked a command, and his kin unleashed a torrent of lethal blood magic. But the assault was useless. With a casual flick of his wrist, Hans sent the vampires flying. Lord Virak squinted at the skeleton, a cold chill of dread crawling up his spine. The system flashed, regeneration had evolved into immortality. Forbidden knowledge was now his to command. Hans had transcended his demolich form, becoming a legendary archlich. The paladin stared in utter disbelief. "Holy heavens, is that an inferno?" he gasped. "It's coming straight from Azantu." He choked on the air as Tuscan caught a floating ember, instantly ordering the horses to retreat. They had to reach the cathedral. This wasn't just soot, it was a dire omen for the saint. The immortal king was rising again. Virak shielded his eyes, peering into the chaotic horizon. Hans felt an explosive surge. He was 10 times more powerful now. A true archlich had awakened. Armed with 2 out of 3 fragments of the immortal king, his rank skyrocketed. Dark mana pulsed through him. As long as his source remained, death was merely an inconvenience. He channeled the void in his palm as the system confirmed his new traits, evil wisdom, and forbidden knowledge. Every dark secret of the universe unveiled itself, granting him absolute mastery over the forbidden arts. He lunged his staff forward, unleashing a tidal wave of shadows that swallowed everything in its path. "Smoke, is this a diversion?" Virak hissed, just as Louis screamed for them to fall back. They needed to regroup, but before Louis could move, Hans's hand clamped around his throat. Screams echoed as Hans dragged him into the abyss. "Damn it," Virak roared in frustration. In a flash, jagged shards of dark mana impaled his flesh, forcing a guttural shriek from his lungs. Hans loomed over him. Tougher than the average pure blood, he mocked, but still just a walking blood bag. Virak winced, stunned by the sheer pressure of the magical aura radiating from the lich. He absorbed the fragment entirely, he howled. How can one soul withstand that much corruption? "Curious, aren't we?" Hans whispered from behind him, stepping over the fallen like they were trash. He gripped his fist and grinned. The system chimed. Growth conditions had finally been satisfied. A new skill, blood inheritance, surged through him. He wiped a crimson smear from his lip. Perfect. He was a pure blood now. Hunting vampires was the ultimate shortcut, but he had to save some for later. Rusilica turned to Lady Pyrite, her voice trembling. What's our next move? We can't just give up. Pyrite's gaze remained cold. Virok has fallen. This monster is on a completely different level. The fragments contained enough mana to level a kingdom. Their enemy was becoming a literal god. She watched the drifting ash as the first light of dawn broke. The sun is up. We retreat to headquarters immediately. We're going to need every soldier we have. Deep in the city, a man scrambled through the alleys, gasping for air as he cursed his luck. He leaned against a cold stone wall, praying those monsters wouldn't hunt him to the bitter end. Arrogant bloodsuckers, he spat. They talked a big game only to get wiped out in seconds. Trusting them was a death sentence. Suddenly, Hans emerged from the shadows, crushing his arms as he screamed. Hans stayed to clean up the Varkalak mess, while Heinz blended into a merchant caravan to escape. Traveling with Diane and her brother, Heinz sizzled meat over a fire, the aroma filling the air. A little pepper, and voila, chef's special steak is served, he joked, passing out the steaming plates. The kids stared in awe before diving in. Oh man, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. They beamed with gratitude. Heinz just smiled, telling them to eat until they were full. Seeing their bright smiles, he realized the shadow of death had finally lifted from their hearts. He asked Diane about her uncle's shop in Laplas. She nodded shyly, hoping they'd actually be welcome. Leave the worrying to me, he assured her, silently deciding to leave them a fortune if things went south. The thought of saying goodbye stung. When had he become so attached he wasn't the same man anymore? Are you okay? Diane asked, looking concerned. Do you need blood? Heinz clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Satisfied with his meal, he wondered if he should just drain every remaining vampire in the village all at once. Hans was busy raising a new undead army. He herded the transformed vampires into the portal, ordering them to finish up and move out. This subspace is absolutely broken. It's literally infinite. He crossed his arms, lost in thought about its potential. Forbidden lore and dark wisdom are the ultimate combo. Maybe he could even manifest a subspace back on Earth. Suddenly, a shockwave of crimson energy slammed into Hans's chest. Over sneered, asking if he was still playing tourist in their city. Was he seriously underestimating them this much? Besides, was this guy even a real member of the Oath of Disobedience? Hans barely blinked as he reached for the arrow lodged in his ribs. Is that really all he thought of him? Then a smirk played on his lips. He introduced himself formally, Hans, an honorary member of the Oath of Disobedience. Over dismissed the claim with a wave manifesting a lethal blood spear. He called out the lie about their sanctuary being destroyed. And what about the Immortal King's fragments? Did he really think he could just steal them and vanish? Those details are irrelevant now. Over conjured a massive scythe, leaped down and screamed that death was his only option. The strike was lethal, nearly cleaving Hans in two. He narrowly sidestepped the blow, stunned by such overwhelming physical pressure. A purebred vampire is definitely no pushover. He tried to retreat, but slammed hard into a shimmering barrier as Over taunted him. Did he really think escape was that easy? The clan's elite blood mages had locked this entire zone down. The Lich pressed his palm against the seal. He could shatter it with effort, but he desperately needed more time. The vampire vowed to crush his skull and rip the fragment out himself. Giant spectral hands made of blood began to manifest. As the hands closed in, Hans realized he had only one card left to play. Mark my words, he declared. I am Hans, the one sworn to disobedience. I might be retreating today, but I'm definitely coming back for your head. Talk about a classic villain's dramatic exit. Hans triggered the skill, and in the next heartbeat, he vanished into thin air. The remaining vampires stood there in shock. What just happened? Over roared in fury, demanding to know how he bypassed the barrier. He spun around only to see one of his soldiers collapse. A weapon was buried deep in the subordinate's back. Those are the holy silver arrows of the paladins. Suddenly, another subordinate stationed on the floor above screamed out in terror. Lord Over, we have a massive problem. He pointed frantically toward the entrance. The Paladin Order of the Supreme God has the entire tomb surrounded. The Lord grit his teeth as the realization hit him. That damn Lich, he stayed just to stall them, cunning bastard. No matter where he hides, I'll find him and kill him. Meanwhile, back at safety, the protagonist beamed with relief. Seeing Hans on the floor, he cheered. He's alive. He gave a solid thumbs up, laughing that the recall skill is a total cheat code. But then reality set in. Remembering Hans's edgy parting words, the protagonist turned bright red and buried his face in his hands. He let out a muffled scream and dove onto the bed, hiding under the covers. What kind of cringe villain line was that? I'm literally going to die of embarrassment. Hans detached his skull while the protagonist kept shrieking into his pillow. Why did I say that? Am I losing it? Then he paused, asking if he was actually just proud of his own power. Hans's skull chimed in, noting he'd soloed a pack of high-tier vampires and even rescued a helpless girl. The protagonist smiled, feeling like a genuine hero for a moment. He hopped out of bed, feeling energized. All that work must have farmed some serious karma, right? He opened the karma store to check the system notifications. His jaw dropped. 700,000. The UI showed a staggering balance of 731,002 points. He thought he'd blown it all on upgrades. How did the numbers get this high? Maybe beefing with high-level vampires and dark mages paid out a massive bonus. Alright, time to level up. Let's see if the special skill can be evolved again. He tapped the glowing system window expectantly. The system confirmed that the avatar summoning limit had been boosted. He noted the increased number of active avatars available. There had to be more hidden perks. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have acquired the special skill Persona. He smirked, realizing his hunch was right. A character with the Mind Center skill. This should be interesting, he chuckled. The Persona skill allowed him to use his avatars as vessels for specific emotions. He realized his skill growth was evolving. It was following his original intent, but the complexity was far more profound than he ever intended. The system's design was finally clear. The cold truth had finally clicked. A 2-year shut-in, now hunting monsters with strangers. Talk about a glow-up. He survived by treating life like a game while rotting in his room. But reality was finally calling. Loneliness and sorrow came crashing back in. Years of suppressed rage bubbled up. He whispered, one name Hans. He poured his trauma into the vessel. Dark mana exploded. Refreshing, he exhaled. The pain wasn't gone, just folded away. He turned his mind racing. How did Hans feel? Agony and despair are my only friends, he replied. Hans didn't flinch. Our hero froze in shock. Those were his exact words. But Hans had evolved. Touching his skull, the avatar gained a soul. He possessed a personality now. Wait, he snapped his head toward a noise. Boom, an explosion. Is there another villain terrorizing my city? He barked. The city was falling apart. He shook it off. Let the official heroes handle it. It wasn't his problem, not yet. Then Hans asked a chilling question. Do we need a reason to kill trash? Everything finally felt clear. He was a coward who made excuses to avoid his true duty. Courage was his missing piece. Hans grabbed a mask. The world order is dead. Scum are everywhere now. I will become the only law they fear. He vanished into the night. Below, thugs were whining about the chaos. They stared at the ruins. These idiots are causing way too much heat. Where is the backup? One barked. High above, Hans was already hunting. A villain alliance. Too bad their clock just ran out of time. I need a souvenir. He summoned spectral eyes in his bloody palms. These would be his scouts in the dark. Meanwhile, the sinners played. A thug flicked his cigarette. Hey, I need a damn ashtray. Now. A victim was shoved forward. Here is a human one for you, his buddy laughed. The bully grinned, grabbing the kid's face. The perfect spot for my ash. Please stop, the boy sobbed. A girl shielded a child, screaming in terror. Nowhere to run, a man roared, belt swinging. A window shattered nearby. A thief raided the till, chuckling. All right, time to cash out, he smirked. Hans had seen enough. These weren't people, they were just garbage. Your sentence is eternal trauma, he lunged, crushing the thief's throat. He seized the abuser next. Their nightmare was only just beginning. He crushed the bully's wrist, injecting pure terror, seeds of evil. Remember this fear. When evil sprouts, the darkness will be there. Power surged through his veins. I need more, much more. Eyes swarmed. A citywide cleansing was coming. He sent his scouts flying in every direction. Hours later, Hans stretched. Taking out the trash all night is exhausting work, but satisfying. He examined the eye in his hand. Peak utility. But it had a glaring weakness. One touch of light, and it vanished. He needed a better radar. How do I track the undead? What is the move? Splat. A pigeon hit him. You little winged rats, he barked, fuming. I will kill you all. Then he paused. Flying invisible scouts. Bingo enslavement magic, the ultimate dark mage trick for animal spies. He summoned the birds. Why isn't this working? He eyed a caged cat. He envisioned a curse that appeared harmless but spread like a lethal wildfire. But lowering the mana for a stealthier look meant sacrificing its infectious potency. Pumping shadows into the cage, he finally understood the developer's nightmare of endless debugging. Testing the viral enslavement hex final revision version 3. Did it take? Suddenly, the cage disintegrated as a warped feline lunged out with a piercing shriek. Hans turned away. 3 weeks of grueling research and still nothing to show for it. The final subject. Everything rides on this. He lunged for the dove, damn it. It needed a second of true death. Calibrating his mana, he unleashed a wave of abyss. Viral enslavement hex. Viral enslavement hex. Definitely the final revision, version 3. With a heavy sigh, he let go. The dove bolted, vanishing into the horizon. Wait, what? He blinked. They looked ordinary now to see if the plague actually spreads. The bird landed among its flock, and suddenly a dozen pairs of eyes ignited crimson. Total success. Every infected creature was now his remote sensor. All right, move out. Find my enemies. Miles away, Laddie knelt as divine visions flooded his mind. Hans reminded himself of his path, an oath of defiance. He was death incarnate. Sir Tuscan arrived with a report. After a brutal interrogation, the survivors were contained. It appeared the vampires weren't exactly allies with the Undying King's bloodline. We need hard evidence. While we waste time, the Undying King is regaining his throne. Suddenly his crucifix began to vibrate wildly. He grabbed the relic, shouting, "Yes." Your Eminence high-ranking officials scrambled toward the glowing statue of the goddess. The stone pulsated with radiant light. "We found him, Archbishop Laddie," they whispered. The Undying King's presence was live hiding in a cavern deep within the northwest peaks. Lottie vowed to meet their expectations. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, Hans remained oblivious. Resting on the dirt, Hans waited for his familiars to ping any monster encounters. He just needed to verify the data stream, when a strange sensation hit him. His scouts were acting haywire. Were they fleeing? If it were monsters, they'd report it. They should have signaled by now. Wait. Unless it is humans. Humans in this wasteland, an ambush impossible. How could a massive army stay hidden? They'd masked their auras perfectly. An arrow skewered his dove as a paladin appeared. Face your oath of defiance. Your pathetic tricks are useless against the saint's mark. No escape. Tuscan leveled his heavy blade. Surrender and face the heaven's justice. Hans stared at the cross. Holy Knights. That emblem. He remembered his training. It was a flashback to Brokeslack. Holy Mana, the ultimate hard counter to his darkness. How did the church track me? Before he finished, Tuscan's blade forced him down. Silence. You have no right to speak. Your silver tongue won't save you here. Total zealot. Hans realized he'd have to fake an opening and make a run. He lunged with shadow energy, but Tuscan dodged effortlessly. You can't trick a saint. Pathetic. Charging his blade with light, the paladin drove steel straight through Hans. Is punishing villains a crime now? The lich hissed. Shut your mouth, Tuscan roared. Wielding that forbidden filth makes you a monster. Tuscan swung a fist as Hans braced. Where is the logic? Hans tried to counter, but his mana had completely vanished. Wait, what? Something was suppressing his core. His magic was stone dead. Tuscan's fist connected, sending Hans flying as knights swarmed the high ground. The target is out. Start the ritual. Their holy hymn began making Hans's skull throb. The chant was draining his soul. He could end them, but he wouldn't kill innocents. Sinners, Tuscan roared, burying his holy blade deep into Hans's spine. This is our opening, he barked. Amidst the chaos, Hans heard a faint whisper. Stay calm, Hans, he hissed internally. Damn it all. As the minister's chants reached a fever pitch, glowing spectral chains snared the lich. I let my guard down, he cursed his own arrogance. Dangling helplessly in midair, panic flared. He was completely paralyzed, his mana pool locked tight by the holy binding. There was no breaking these shackles. He looked up, meeting Tuscan's cold, triumphant gaze. Checkmate, Tuscan sneered. Justice is absolute. No monster has ever slipped through my fingers. The struggle is over, Tuscan declared. But instead of begging, Hans just started, laughing. Tuscan stared, baffled by the lich's sudden amusement. Realizing words were useless, Hans ignited his core. Sorry, pal, he grinned. This is where I get off. Catch me if you can, you church puppet. In a flash, Tuscan's palm surged with blinding holy light. I don't care what you're plotting, Tuscan growled. Did you really think I'd just let you walk away? He launched a searing bolt of energy. Hans didn't even flinch. Holy chains or not, he thought, I'm already gone. Space warped and Hans vanished, leaving the arrow to strike empty air. He escaped, Tuscan gasped. That's impossible. Just what kind of monster is he? Tuscan wondered. Miles away, our hero stirred in his bed, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. This is getting out of hand, he muttered. His list of enemies was growing way too fast. Was he really a walking disaster magnet? First the Shadow faction, then the Oath, the Varkalax, and now the heavy hitters, the Paladin Order themselves. Hold on, he realized, bolting upright. Karma Shop. A blue holographic screen flickered to life in front of him. Was there a method to this madness? Was all this karma piling up just because he was a magnet for every villain in the world? He squeezed his fist shut. Questions for later, he thought. Stick to the script. Elsewhere, Hans was crouched in a dark alleyway. He watched a group of strays circling a bowl of food. Finally, it was time to harvest the results of his dark experiments. One of the cats, tainted by his corruption, stepped forward as wisps of black smoke drifted from its fur. The logic is flawless, Hans mused. The infection spreads through the host. My surveillance network will be absolute. Monitoring all of Seoul would be child's play. Suddenly, he snapped his head to the side. A signal was pinging from his network. Are they here already? He wondered. Right then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from a barred window nearby. Please have mercy, a girl sobbed, cowering in a corner as she held her hands up in a desperate, shaking plea. She begged to do anything just for her freedom. Then, through the bars, she spotted a lone figure walking by in the distance. Scrambling to the bars, she shrieked at the top of her lungs. Help you with the glasses. Please save me. I've been taken. Don't leave, she cried, but her plea was cut short as her captor violently seized her hair. Yanking her back into the shadows, he sneered. It's no use. He pressed a cold blade against her throat with a twisted chuckle. Scream all you want, sweetheart, he whispered. No one's coming. In here, we're invisible to the world. His sick power ensured her agony stayed private. He jerked her head back again, shouting, Come on, give me more. Louder. Your voice is music to my ears. He licked his lips, brandishing the knife like a maniac as he roared with excitement. You're definitely going in my top 3, he boasted. Suddenly, boom, the ceiling disintegrated into a hail of debris. Hans drifted down through the dust. What the killer yelped. Soundproofing and stealth, the Lich noted coldly. Cute tricks, but they don't work on me. Your killing spree ends now. The man tightened his grip on the girl. Who the hell are you? A guardian. How did you find me? He panicked. Back off or I'll open her throat right now. Dark mist swirled around Hans's fingers. Is that so? He hummed. Suddenly the girl was yanked right out of the killer's reach. You little rat, the killer screamed, enraged. Stealing my prize, I'll gut both of you. He lunged with the blade, but shadowy tendrils slammed his hand into place. Judging by that mouth, Hans said, You've done this before. Hans pressed a finger to the man's temple, activating a dark spell, the wail of the departed. The echoes of past victims filled his mind pure terror. He'd seen enough. This monster was beyond saving. Driving his finger deep into the man's skull, Hans's voice turned icy. Execution starts now. The killer's scream was silenced by surging dark mana. Death, Hans whispered, is actually far too kind for you. Still, a necromancer always needs fresh thralls. Why let a perfectly good body go to waste? He began the ritual, draining every drop of life from the corpse. Time for a little body modification. A bit sooner than planned, but behold, aghast, the monstrosity hissed, flicking its unnaturally long tongue. With a snap of skeletal fingers, the Lich tore open a void. Step inside, he commanded. You'll be a useful pawn. He glanced at the girl trembling on the floor. Should I dispose of the trash before we leave? He asked coldly. Soon the crime scene crawled with police. Park Hansel, the ace of the Special Bureau, descended into the grim basement. His partner held up a camera, face pale. Leader, the footage is locked. You won't believe who this victim is. It was the legendary serial killer, the ghost they could never catch. Finally dead, but the mystery was just beginning. A returnee did this, Hansel muttered, scanning the room. The body was gone, vanished into thin air without a trace. The air was thick with residual dark mana. Only a few bloodstains remained to tell the tale of the slaughter. A monster killed a monster. What a nightmare, the leader sighed, pointing to a jagged mark etched into the wall. Playing the hero, that's the most dangerous vibe of all. This vigilante was a wild card the city wasn't ready for. Who is this masked executioner? Hansel growled. High above, Hans watched the chaos, a stray cat nestled in his arms. Later at the Soul Returnee Association, the vibe was pure chaos. Manager, we've got a massive problem, a subordinate yelled. She burst into the office, apologizing for the intrusion. Ji-un needed to wake up, and she needed to now. Ji-un, get it together, she urged, shaking her hand. The Bureau is practically begging us for a joint investigation. Ji-un scanned the files, her eyes narrowing. The jewelry heist and this massacre. Are they actually linked, she wondered. A dark magician in a trench coat and mask, a literal phantom. She leaned back, feeling the weight of the crisis. Security is collapsing, and we're short on manpower, she sighed. I almost considered handing this to that guy. Her subordinate's jaw dropped. That psycho killer. You're kidding, he's the last person we should trust with this. Ji-un snapped back. He's got the skills. If we tame him, he'll be the most loyal dog in our arsenal. Imagine him as our guardian, she mused, stretching back. Her subordinate just groaned. Stop talking nonsense and start working. Ji-un exploded, scattering documents like confetti. I just want to tear these damn villains into bloody pieces, she screamed. Meanwhile, the MC flexed his power by the window. There's a twisted pleasure in this much destruction, he whispered. If they weren't killers, he'd just curse them. But for these scumbags, only absolute annihilation would suffice for justice. The villain syndicates were out of control. With things settled here, it was time to move his pieces across the world. In the slums, an uncle wept while hugging Diane and Aaron. You've been through hell. I'm so sorry, kids. We're okay, Uncle Diane whispered. Watching them, Haynes felt a rare sense of relief. At least the man wasn't sus. If he'd acted shady, Haynes would have used force. Instead, the man bowed low, his face soaked with tears of gratitude. Don't mention it, he replied coolly. I just did what was necessary. But Diane wasn't finished with him yet. She lunged forward, hugging him tight with a sob. Thank you so much, mister. The cold protagonist actually softened. Stay healthy, okay, he said, patting her head. I'll be back to check on you. This isn't a final goodbye. Diane looked up, her eyes, searching his. Mister, you're changing. I can feel it. It's almost like you're becoming someone else. Her words hit home. Was his dark ego taking over? He craved recognition, a hunger for power that was hard to ignore. His mind was a web of lies and intrigue, yet he remained strangely stable. He was evolving into something legendary. Next stop, the Kingdom of Talaria, a holy pilgrimage for a man who walked the path of shadows. Talaria held the world's largest temple, the heart of the goddess's church, the perfect place to hide his next move. In a secluded spot, he gathered his energy. No eyes on me. Good. Time to reveal my fourth trump card. Summon Avatar Heinrich. A new figure emerged as the system confirmed high regeneration, absolute calm. The hunt begins. Gazing up, she whispered. Mr. A wave of anxiety hit her, sensing he was becoming a completely different person. Still, she clung to the belief that he was truly good. Suddenly, Haynes pointed to his own chest. He asked if she felt he'd changed, wondering if his inner darkness was leaking out. He just wanted to be seen. Basically, he was chasing clout. While Heinz lived for mind games and deception, his core remained eerily composed and steady. With his spirit balanced, she asked about his next destination. He revealed he was heading out on a holy pilgrimage. Before long, they stood before the gates of Talaria's capital. This was his one and only goal in this land. As the goddess's sanctuary, it boasted the planet's largest temple. Stopping dead in his tracks, he glanced up and muttered, "All right. In this place the shadows will hide me." Gathering his massive energy, he shouted, "Awaken my fourth avatar." Summon Heinrich as Haynes manifested the system pinged. Mental traits, persona, super regeneration, and absolute calm. Passive skill, warrior spirit. Now, every brutal training session pumps his stats and XP to the moon. Heinrich tosses him a heavy sack. Wandering the holy city as a vampire is a literal death sentence. Time to step into the light. Suddenly a monk yells, "Next," and Heinrich nearly jumps out of his skin. Gold coins spill across the desk, glittering. The registrar stares at Heinrich in total shock. "Wait, what? Is this enough?" Heinrich asks coolly. He clutches his chest, acting like the most humble soul alive. He vows to serve the goddess, hiding a dark secret. His past avatars were all vile undead monsters. Once a dark mage and a blood-drinking vampire, he was a child of the abyss. But now, he's becoming a legendary paladin of light. Marco slams the counter, hyped up by the kid's resolve. Incredible, what a righteous soul. As the head instructor, Marco is ready to build a new legend. But a colleague hesitates. "Sir Marco, we can't just admit a total stranger because of some gold." Marco laughs it off. "Relax. Under the pressure of training, villains always show their true ugly colors. Think you have the guts to show us your real self?" Recruit Heinrich just grins. "Absolutely." Soon Heinrich is drenched in sweat and gasping. Suddenly, a massive iron ball comes hurtling at him. "Are you insane? This is torture." He catches the heavy iron, his muscles screaming under the weight. 1 month of this hellish routine has passed. He's starting to regret every single life choice. He thought paladins were noble and elegant. Instead, he's trapped in a gym full of muscle-obsessed weirdos. The air is thick with grunts and screams of, "One more rep, brother. It's a holy CrossFit cult." Number 12, focus, an instructor bellows. "Don't you dare stop praying while you're lifting that iron. Concentrate, recite the holy words." Heinrich heaves the ball up, shouting, "For the goddess. Purify your weak flesh." He hoists the sphere high, his lungs burning as the instructor beams with pride. "That's it, keep going." Heinrich realizes that chanting under stress actually supercharges his divine monoflow. His power is spiking. Then he spots a recruit getting absolutely thrashed from behind with a club. "Yes, my back feels amazing today. Hit me harder. These guys aren't just holy, they're completely unhinged." "For the goddess," they roar. Heinrich just stares in disbelief. Is all this really necessary? This training is getting way too weird. An officer nudges Marco. "That kid, he's something else, right?" Marco crosses his massive arms with a smirk. Even before his baptism, he's moving legendary weight. His physique is turning into pure steel. Everyone's dying to see the power his baptism will unlock. Heinrich cringes as the giant men drool over his gains. This is getting extremely uncomfortable. He just wants to lay low, but in this temple of muscles there is nowhere to hide. He shoves a spiked boulder aside, his body steaming. 3 months of non-stop grinding have changed him. Without his warrior spirit and broken regeneration, he would be a pile of broken bones by now. He wipes the grime away. His stamina is god tier, but he has got a much bigger problem. Suddenly, Marco's heavy hand lands on his shoulder. "Hey Heinrich, since leg day is over, let's hit chest." Heinrich's soul leaves his body. Marco flexes his massive pecs, and then changes his mind. "Actually, it is a gorgeous day for a back session. Let's go." Heinrich did not even get to say no. Total muscle freaks. He collapses onto a bench, feeling like his sanity is finally snapping. He grips his head in despair. Not a single day goes by without them forcing him to lift. It is an endless cycle of pumping iron. Max Veron sits down, offering a small bit of bread. Max chuckles, taking a bite. "Tough luck, man. It is because the elders have massive expectations for you. He is the new golden boy." Suddenly, the crowd erupts. They are back. The expedition has returned. The gates fly open as the elite paladins march in, led by Archbishop Laddie and Sir Tuscan. Max looks stunned. The Grand Crusade is back already. They were not supposed to return this soon. Heinrich freezes. He recognizes that face, the same paladin who tried to execute poor Hans. They have been out there hunting this whole time. Could they still be on Hans's trail? The high priest steps forward, his eyes cold. Listen up, recruits. Your real test begins now. Today you've been summoned to crown the elite through the sacred baptism ceremony. Unrolling an ancient scroll, he announced, we're moving ahead of schedule. Emergency shifts force this change. Your immediate cooperation is mandatory. New blood stepped forward when called. Max's gaze instantly locked onto Heinrich. Why break the 6-month tradition now? Something felt dangerously off. He realized the truth. The Paladin Order was desperate for reinforcements. To hunt the immortal king's heir, they needed power, and they needed it now. This was the perfect shortcut. Was it time to test his new limits? Mastering persona skills and his mind's center, he waited. New recruit Max forward. Max knelt as the priest demanded a lifetime of absolute divine devotion. Will you serve as a paladin? Max didn't blink. I will, High Priest. Baptism douses your mana entirely, sealing away every trace of mortal magic. In exchange, the heavens grant overwhelming pure, sacred energy to the chosen. The power's scale was simple. It directly mirrored the depth of one's faith. Only pure, unadulterated belief free from doubt could unlock the true potential. Only the most faithful become legends. Next up, recruit Heinrich. Heinrich stepped out, masking his true intentions behind a stoic, determined face. He centered his focus, erecting a mental barrier. He was going beyond. Until now, his mind center was merely a shield to suppress raw emotions. Kneeling, he had a breakthrough. He could flip the script on this skill. Using his persona skill, he'd fabricate the image of a perfect devout believer. As the high priest drew his mana, he'd use his mind to filter it. He would purge every drop of skepticism, leaving only crystal clear, pious energy. Zero doubt meant maxing out the divine buff to its absolute peak potential. He funneled every ounce of his avatar's spiritual power directly into Heinrich. Suddenly, blinding radiance erupted, forcing the priest to recoil in total shock. The sheer volume of sacred power was insane. A massive pillar of light exploded. It surged from Heinrich's body, piercing the heavens as the crowd gasped. No one could believe their eyes. The energy reached the statue's very head. The priest trembled, placing a hand on his shoulder. Lord Heinrich. He crossed himself in awe. This kid was already on a legendary level. His rank was practically priestly. Such profound faith was simply unheard of. Train hard, the priest urged. Heinrich just gave a polite, chilling smile. System alert. You have successfully acquired the skill, Holy Baptism. Holy Baptism allows for flawless distribution of spiritual power across all avatars. He stared at his shimmering hand. Was this really his true power ceiling? What a relief. He doubted a fake faith built on lies would actually work. Yet it felt like the skill hadn't even reached its full potential. The church's deity felt less like a god and more like the system. Opening his mind felt clinical, more like a cold curiosity than human emotion. He locked eyes with the statue. So, you're watching me, aren't you? Such power required responsibility. Meanwhile, Letty fumed over the useless maps. A month of searching and still no sign of the immortal king's heir. Tuscan leaned in grimly. Support from Talia has completely dried up. Vampires were pulling strings, political heat was rising, and the squad was finished. As Tuscan left, he saw Heinrich dominate Max in a duel, triggering a massive system enlightenment. A legendary crusader art. Instantly, Heinrich's brutal gashes began to knit shut. High-speed healing plus holy energy. Quite the combo. He reached out toward Max. Grabbing his hand, Max whispered, "Did you take that hit on purpose?" Heinrich just smirked. Totally worth it. Classic Heinkel tactics. But this wasn't enough. To truly level up, he needed a total evolution. Tuscan spoke up. Your holy output is insane. You're already at an instructor's level. High-tier paladin vibes for sure. Yet he still lacks the raw experience to officially join the ranks. Heinrich's eyes went wide. Wait. Paladin Tuscan. The warrior stepped closer with a heavy gaze. Tuscan saw potential the others missed. I'll make you a god-tier warrior. He reached out. Will you follow me to the Rasilia? Temple Heinrich froze. The great Rasilia me. Problem? Tuscan asked, hands still extended. Heinrich quickly shook his head. None at all. He was down for the mission, but Tuscan was already moving. Keep up, kid. No time to waste. They rushed toward the teleportation circle, Heinrich scrambling to stay close. Can I grab my gear first? Heinrich panted. Tuscan waved it off. Let someone else handle it. Mid-circle Tuscan gripped his shoulder. I know this is sudden, kid. Just trust the process. I'll explain everything once we arrive. Heinrich nodded. Moments later, the massive temple loomed ahead. Heinrich's jaw dropped. The legendary Temple of Rosalia, the absolute pinnacle of the church's power. Built at the continent's dead center, they knelt before the divine statue. This is it. The Pope's seat, the goddess's home, the church's beating heart. Suddenly, Riastar appeared with a smile. Welcome home, Tuscan. And welcome, Heinrich. You must be exhausted from the journey. Tuscan gave a respectful nod. Heinrich couldn't believe it. He was actually inside the great temple. The goddess's domain. The ultimate training ground for massive gains. Heinrich smirked to himself. He'd finally become a true paladin. Heinrich's evolution started today. High above a construction site, Hans plotted his next shadow move. Then he checked the news. Headlines screamed, "Hahu Mask wipes out trafficking ring." They were calling him the modern Dark Knight. "Guess I'm a celebrity now," he mused. The trafficker's entire operation was officially toast, but something on his phone felt off. Divine Retribution Society. What kind of cult was this? The villains kept barking that name. He remembered their threats. "Kill this idiot before he ruins everything. If I mess up, the society will end me," he recalled. They weren't the forgiving type. The web ran deep through multiple syndicates. Hans stretched his stiff joints. Challenge accepted. Time to keep dismantling them and collect the loot. Haynes strolled down the street, mask adjusted. If Hahu Mask suddenly dumped high-value gear onto the market, he'd be the prime suspect. Those black market sources were too hot. He needed a low-key spot for a discreet deal. He entered a shop. "Welcome." Haynes slammed a heavy bag down. "I've got goods to move." The clerk didn't even look up. "This looked like a pawn shop. Take your junk elsewhere." "Beat it," Haynes smirked, dumping a pile of rare coins on the desk. "Really now? Heard you guys were into high-stakes loot." The clerk grabbed a coin, recognizing the syndicate symbol. The trading syndicate. Rumor had it some masked psycho had absolutely demolished their entire operation. "Interested yet?" Haynes asked. The clerk's eyes gleamed. "The back door. Don't even think about leaving." Haynes slipped inside. A new worker greeted him. "Welcome. So you're looking to liquidate some assets?" Haynes nodded, sliding the bag across. "Can I get paid in something?" "A bit less traceable. Something besides cash." The worker examined the coin. "You, looking for physical assets or something else?" "What's the play?" Haynes raised one finger. "A grand prize lottery ticket. Make it happen. Fast as possible." Pure cash was a liability. He couldn't spend it without flagging the authorities. He needed clean money for Song Yun. A winning ticket meant untraceable legal wealth. The worker paused. "A jackpot ticket. That fee's gonna be massive." Haynes didn't blink. "Fine. What's the buyout?" Haynes snagged the tickets for 6.11, with a 4-month window flashing a satisfied smirk. "Perfect," he muttered. When he suggested prepping 2 more, the worker's jaw hit the floor. With the cash he dropped, that was practically impossible. Haynes told him to chill. He had loot for days. A split second later, the atmosphere shifted. He thrust his hand into a newly formed rift, slamming down legendary items. "Is this enough for you?" he challenged. The guy grabbed his wrist, eyes bugging out at the storage bracelet. Who was this freak? These materials were straight up mythical. Where'd you even score? Haynes's brow furrowed. He wasn't there for a therapy session or to trade gossip. They needed to finalize this deal as soon as possible. The worker finally let go, his hands trembling slightly. Mumbling an apology, the man picked up the pace. Meanwhile, Haynes caught a lingering metallic scent of blood in the air, so his senses weren't tripping. Haynes clamped a firm hand on the guy's shoulder and gave a sharp nod. Good. This wasn't just a one-off deal. They'd be seeing a lot more of each other. Moments later, he stepped out. Clutching those lottery tickets, a smug grin spread across his face. Just imagining his dreams coming true was a total rush. What should he splurge on first? Honestly, he really needed some high-tier lackeys to handle this grunt work. Running errands back and forth was becoming a massive drag. Still, he figured he'd vibe with the cool night air. He scanned the bustling crowd, remembering how these streets were ghost towns just months ago due to human trafficking. Now the city was pulsing with life again. Knowing he played a part in restoring this peace felt pretty damn good. Suddenly, Gamma's voice hissed right in his ear, asking his origin. Haynes recoiled instantly, eyes narrowing at the intruder. Who the hell was this guy? How did he sneak up so silently? Gamma just raised his hands, telling him to chill. He just wanted to vibe and chat, requesting it with a weirdly offended tone. What was this dude's deal? This absolute weirdo actually leaned in and sniffed him. Then came the bombshell. "You're a vampire, aren't you?" "Bingo. Level 6, straight from the mirror dimension." Gamma demanded his name and exactly when he'd returned to Earth. A dimension-hopping vampire, Haynes's mind raced. He needed to feed this guy some BS and get out of there. As energy rippled through the air, he revealed his name was Haynes, claiming he'd been off-world for a long time. He grit, his teeth stunned. Why did he blurt that out so easily? It had to be some high-level mind control. Gamma just waved it off. Clearly, a fresh returnee like him deserved a proper introduction to the local power players. He slid over a sleek business card. "I'm Gamma," he stated coolly, representing the Blood Clan. It's the shadow government for every vampire on Earth tasked with rounding up all the newcomers like him. Haynes eyed the card skeptical. Such an organization actually existed. Gamma just sighed, spreading his arms wide. "Look, if you want to survive, we've got to stick together," Gamma insisted. "There's really no other choice." Then Haynes threw a curveball, asking what that level talk from earlier was all about. Gamma's eyes lit up. Finally, some interest. Instead of talking on a street corner, let's visit the headquarters. He jiggled his car keys toward a high-end ride nearby with the door open. Haynes figured, why not? As they moved out, Jin Soran watched from the shadows, pressing a finger to her tactical earpiece. Command, the target is on the move, she whispered into the comms. I'm staying on his tail. They pulled up to a massive facility, and Gamma ushered him inside. Hines followed as the heavy doors swung open. What is this place? Every vampire has a unique core element, Gamma explained, which dictates their total power level. They measure and classify every returnee here. That glowing magic circle on the floor, that was their power gauge. Gamma motioned him toward the center. Several vampires were already stationed at the star's points, ready for the ritual. A magic circle. Hines felt his gut tighten. This felt sus. If things went south, he'd just cancel the summon. Don't just stand there, Gamma urged. Step inside. Hines hesitated, mentally prepping for a potential ambush. Suddenly, his senses screamed. Wait, Skull. He could feel the unmistakable oily residue of dark magic everywhere. It was a chaotic cocktail of alchemy curses and sorcery. How was such a complex mixture even possible? It had been 20 years since returnees appeared, yet magical tech was still rare because every dimension had different rules. Fusing these different dimensional powers into one unit was a feat of pure genius. This organization was seriously impressive. The Blood Clan was way more dangerous than he'd imagined. Just then, a vampire stepped forward with a cold gaze. Give me your hand, he commanded. This might sting. Before Hines could react, a blade sliced into his palm. Haynes gasped as crimson droplets sprayed from the jagged gash on his palm. 5. Blood orbs. A level 5. I see, the vampire mused, his eyes narrowing. He noted the tight orb connections. This guy's healing factor was definitely top tier. Etheric purebloods usually hit level 5 or 6. Gamma crossed his arms, acting all anxious. He'd acted humble, a rare trait, but at just level 5 he wasn't worth the stress. No need for dismemberment at level 5. Begin, Gamma ordered. Yes, sir, the lackeys barked. As spells ignited the air, Haynes panicked. This wasn't a test. They had a darker agenda. This ritual was way too intricate for a simple power check. He had to summon Hans. Now, suddenly the door exploded inward. Soran stormed in, screaming, Freeze, right there, Gamma. A level 6 blood pack officer. She was here to bust him for the murders. He looked up, unfazed. Miss Soran, isn't it rude to crash a party? Meanwhile, Haynes, kneeling, he felt a spark of recognition. Who was she? She reached out, detailing her intel. Rumors of vampire abductions seemed fake at first, but the grisly reality was right here. Release him and surrender, Gamma just smirked. Classic talk from a brainwashed, naive slave. The blood pack never questions their chains, he mocked, spreading his arms wide in defiance. We're superior to humans. Why crawl in the shadows and follow some pathetic restrictive pact? Total nonsense, she screamed. It's warmongers like you who force us into the underground. Gamma grinned coldly. Is that the official lie? I wonder if your partner agrees. Wait, what? Before she could react, her partner was slammed by a brutal elbow strike. Minion, stop. Why are you doing this? She shrieked, reeling from the sudden icy betrayal. He bared his claws, looking down at her with pure disdain. The reason? It was simple. Back home, he was a legendary lord. Here, he's just a basement-dwelling club bouncer. Get it now, mistress. Not all of us are comfortable like you. Gamma leaned in, looming close. What's your endgame? Creating some low-tier vampire army for a pathetic little rebellion, she spat. A rebellion with lesser vamps. Please. How many centuries do you think that would take? This world is a dead end. No karma points means no way to level up. Energy swirled in his palm. But we found a shortcut, a foolproof way to gain massive power. Her unconscious partner began to levitate. Soran stared in horror. What have you done? Did you break the ultimate taboo? She whispered. He grabbed her. Where are the missing vampires? Don't tell me you're making mad vampires again. Have you forgotten the cost? She screamed. Why we're hunted. Haynes's jaw tightened. Mad vampires. She means the forbidden cannibals. This isn't human cannibalism. It's what happens when a vampire consumes one from another dimension. Their blood factors fuse, granting insane power, but the price is your very soul. It shatters the mind. Fail the transition, and you're just a thirst-crazed monster forever. These mad vampires became global threats instantly, but Gamma told them to just relax. We've perfected it. No more bloodlust side effects. He slammed his palm onto his captive. Energy erupted. You'll be the perfect test subjects for my masterpiece, he roared. A magic circle. Haynes realized this wasn't just for isolating blood factors. It was refining vampires into a side effect-free pill. Minion reached out, demanding his reward. I risked everything for you, naturally, Gamma replied, tossing a dark pill into his palm. Our deal is sealed. Minion swallowed it whole. His eyes flared as his body began to warp. A wicked grin spread as he doubled in size. Incredible. The power. It's actually real. He snatched Soran by the throat. More. You promised me more. Don't you dare hold back. Downboy Gamma commanded, halting him. I get the hype, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Patience. Our first guest is still waiting after all. He walked towards Soran wearing a devilish grin. He told her to stay put. As she begged him to stop, Haynes gave her a cold, empty stare. 2 purebloods and 4 half-breeds. Cannibalizing them was the ultimate shortcut to god-tier power. He couldn't wait to evolve. After consuming every last one, he ripped a portal open. Minhyun staggered back, shouting in absolute shock. What the hell is this? Haynes stepped out of the rift, mocking them for their pathetic attempt at hiding. Safety. A total myth. Nobody leaves this place without his say-so. Suddenly, a pack of undead surged from the portal. What are those things? Minhyun shrieked. Gamma glared at him, barking in order to stay calm and focused. They had to hold the line. If the formation broke, they were dead. Minhyun gritted his teeth and charged the ghouls. He targeted Haynes, screaming for his head, but he realized Haynes' physical form was shifting into something monstrous. Do vampires look different in every dimension? He didn't care, slamming his heavy staff into the cracked earth. Jagged bolts of energy blasted through Minhyun's chest. Haynes smirked, admitting he wanted to capture them with 0 damage. Efficiency was key. Haynes leaped into the air, laughing at the idea that they actually had a chance. He gripped Minhyun's shoulders tight. Is this the downside of natural growth? Well, it's no big deal. He sank his fangs deep into Minhyun's neck. This was just the appetizer. Emma watched her heart hammering in fear. Is this freak insane? Is he actually eating his own kind? Minhyun's mind spiraled as his life began to fade. How could he be this cold-blooded, to betray them all so easily? Minhyun refused to die, but Haynes just chuckled. Madness is much more fun, Haynes whispered. He spat out broken teeth as the foreign vampire genes began to mutate. A system alert flashed, special ability unlocked hybrid evolution. The ultimate cheat code was finally active. Every time he absorbs a new bloodline, his physical stats explode. He literally steals the power of his prey. He grinned at the screen. With this kind of broken strength, a blood-fueled frenzy would make him a god. Bone spikes erupted from his skin. He looked at Gamma, stating he needed a loyal crew to follow his lead. What about the blood pack? Anyone who dares to stand against me just becomes the next course on the menu. Or a puppet in my undead legion. He drained the next vampire dry as the system windows pinged again. A new trait acquired. Thanks to hybrid evolution, he had just unlocked a high-level passive skill, Insight. Insight allowed him to scan an opponent's health and raw stats. Haynes licked his lips, his hunger intensifying. Insight is just a basic tool, he mused. Real vampires possessed a heritage, a hidden supernatural power worth stealing. A power rooted in their bloodline. With hybrid evolution, he could strip them of everything they ever were. Meanwhile, Gamma was pinned to a blood-soaked cross, gasping in total disbelief. What the hell are you? Who feasts on their own kind and stays sane? Haynes walked over mockingly, lifting Gamma's chin with his fingers. Curious, aren't you? He demanded to know the secret to stopping the mental decay caused by the blood. The voices he heard while feeding were getting too loud. Gamma screamed, calling him a total lunatic. In a heartbeat, Haynes attacked. The system confirmed the evolution was already integrating Gamma's unique essence. He unlocked camouflage, a skill that erased his very presence. A stealth skill. Now things are getting interesting. This would be incredibly useful. He placed a hand on Gamma's head, deciding to rip the memories from his brain. Visions flooded his mind. Secret research labs, high-tech gear, and the shadowy Divine Retribution Society. Mr. Beta. I promise. Haynes frowned. Was this Beta the puppet master pulling all the strings? The Divine Influence Society was mentioned again. This entire ritual was their handiwork. What was their real endgame? Why help the blood cargo? Later, Sauron finally woke up, finding Haynes coolly sitting behind the steering wheel. Back with us, Sleeping Beauty, he asked. She immediately lunged for his throat, screaming like a madwoman. You traitor! You sold us out! She shrieked. Haynes yelled back, telling her to look at the situation clearly. They tried to take me too. Seeing his fake wounds, she let go, her face flooding with instant guilt. Please tell me what happened, she begged. He lied, saying the masked vigilante helped them escape the slaughter. Vigilantes stormed the place, he explained. She looked at him with soft eyes, moved by his fake heroism. He'd gone through hell to save her. I'm Sauron, she whispered. Haynes stared at her, feeling a strange déjà vu. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd seen her before. So why were your people fighting each other, he asked. They were all part of the blood cargo, yet they were in a civil war. She stared out the window, sighing. A brutal rift split the blood pack between the radical faction and the moderates. Hard proof surfaced, the radicals snatched a teammate. Driven by fury, she mobilized her crew immediately. That was a death-defying escape, but survival was sweet. Plus, they finally unmasked those fools' schemes. Reporting to HQ was priority 1 to crush this. Yet Haynes wondered, was she really that naive? Clearly the radical high command pulled the strings. Then she pivoted, who exactly was his main contact? The Savior, he smirked at the title. Whatever floats your boat, he shrugged, nonchalantly. Can I call you Appa? She teased. Having just returned to Earth, he remained a total lone wolf. Curiosity about the blood pack drew him to Gamma. Sensing his interest, she invited him to join. It is the vampire norm. Moderates keep things clean with a consistent ethical supply of blood packs. Solid deals with blood banks keep them fed. Can I check it out, he asked. She nodded. She promised the grand tour. Soon they reached a house where Naki sprinted out screaming Saran's name. A crushing hug followed. I heard the chaos, he whispered. Are you actually all right? Embracing the girl, she checked in on little Naki before introducing Haynes as their new guest. Meet Mr. Haynes, our newest blood pack member, she announced. The girl gave a shy greeting. Ruffling her hair, Soran smiled. Stay in place, sweetie. I am taking Mr. Haynes to his quarters. Hurry back, Naki called. As they ascended the stairs, Haynes gestured back. What is with that kid? She looks tiny. Is it an illusion? Soran glanced back. Actually, Naki is not a returnee like us. Stunned, he asked, aren't all vampires returnees? She gazed at a family portrait, shaking her head. Naki is an Earthborn native, with a foreign father. He is the one who turned her. It was a desperate move to cure her terminal illness. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked for Haynes. The state demanded total control over vampires. To them, we are basically just walking sentient infectious diseases. Turning someone manually is rare, she explained. It takes massive effort compared to the standard awakening process. Her father sacrificed everything so she could walk under the sun. At the door, she announced, we're here. Call me if you need anything, she smiled warmly. It is late. Get some rest, okay? She gave a playful wave and vanished. Haynes froze, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck. That signature voice and sign-off. Wait, he blurted out, pointing. Are you actually Streamer Orchid? She shrieked, face turning beet red. Clutching her burning cheeks, she looked absolutely mortified. My stream outro is just stuck on loop, she stammered. You are not a sub, right? He gave a nervous grin. Nah, the algorithm just pushed your clips onto my feed a few times. Oh, thank God, she sighed. I was an idle trainee before quitting. It was pretty rough. So she turned to streaming. A trainee? How old are you? 22, and she awakened at 18. What about you, Appa? When did you awaken? Haynes shifted his gaze, looking incredibly uncomfortable. He slammed the door, shouting later, through the wood. Soren stood there, blinking in total shock. Did I mess up? She wondered. Inside, Haynes sighed. He had totally assumed she was the younger one. He had been using informal speech this whole time, yet she was actually his senior. Talk about awkward. She definitely felt familiar. If she is a famous streamer, a quick search should confirm his suspicions. He pulled up her profile. A recent announcement read, Hey fam, got some major news for you. She was taking a week-long hiatus for work stuff, promising to grind hard and return as soon as possible. She vowed to wrap things up fast. See you all in 1 week, her post concluded cheerfully. Did she hit that crime scene right after posting? Without his intervention, that would have been her end. A near miss for sure, but at sunrise, a piercing scream shattered the peace. What do you mean nothing? Haynes bolted upright, clutching his throbbing head. Who was making this much noise at the crack of dawn? Heading downstairs, he heard Saran's fury. No evidence left. How could an entire scene be scrubbed clean? What is the emergency? Haynes asked. Soran spun around momentarily, pausing to ask if he had even slept. My team swept the crime scene yesterday, she explained, her voice trembling with frustration. Everything was reduced to ash, leaving zero evidence behind. The radicals had slipped through their fingers once again. Haynes frowned, realizing they went overkill, erasing Hans's trail. He pivoted, voicing a grim but necessary question. He demanded the location of the radical base. Terrified, Sora gripped his arm and begged him to stay silent. He wasn't exactly vibing with the blood bags. Awkwardly smirking, he told her to chill. Those guys were just dangerous clowns. Better to know their turf so we can dodge them right. Sora paused, realizing his logic actually hit home. She flashed a smile at her phone, telling him to hold on. Meanwhile, Heinz's mind began to race. He was currently towing the line of pure blood territory, roughly level 6 or 7 by earthly standards. Reaching full potential would require his parents' help. Suddenly, Sora shoved the phone toward him with urgency. Take it, she insisted. Avoiding the marked red zones was his only hope. Then she offered to cook. He glanced at the screen, raising a hand to decline the offer. He was grateful, but she shouldn't stress. He'd rather scout the local spots for a quick bite instead. He licked his lips. Moments later, he was wiping fresh blood from his mouth. Absolutely delicious. Another restaurant conquered. Amidst a graveyard of vampire corpses, a lone survivor gasped in total shock. The survivor spat threats the clan would pick his bones clean. Heinz just looked on with cold indifference. Was this meant for me? Thanks to his stolen disguise, these fools were essentially walking around blind. No big deal. He hauled the guy up by his collar, demanding he start talking immediately. Where's the rest of your squad? A radio chirped. Attention all Gamma units Villa meeting tomorrow. Heinz tapped his temple. The radical leadership was actually gathering in one single spot. It was the perfect chance to wipe them all out. Time to move, but first, let's scrub this scene. Blood flower. The artifact manifested in his palm as the system hummed with lethal energy. The blood flower siphons surrounding gore into a soul-burning blaze that only the caster can extinguish. It incinerates only the intended targets. As petals drifted, Heinz prepared his devastating new technique. Total erasure. He'd masked the magical residue with camouflage and gripped his fist tight with resolve. Untraceable. Suddenly, his heart thundered against his ribs. He stared at his hand, feeling a strange surge. His biology was shifting again. The system flashed, "Pure blood legacy is evolving into true blood legacy." Hybrid evolution triggered a massive breakthrough. He had finally mastered the art of blood flow acceleration. His restoration powers had shattered their natural limits. He let out a long, satisfied breath. Finally, the system confirmed the regeneration skill has officially peaked into hyper-regeneration. He was now a true blood vampire with a god-tier toolkit. Time to test his newfound lethality. He slashed his own wrist. Blood sprayed, but the flesh began knitting back together in a literal heartbeat. An arterial slice healed in a second. The synergy of true blood control and regeneration was terrifyingly efficient. If he could siphon blood mid-combat to fuel this healing, he'd be practically invincible on the battlefield. If true bloods were this cracked, how insane were the legendary sacred blood vampires? Later, a notification pinged. A fan dropped 1 million cheese points for Orchid's big return. They swarmed her stream like hungry dogs. Sora beamed at the camera, totally floored by the support. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. 1 million points. Mentally, she started calculating the massive payout. That was a full month's supply of premium blood bags secured. Just then, Heinz opened the door, catching her off guard. He joked about the hustle and apologized for the intrusion. "Don't mind me," he said. Sora's face turned scarlet as she screamed at him to learn how to knock. Cooling down, she sighed and asked for the news. Heinz knelt and presented a mysterious letter. A letter addressed to her. She wondered if this was the smoking gun against the radicals' crimes. The anonymous intel was incredibly detailed. It felt oddly familiar, almost like the Hahu mask's handiwork. But she only told Heinz about the location. The clues started flowing right after their conversation. Was it a secret partnership, or just luck? Moments later, Heinz and Hans stood atop a moonlit roof. Heinz narrowed his eyes at the building. "So this is where the rats are hiding, huh?" The Lich convened a high-stakes council to forge a counter-strategy against the elusive Hahu's mask. Instantly, the vampire triggered his perception, identifying a shimmering, invisible blood ward sealing the entire building. They were pinned on the ground floor, and the raw power radiating from the Gamma-level elites was absolutely terrifying. Deciding to stash Hans within the shadows, he leaped from the rooftop, envisioning a total massacre as they swarmed. Glass shattered as he burst through the window. Touching down, he roared for the bandits to prepare for their end. He scanned the hall, stunned. The intel was solid, so where was everyone? The room was ghost town empty. Suddenly, the barrier behind him splintered. A voice hissed from the void they were hunting Hahu's mask, not him. Instead, a lone vampire emerged as reality itself fractured, with Sebastian stepping calmly through the dimensional debris. Sebastian challenged his tracking skills before gesturing toward his lieutenants, identifying them as Beta Vaughn and Beta Shin. "Do they recognize this intruder?" Vaughn shook his head, noting the target was at least level 7. Yet the face was a total mystery. Shin noted that this warrior must have crawled out from some forgotten shadow. Heinz clenched his jaw as pieces fell into place. This matched the radicals' intel the Alpha was pulling the strings. With 2 betas and 13 gammas under his command, the board was set. But those masked figures were the real threat. They belonged to the Divine Retribution Society. Their energy was dead silent, masked by some impossible high-level trickery. Sebastian barked an order to bring him that fool's head along with whatever was lurking in his shadow. He singled out the darkness behind Heinz. Heinz realized his trump card was blown, but he didn't flinch. No warning, just straight to business. If they wanted to fight so badly, he'd end this in a heartbeat. Activating enhanced blood flow, he became a blur of violence, shredding through vampires with supernatural acceleration. A panicked vampire shrieked in horror, accusing him of cannibalizing his own kind right before their eyes. It was madness, but as he turned to flee, Hans materialized from the shadows, like a literal nightmare. Don't blink now because the real carnage is just getting started. Right then, the atmosphere shifted. The shell-shocked vampire bolted for the exit, shoving everyone aside while screaming for them to move. Survival was his only instinct, but the moment he touched the handle, a tidal wave of dark energy blasted him back. Hans stood there mocking them for thinking they were the only ones capable of casting a deadly seal. This was a slaughterhouse now. The Lich declared coldly that none of them would leave this room alive. Seconds later, limbs and viscera painted the walls. Vaughn watched in horror as a severed head bounced past him. Trembling Vaughn realized this wasn't some mid-tier level 7 threat. This guy was a total monster. Something was dead wrong. As he charged, Heinz unsheathed his claws and Vaughn realized he was outmatched. Just as the claws reached for his eye, Vaughn triggered skin reinforcement, encasing his flesh in biological armor. Heinz smirked. A block. Cute. He'd just have to hit harder. He pulled back a devastating fist. Funneling pure energy, he slammed a punch into Vaughn's chest, causing the supposedly unbreakable armor to spiderweb and shatter. Vaughn couldn't believe it. His ultimate defense was failing against someone who was faster and stronger in every way. He collapsed, and as his subordinates scrambled to help, he screamed for them to bring the monster down. They had to save Beta Vaughn, but Hines simply leveled his palms at the crowd with a chilling smile. "You think you can stop me? You're delusional." Suddenly, lethal jets of pressurized blood erupted from his hands. The blood spears impaled the front line instantly. Fuming, Vaughn realized he was dealing with a literal psychopath. He was wiping out squads with zero effort. Vaughn lunged, hoping to strike while the intruder's hands were occupied. "Die," he roared successfully, severing Hines's hand. But Hines just laughed, calling the desperate move utterly futile. By consuming the spilled blood, his regeneration went into overdrive, and his hand reattached in a gruesome instant. On top of that, he'd unlocked a new broken ability, invisibility. He vanished from sight like a phantom. "Where did he go?" Vaughn gasped. But before he could blink, Hines materialized like a ghost right behind him. He plunged his hand through Vaughn's spine, hoisting the beta's broken body into the air. "Checkmate," he whispered. The system chimed, announcing the acquisition of a new vampirism factor. His basic blood magic was evolving. It transformed into the legendary blood mystery, consuming his previous skills to forge something far more sinister. Power now responded to his very whim. He felt the blood dancing to his will faster and deadlier than ever. Shin's knuckles turned white as she glared. "You freak," she roared. "Feeding on your own kind is disgusting. A literal blood-starved leech. No wonder his powers are so twisted." "Wait, what?" he scoffed, sounding confused. He sneered, "Gonna keep whining or join your fallen squad in hell, or are you just a coward?" He lunged with a scream. Instantly, Haynes triggered his blood sacrament, sending lethal spikes bursting through the floor. The spikes liquefied into crimson threads, binding her trembling frame. "Cheap parlor tricks," she spat, remaining totally unfazed. Haynes closed in with a sadistic grin. "Cheap, how rude." He gripped her shoulder, whispering a dark secret. "Checkmate," he hissed, clean severing her head. Sebastian watched the carnage, muttering, "That guy is a total demon." Who knew Hahu Mask had such a terrifying right-hand man? Sebastian glanced back. If only that core was ready. "He's gotta die." Behind him, a subordinate raised the core, as radiant energy whips lashed outward with power. Hans blocked the path, yawning. "Flashy move," he mocked, "but completely and utterly useless against me, little fly." He swatted the light whips away easily. He is a god, a soldier realized. This mission is a total failure. He bolted for the exit, desperate to survive. Suddenly, Sebastian intercepted him with a blow. Leaving so soon, coward. Sebastian delivered a bone-shattering kick. "You have served the society well. Until now," he growled with pure malice. "Now go, die for freedom." Shaken, the man panicked. "I need to run. Spatial manipulation activate right now." A self-destruct curse, Hans wondered, instantly retreating. Talk about a toxic boss abandoning his own loyal crew. He figured it was a bluff to force a withdrawal. Too bad for him, fate had other plans today. A shadow claw burst from the earth, pinning him down. "This curse is child's play," he gritted out, unfazed. He located the dual-core energy source. Yanking it out, he tossed the corpse. "I am the Lord of Death. Think you can outrun the Reaper?" As Sebastian landed, the entire atmosphere turned heavy with impending absolute doom. "This barrier's pressure is insane. I can barely breathe. At least I am still alive. That is a win." Before he could strategize, Hans flickered into existence behind him, seizing his collar with terrifying godlike speed. "Found you, little rat," he smirked. "I wanted a game, but you just keep running away from me." Leaning in close, he whispered, "Find my way then." A finger touched his brow. "Stop. No, please stop." The lunatic was diving straight into his psyche, pillaging his secrets. Hans urged, "Don't be shy, show me. Empty your mind, show me the society's secrets." Suddenly, he hit a mental firewall, a security lock. Interesting. Anti-interrogation tech. Before he could process it, the scene shifted violently to a strange, void-like mental dimension. "The inner mindscape," Hans gasped. A voice boomed. "Impressive. You have breached the deepest layers, Hahu Mask." "Nice work, Hahu Mask," Hans countered. "You have been lurking in his head like a parasite this whole time. So you are the big boss of the society." The entity's grin widened. "Guilty as charged, young man. Why not join us, Hahu Mask?" Hans hummed. "Tempting proposition. But first I have a few vital questions. What is your endgame?" The reply came instantly. "Total liberation. We are breaking the chains of the returnees. A world for our kind." Hans scoffed. "Big talk for a group that just popped up recently, don't you think? How long have you been lurking?" "They have been fighting this shadow war for a very long time." "So you are just a bunch of terrorists then," Hans snapped, losing his patience. "Start giving me real answers." System alert. Mental core stabilizing emotions. The entity leaned back, completely unfazed by the protagonist's sudden angry outburst. It smirked. "Does the past even matter? I suggest you make a very wise choice right now, Hans." Hans slammed his palm down, breaking the tension. "Well," the creature prompted, "what is your final decision, boy? In this realm, willpower beats magic every time. You are powerless against me in here, unfortunately for you." Hans chuckled. So soul strength is the meta here. He realized he was in deep trouble against these monsters. Elsewhere, Heinrich hoisted a massive chained statue. 1,021,000, he grunted, sweat pouring down his face. 1,022,000. He dropped the weight. Ding system confirmed. Hidden evolution requirements have finally been met. Skill unlocked. Blessing of the Iron Physique. You have obtained the legendary sacred art known as Aetherica. True power through pure grit. He admired his glowing fist. I am finally getting closer to divine power. He was reaching high priestess levels. I actually broke my limits just by hitting the gym. That is insane. Seriously, who knew maxing out his stats through raw physical training could actually work this well in the end? Regardless, he checks every box for a paladin. Is it time for phase 2? Just then, a sudden noise caught his attention. A low hum. He glanced over, realizing the saint had arrived. Even for a holy woman of her status. Representing the great divine order, she looked like any ordinary girl at first. Catching his eye, she beamed and offered a warm greeting. He smiled back, noticing her radiant aura shimmering with pure divine energy. He quickly returned the polite gesture. When he asked why she was wandering alone, she pointed toward the meadow, mesmerized by a tiny ladybug on a flower. Watching it spin around was so adorable she'd completely lost track of time. He realized she wasn't admiring the blossoms but the tiny creature. She spoke up. Sir Heinrich, you've finally been blessed. My sincerest congratulations. He stared at her thinking, she really is a saint. She had sensed his transformation instantly. Her smile widened as she continued. A blessing that strengthens the body is a path you walk alone. You should be incredibly proud of your progress. He thanked her with a grin, but her attention shifted to the bell tower. It was time for the daily service. Stepping forward, she gestured toward the path. Shall we head to the church together, Sir Heinrich? Of course, he replied. Following her, he recalled the history lessons that explained her strange obsession with Hans. Ages ago, the first immortal king unleashed a plague of death that swallowed half the continent. Even though every nation united against him, a dark sorcerer, his most loyal ally, managed to revive his heart. He re-emerged alongside the second immortal king, crushing a massive Western empire and nearly losing his heart again. But that heart shattered into 3 fragments scattered across the world. Whenever whispers of the king's return surfaced, the divine order mobilized. Countless lives were sacrificed for a saint who viewed every follower as her own family. Their deep-seated hatred for the immortal king made perfect sense, even if it felt a bit overkill now. Surprisingly, this guy is actually pretty chill and kind-hearted. Well, time to focus his spiritual energy back on Hans. Meanwhile, Philip hacked up a thick glob of blood. His panicked subordinate rushed over, screaming, "Your Excellency, the judge." "Is he okay?" Philip shoved him away, roaring, "Get back." He couldn't believe he was actually being overpowered. His mind raced. "I'm losing." To him, in a spiritual duel, this shouldn't even be possible. Suddenly, Hans landed a devastating blow on Philip's essence. Cracks spiderwebbed across his soul as he was sent flying. Philip thought he had the upper hand, but now Hans' power was surging, spiraling into something monstrous and uncontrollable. It felt like facing an entire army at once. With the next impact, his very essence began to crumble into dust. He couldn't grasp why he was failing. It wasn't just raw spiritual pressure. The skill gap was terrifying. His own abilities were supposed to be peak. There was no time to think. In his physical form, he issued a frantic command. Contacting the Soul Branch, he barked at his subordinate, "Abort all missions, wipe the servers, and get everyone out of there. Especially the branches in Korea. This is top priority. Inform the commander immediately. A monster has awakened in Korea." Meanwhile, Hans stepped toward the broken body and harvested a small piece of essence. Even with his mind center and serenity active, that was a tough fight. He'd have to analyze this guy later. He hated that the main target escaped, but suddenly the system pinged. The entity was devouring someone else's karma heart. His dark magic began evolving into a specialized path of sorcery ability. Dark energy swirled around his palm. He realized this fragment was just a leftover piece scattered throughout the spiritual realm. So absorbing his karma meant his own power would skyrocket at the enemy's expense. Not bad at all. By sifting through the memories in this fragment, he'd find the Divine Retribution Society. He glared at the pulsing energy. A vision of a building flashed before his eyes. Found you. The Korean headquarters of the Divine Retribution Society. Hidden deep within the forest, he wouldn't let a single soul escape until every dark secret was dragged into the light. Suddenly, a worker collapsed to the dirt, teeth gnashing as he hissed. What kind of nightmare is this? They were told to get out, but nobody warned them about a literal monster closing in. Hans loomed over him like a shadow. "Started the evacuation already. At least you're quick," Hans muttered, his fist tightening with lethal intent. He yanked the man up by his collar, noting that most of the critical data had already been cleared out. Trying to be a hero, Hans snatched the documents, attempting to save even a shred of data. Too late for that. He forced the man to surrender it all. Looking back, these people had stopped at nothing to get what they wanted. That specific incident, he'd never let them forget it. Without hesitation, he launched a brutal mental assault on the worker. Those scum from the Divine Retribution Society stole everything. Now, they're all dead men walking. To him, mercy was never an option. He initially brushed it off as a freak accident, but fate had other plans. Finally, he unmasked the monsters lurking in the shadows. It was them, the Divine Retribution Society, the bastards who wiped his family and his future off the face of the earth. These guys were built different, way beyond any threat he'd faced. If he wanted to win, he needed to level up his influence fast. It didn't matter how much blood or gold it cost. The society was going to burn for what they did. Haynes fueled his fist with raw energy, his mind racing. Victory wouldn't come from brute force alone. He needed a masterstroke. Step 1. Unleash a forbidden technique, the purified blood crystal. He'd strip the impurities from his own system until only power remained. By transfusing this essence into other vampires, he could hyper-evolve their genes. But this god-tier buff came with a dark catch. The ritual would forge an unbreakable blood bond, essentially total loyalty. Those who bowed would be reborn as his elite. Anyone else, they'd just be deleted. Sora could only stare in pure disbelief as the weight of his words sank in. "Wait, you actually wiped out the radicals," she stammered. Haynes ignored the shock, demanding an audience with the moderate faction's boss. Folding his arms, he confirmed the massacre. Aside from a few pesky alphas, he'd already cleaned house and left no survivors. He had terms for their leader. Sora just scratched her head, her brain absolutely fried by the bombshell news. Holding up a trembling hand, she begged for a timeout. This was way too much intel. She had to report this immediately. She needed to verify the facts first. He narrowed his eyes. "Verify," he challenged. He unleashed a crushing wave of aura that shook the room. "Is this enough proof for you?" Sora froze, her heart stopping. She knew he was a beast, but this was next level. This man was easily a level 7 monster, maybe even higher. Stuttering, she promised to call it in immediately. Cut to a high-stakes office a few moments later. Lenora leaned back stunned. To think he'd soloed the entire radical wing, and now intended to feast on their remains. "That's a wild move," her subordinate noted, visibly shaken. Lenora swirled a dark liquid into the glass, her voice a chilling warning of the unease to come. Hines sat unfazed. No tyrannical demands here. His goal was total order and the absolute extinction of every Divine Retribution Society member. A mocking smirk danced on Lenora's lips. "Order and annihilation. Don't those two paths clash, darling," she teased. "Perspective is everything," he countered coldly, realizing this woman wouldn't be swayed by mere words or empty promises. If logic failed, force would reign. As his aura flared with lethal intent, Lenora's defiance instantly crumbled. "Fine," she whispered. What fueled her sudden compliance? Simple, she possessed an unshakable, almost arrogant faith in her own survival instincts. She'd help him purge the radicals. Pointing toward Saran, she issued a command. "Take her. She's your new shadow." "Wait me," Saran shrieked in disbelief. Hines merely folded his hands, his silent gaze sealing the girl's fate. It was strictly business. Seeing no room for argument, Lenora gave her subordinate the final nod of approval. The real work began, now dismantling the radical remnants and birthing a powerhouse faction to rule the middle ground. Hines raised his glass, his vision crystal clear, swallow the old guard and reign supreme as the new leader. This was his first move to dominate the blood pack. "Don't move," he warned. "One flinch means a world of pain." Soran stiffened, accepting the inevitable. The ritual was set to begin as she braced for the coming transformation. With her arms tightly crossed, she waited. Suddenly, he drove a shimmering crystal straight into her spine. Fire erupted in her veins. The purified blood crystal surged through her, forcing her heart into a violent, rhythmic thrum. Muscles hardened and bones reinforced as she underwent a brutal rebirth. This new body felt completely alien and incredibly powerful. A massive 30% power spike, enough to change the game. She turned to Hines. "What's our move, Lord?" Lord Hines repeated, his eyebrows shooting up in genuine surprise at her sudden total submission. "Absolutely," she smirked. A new bloodline had been forged on Earth, and every legacy needs a master to follow. A new era demanded a fitting name. Hines leaned back, the weight of his new authority pressing down on him. He needed his clan to be legendary. Every vampire touched by his purified blood was now evolving bound to him. To think his hybrid blood could rewrite their very DNA. It was a terrifying evolution that defied all natural laws. Heterosis, he declared. From this moment on, they would strike fear into the world as the elite hybrid force. A cold smile touched his lips. He would nurture these remnants until they became the apex predators of the night. Consider it done. Song Yoon stretched in his chair, satisfied that the Hines situation was finally under his thumb. But the monitor told a darker story. This wasn't nearly enough to wipe the Divine Retribution Society off the map. They were a global plague, not just a local cult. To erase them, he needed a move that was truly devastating. Influence in another world was the key. He needed to harvest karma, even if it meant fueling the fires of war. He stood abruptly, teeth gritted in frustration. Was he really prepared to let innocents suffer for his grand design? There had to be a cleaner way to spark an incident, a path to power. without the stains of collateral damage. His eyes fell on an old book. Maybe the solution wasn't written in blood, but in the pages of fiction. The plot was perfect, the villainous King Hans versus the righteous hero Heinrich, a staged play for ultimate power. While Hans gathered the corrupt scum, Heinrich would rise to crush them. A self-sustaining cycle of legendary heroism. Flipping through the pages, he grinned, erasing villains while farming massive karma. It was the ultimate winning strategy. One calculated step at a time. The path to victory was being paved with the souls of manufactured monsters. Harley, he called out. It was time. Behind him, his next avatar was already pushing past human limits. The system flashed Harley. Essence trait. Adaptation. He could survive and thrive in the most hellish conditions imaginable. It was time for a massive power-up. Song Yoon intended to shatter Harley's limits and forge a true monster. He needed to refine that adaptation skill. There had to be a catalyst to force an evolution this extreme. Bingo Han whispered. The Divine Retribution Society had left behind a secret treasure in their underground laboratory. He moved through the lab, passing horrific creatures suspended in glass. These were the failures of a mad science. They were grafting demons into humans, but he sought the ultimate prize, the legendary forbidden dragon's blood. It was the pinnacle of evolution, a substance that absorbed only the strongest traits to create the perfect predator. If Harley could survive the procedure, he'd transform into the most terrifying biological weapon the world had ever seen. As the rain began to pour, the saint stepped outside her eyes, searching the horizon for the coming storm. Despair clouded her eyes as a heavy sigh escaped her lips, only for Heinrich to suddenly loom over her. What burdens your soul, Saintess? He asked softly. Spinning around, she found him shielding her with an umbrella. When he questioned her presence in the downpour, she masked her turmoil, insisting everything was fine. She blamed the suffocating gloom of the storm. The gray skies felt like a physical weight crushing her spirit and tightening around her chest. The cold will claim you here, he warned, urging her back to safety. With a hollow look, she simply gave her consent. Meanwhile, Hans watched from the shadows impressed. Even within these warded mountains, the Saintess's divine intuition was sharp enough to pierce their double barriers. She had sensed their hidden sanctum. Heinrich stood nearby, exhaling in relief that she hadn't yet grasped the full terrifying truth of the refuge. Hans obsessed over the glowing test tube in his grip. The experiment was ready. Dragon blood is the ultimate adaptive weapon, he hissed, eyes gleaming with madness. It evolves by devouring its prey. Forbidden archives from the Divine Influence Society confirm this dark metamorphosis is the peak of ancient knowledge. With a predatory grin, he approached Harley's paralyzed form. The boy lay wired into a twisted labyrinth of arcane machinery and life support devices. The perfect lab rat, Hans roared, his laughter echoing. Let the transcendence begin. Hours later, Razar's voice boomed toward Lord Heinrich. You are the blade and bulwark of righteousness, the voice declared. Do you vow to serve as a paladin and shield the innocent? Heinrich dropped to one knee, his oath ringing true. The Saintess leaned forward, extending a holy crucifix toward him with divine authority. Then I ordain you a paladin of the Great Order, she proclaimed. As he took the cross, the system flared with blinding light. Conditions met. Enlightenment achieved. A legendary power surged through his soul as he received the special blessing known as the Leap. The priest gasped, shielding his eyes from the holy radiance. True enlightenment, he shouted, his voice trembling with awe. Receiving a blessing during initiation was a divine omen. Suddenly, a heavy hand gripped Heinrich's shoulder, sending a jolt of recognition through him. It was happening again. That staggering celestial presence he felt during his baptism was back, tethering his soul to the heavens once more. A deity was watching him. But why? Was it because he was an outworlder? This gaze felt far deeper than mere human curiosity. He smirked and glanced back, wondering if he should test this new gift immediately. But then he paused. Wait, the system's description was insane. Leap allowed him to transcend space itself. Space-time traversal, he muttered in disbelief. Was this pure teleportation? With zero restrictions listed, he had just scored one of the most broken abilities in existence. The gods were playing favorites. Handing out such world-shaking power so casually was almost terrifying. He threw his hands up, shouting a dramatic prayer of gratitude. He had to play the part of the devoted hero perfectly. The onlookers were moved to tears by his piety. Heinrich suppressed a grin. Everything was going exactly according to his script. Now came the real choice. Which order would he join? Soon, a young officer approached Heinrich with a respectful salute. Congratulations, Paladin, the man beamed. You'll be rotating through the different orders soon. He pointed toward the elite representatives waiting nearby. Each faction utilized unique weapons and secret combat arts. He needed to choose his path with absolute precision. A spearman stepped forward, his weapon gleaming with lethal intent. He was the first to make his pitch for the recruit. Join the Heavenly Shield, he invited. We are the city's ultimate wall, specializing in long-range spear techniques and ironclad defense. Another warrior interrupted, representing the Sunwolves. We're the vanguard. We crush the enemy with devastating two-handed greatsword strikes. A veteran from the Thunderclaws stepped up next, shield raised, and sword held with perfect, lethal poise. We handle internal security, he explained. Our style is the pinnacle of balance, mastering the art of sword and shield combat. They surrounded him, eyes full of anticipation. So, kid, which path will you walk? Heinrich didn't even blink. I'll train with everyone, he announced, thumping his chest. The legendary warriors froze, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. With his warrior spirit and accelerated growth, Perk's specialization was a waste. He was going to master every single style. He would absorb every technique they possessed. Then his eyes locked onto a silent figure standing apart from the others. What about him? Heinrich asked, pointing a finger. Why is he so quiet? The guide chuckled, a strange glint in his eyes. That's simple, the representative finally spoke. Our order doesn't recruit. We only accept the absolute monsters of the battlefield. Crossing his arms, he sized Heinrich up. Still, your divine energy is impressive. You might actually survive our entrance exam. Heinrich felt the man's overwhelming pressure. This guy's power eclipsed even the high priests. Just what kind of monsters were they? Follow me, the man commanded. Heinrich trailed behind, curious about the extreme standards of this mysterious elite faction. As they navigated the temple's depths, the man explained they guarded the fortress's most vital and soul-shaking secrets. The most important fortress, Heinrich questioned. What's hidden there? The man reached for a heavy iron-bound door. Pass the test and you'll find out, he grunted. Inside, a masked figure sat shrouded in an aura of pure death. That mask and cape were unmistakable, the gear of a heresy inquisitor. Now, the man said, read the text. Carved on the slab, he had to speak with enough conviction to reach the heavens. Panic started to set in. Was this a trap to weed out infiltrators? If they sensed his true nature, he was finished. What is this? He feigned outrage that his piety was being tested. The guard just shrugged. Standard procedure, kid. Could he not read the script? He cursed under his breath. Then he focused on the ancient scroll. He declared himself the god's herald and divine blade. He swore a blood oath of eternal silence. For the faith, he'd brave any fire. Suddenly, a glowing sigil seared itself directly onto his tongue. Clutching his jaw, he howled in agony. The Inquisitor nodded coldly. You're in. Welcome to the Order. Back in the hallway, a trembling Heinrich pointed to his mouth. A gag. Did you lock my voice? No, it's a blessing. The gift of silence will keep our deepest secrets from ever being leaked. He thought it was a curse until they explained. We are the Order of the Radiant Count. Our life's work is guarding the great temple's abyss. This is the only time you'll see it. Burn this image into your mind. This is what we protect. Suddenly, the knights engaged the locks. As the steel clicked into place, Heinrich realized the secret was far bigger than he ever imagined. The reason for this massive military presence, the layers of seals and divine wards, it all made sense. In the darkest depths of this holy sanctuary, something ancient and forbidden was being kept hidden. The final remains of the immortal king. He couldn't believe it was stashed right under Rosalia's nose. The Divine Order was a continental superpower. No way they hadn't found a fragment in 100 years. He wanted to steal it immediately, but the security was suffocating. Every corner was crawling with knights. 4 legendary knightly orders stood guard. Even a monster like Hans couldn't just walk in and take it. He needed a flawless plan. Just then, a high-ranking official approached him with a cold stare. The mark on your tongue ensures your loyalty. You physically cannot betray us now. Technically, he could still talk. He just couldn't speak of the seal. He gave a sharp nod. Don't sweat it. I promise I'll be the only one who knows the truth. The final piece at last. But Harley's vitals were flashing red. The avatar was failing. Hans stared at the twitching body. Theoretically, the experiment should have been a masterpiece. Harley gasped, feeling his insides turn into molten lead. Hans checked the frantic heart rate monitors. The dragon blood was bonding, but the surge was too violent. He had to adjust the output. He slammed the lever down. Harley arched off the table, his screams echoing through the lab. Did we break his regeneration? If he dies, years of research vanish. It's time for a gamble. He injected the final vial of dragon blood. Harley's eyes snapped open, glowing with a demonic crimson. Is this a failure? Hans cursed, turning to leave the room in total disappointment. Suddenly, a holographic window flickered into existence. What the hell? What is this? Unique skill growth. New tiers unlocked. The number of available avatars has reached a new peak. Growth evolution. How is this possible? Behind him, Harley began to rise like a ghost. The system chimed, new special skill, obtained physical mutation. The restraints began to groan. Regeneration limits shattered. The old skill evolved into something far more divine and terrifying. Harley let out a primal roar, snapping the heavy steel chains like they were brittle twigs. Adaptation reached its absolute limit, transforming into special mutation. Hans stared in pure awe. The bet was paying off. Harley patted his shoulder with a grin. Feel that I'm different now. He had evolved into an entirely new species. Hans scribbled notes like a man possessed. The good news just keeps coming, an unprecedented surge in avatar capacity. Absolute perfection. I'll master the new avatar later. For now, let's see what this body can really do. He stood deep in the woods, lungs burning with fresh air. This is true mutation. Every sense was heightened to a razor's edge. The world felt vibrant and terrifyingly clear. He glanced into the shadows. Even the faint heartbeat of a hidden beast couldn't escape him. In a flash, a shadow pounced from the brush, bearing lethal talons right at his throat. Harley stared confused. This beast, it was the exact same species he'd clashed with during his first isekai days. A smirk played on his lips. He snatched the predator's throat mid-air, whispering, "Sorry, pal, but I've evolved." With a bone-shattering strike, he unleashed his fury, following up with a brutal sweep that finished the job. He grinned at the glowing core nestled within the beast's remains. To push his mutation to the next level, he had to consume these cores. Devouring magic stones was the ultimate shortcut to absolute power. Tossing the stone in his palm, he chuckled, "Found you." He swallowed it whole. "Is that all? Shall we begin?" Suddenly, the system chimed he'd achieved enlightenment through sheer repetitive combat mastery. "Let's evolve," he muttered, checking his hands. A god-tier physique was the only way to dominate this world. Ready for war, the system echoed his thoughts, granting him a terrifying new skill, Gluttonous Feast. This broken ability let him digest anything instantly, turning massive amounts of monster meat into pure energy. He knelt over the carcass, ripping off a piece. "This mutation is making me absolutely famished," he groaned. Gluttonous Feast is fire, right. The raw flesh tasted sweet, and the blood felt like a refreshing energy drink. "Is this the mutation?" He burst out laughing. Anyone watching would think he'd gone full feral, a total psycho. Feral, why not he? Remembered tales of the southern barbarian tribes' warriors who lived by the jungle's law. Time for a job change. Soon in the kingdom of Tuliktara, the locals couldn't believe their eyes. "Holy crap, is that a barbarian?" they whispered. "What's a savage like him doing in the civilized East?" The receptionist trembled, stammering a weak, "Welcome." Harley just figured his new aura was too much for them. "Yeah, I look pretty badass," he mused. Harley's goal was becoming a hero the entire continent would respect. He wanted to carve his name into history so deeply that nobody would ever dare forget him. Shaking like a leaf, the worker asked for his business. Harley gave a sharp, terrifying grin. "Isn't it obvious?" He slammed the counter, roaring that he was here to purge every monster in the northern mountains. Near the steel fortress, the worker nodded frantically, offering a ship immediately. A rookie mercenary, Perfect Harley smirked. They were moving. Rain poured down as a spear from the knightly order was swatted away like a twig. "Winner Mr. Heinrich," the judge bellowed. His opponent reached out, sighing. "You're one stubborn monster, aren't you?" He'd actually mastered every single secret technique the order had to offer. Right then, the system pinged again. Enlightenment achieved through grueling training. He had finally unlocked a legendary skill, complex weapon mastery. Stepping out, he felt the difference. His swordplay was flawless now, a massive buff for all his other avatars. Suddenly, he spotted someone. The Saint Y was she decked out in her most formal high-tier gear. What was she planning? He walked over, offering a casual greeting. She turned a mysterious smile lighting up. "Ah, we meet again," she chirped. Then, pointing toward the horizon, she asked, "Can you see that?" "Rain always brings out the worms," she whispered, flooding the ground with holy power to encourage them. "Blessed worms. Please tell me they aren't going to turn into giant sci-fi movie monsters," he thought, sweating. "You're all dressed up," he noted. "Is there some big world event about to drop today?" She confirmed it with a smile. "An elite guest is arriving, someone capable of hunting down the immortal king." Immortal King Heinrich rubbed his chin. If this guest was that OP, could they finally track down Hans? Hans was hiding behind impenetrable barriers. Restar sighed. "It's a bit too complicated to explain right now. But since you're curious, why not join us as an honorary guardian knight for this special event?" "Count me in," Heinrich agreed. Moments later, a herald shouted, "Lord Rafori Granwood is entering the hall." Heinrich stood with the paladins, scanning the room. Who here was actually strong enough to sniff out Hans? He'd believed the hype when he saw it. Then the doors swung open as Rafori and his elves emerged. As he bowed to the Saint, Heinrich's eyes widened. Those ears. Rafori placed a hand over his heart. "I am a high elf from the Elwyn Kingdom," he announced. So this was the VIP they expected. "Rafori," Heinrich muttered. "Not just any elf, a high elf. This just got way more interesting." Later, a clerk looked at Hubert holding a bronze piece. "Sir, I know you're thorough, but it's been 2 hours. Is he going to pull the trigger or walk away?" Hubert gripped the artifact tightly. "My bad, shopkeeper," he muttered. His brain wasn't hacking it yet. As Song Yun's 6th avatar, Hubert knew he had a long way to go. Harley's grind unlocked this 6th form. Its starter kit, Analysis, the ultimate cheat code to scan any item's secrets. The system flagged it as 12 grams of ruby. But the reality, pure basic bronze, total scam. It actually weighed 480 grams. Hubert figured his low skill level only let him see surface level stats. Give it time, though. With enough grinding, becoming the continent's GOAT merchant, was practically a lock. First, he had to crush the competition. To smoke those greedy old merchants, Harley's heroic rep needed a massive buff. He needed more power. Harley tossed his axe over his shoulder, eyes locked on the horizon. Is that the guy? The mountain's final boss. He stared down the massive, hulking bear, blocking his path. The beast roared, swinging razor-sharp claws. Harley just smirked, bracing his steel to tank the heavy impact. He countered with a flurry of strikes. "Let's get it," he yelled, launching skyward for a devastating overhead smash. Crack, his axe shattered against the bear's skull. No way, he cursed as a massive paw sent him flying. He skidded back, clutching his head. Standard weapons won't cut it. He watched the beast charge, eyes filled with rage. Fine, let's do this the hard way. His hand mutated, sprouting thick scales as he threw a haymaker at the bear. The bear went airborne. Harley realized his bare knuckles felt way more natural than any puny blade. But looking like a monster wouldn't earn him hero points. He needed to tap into that beastly energy differently. Could he channel the life force without the ugly transformation? Let's find out, he growled, tightening his grip. He focused purely on the raw energy, rejecting the physical mutation. Suddenly, a system alert flashed before his eyes. Requirements met. Enlightenment achieved. A legendary new skill manifested the power of aura. Hell yeah, it worked, he cheered. This felt way more like a hero. Then a massive shadow loomed over him. A giant foot came crashing down. Man, these mountains are wild. First a bear, now an actual ogre. His eyes sparkled with hype. He pooled the new energy into his fist, ready to see what this aura could do. Time for a field test. The ogre let out a mocking chuckle as it stepped closer. Harley's expression turned cold. He caught the ogre's kick mid-air. "You think this is a joke? I'll show you something hilarious. Eat this." He launched off the ground like a rocket, screaming "Sleeping Forest Ogre" as he dove in. He delivered a barrage of explosive strikes. "Yeah," he smirked, "this is how you make a name for yourself." Suddenly, a foul, dark energy hit him. The scent was weirdly familiar but totally gross, pure corruption. "Smells like a dirty belly button," he gagged, following the stench to its source. Then his eyes widened. "A vow of rebellion," he muttered. He began stretching his legs, sensing some shady business was going down. Finding this in the middle of nowhere, super suspicious. His face hardened as he realized the danger. "I'm gonna rip these rotten losers out by the roots," he roared. Meanwhile, Rafori was calmly sipping his tea. "This tea is incredible," he noted, setting his cup down. He thanked the saint for her top-tier hospitality. She sat across from him, smiling gracefully. "I'm thrilled you enjoy it. But more importantly, the Divine Church is honored by your visit." Beside her, Heinrich realized the church just scored a massive ally. Elves, and not just any elves, high-tier nobility from the kingdom of Elwen on the continent of Animal. They revere the legendary World Tree. Despite serving different deities, the Divine Church and Elwen remained close. They formed a solid pact, constantly trading resources and knowledge. It was a rare mutual respect. Faith is personal, but politics are power. And High Elves, they were the absolute peak of elven society. Was he here to track Hans using the World Tree's magic? Heinrich's curiosity piqued. This was getting spicy. His eyes literally looked like glowing stars. Rafori noticed the stare and smiled, sensing his fascination. Heinrich panicked, wondering if he'd been staring like a creep. The saint bowed quickly, offering a soft apology. She claimed she hadn't even noticed. Heinrich just nodded awkwardly before Rafori gestured toward his own eyes. "Actually, these eyes are quite a story," Rafori began. "They were the mark of a priest-born high elf. They act as the bridge between the World Tree and its people, a gift given to only 2 or 3 per generation. With the old guard fading, the world is desperately waiting for a new high elf to be born." Rystra leaned in, her eyes narrowing with concern. "So is this sudden plea for help linked to the current crisis?" "Precisely," he confirmed. "A divine revelation just announced the birth of a miracle child on the Aeon continent. But tragedy struck. Slave hunters snatched her away, selling her as a blood sacrifice to a depraved, dark sorcerer. They're begging the Holy Church to track her down." The saintess gasped. "How barbaric. Are there any leads?" Clasping his hands, he spoke solemnly. "The northern peaks. They managed to track the kidnappers into that frozen wasteland. Those mountains are a death trap," she whispered. "What does she look like?" Meanwhile, deep within a dark cavern, Harley stood alert, scanning the shadows. Rafori noted that since her powers hadn't awakened, she appeared like a typical elf. She looked like a normal teenager, with pale green hair and vibrant orange eyes. Heinrich froze. "Wait, it can't be. Is it really her?" Harley stepped toward the girl. "Hey kid, what's your name?" She looked up softly. "I'm Cecily." She clutched her chest tightly before Harley hoisted her onto his back. A mage blocked the exit, screaming, "Damn it! Keep them away from the vault." His partner trembled with fear. "Easier said than done. How do we stop a monster?" Harley didn't even slow down, barreling through the mages like a juggernaut and clearing the path with raw strength. He kicked the door open and scanned the room. "Is this the warehouse you mentioned?" Cecily nodded. "This is it." "Stay put," he said, setting her down. She pointed urgently. "We can't leave yet. There's something we have to take." She gestured toward a glowing relic. Look right there, it's a fragment of the legendary world tree. Harley's jaw dropped. No way, this tiny thing. He handed it to her. Hold on for dear life, kid. She thanked him, clutching the branch. Time to bounce, Harley grunted, but she tugged his sleeve. Wait, one more thing. Please go easy on me. But Harley was already a blur of motion, charging forward with absolute fiery determination. Back at the hall, Heinrich signaled for attention. I have a proposal regarding the girl Cecily. Rafori turned to listen. I think I've found her. Rafori sipped his tea, his eyes sharp. Really? Were you blessed with a tracking spell? No magic, Heinrich muttered. Just a gut feeling. A nearby paladin scoffed at the vague answer, clearly unimpressed. We're in a total crisis. We can't act on mere hunches. Rystra silenced him with a sharp wave of her hand. Quiet, she commanded, turning back to the knight. Sir Heinrich, give us the details. What exactly do you know? Meanwhile, Harley roared as he spotted the exit. Behind him, the mages were losing it. The brat stealing the sacrifice. Call it forth now. A shrill whistle pierced the air. Harley skidded to a halt, his eyes widening in total shock. Is that a giant earthworm? A colossal beast erupted from the ground. Harley's legs flared with intense flickering flames. No more running. We're breaking through by force. He lunged forward, leaping directly onto the monstrosity's massive head. Move it ugly, mid-jump, he caught a glimpse of a glowing magical seal hidden deep inside the creature's mouth. Wait, a control sigil. It all made sense now. This desert dweller didn't belong in the cold northern mountains. They're using it as a puppet. Fine, then I'll just have to save her like a true hero. He snatched the beast by its massive, jagged fang. Time for you to fly back to your native land. With a mighty heave, he hurled the worm into the distance. Live a long life, and don't let me see you again. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. He turned to find a pack of wolves closing in. Seriously, this place is infested. Those idiots from the Oath of Defiance, what are they planning? A savage, confident grin spread across his face. Doesn't matter. I'll just turn them all to dust. High on the cliffs, shadowy figures watched the battle unfold. The cultists glared down at the carnage. Who is this freak? Nurab stepped forward, his expression cold and calculating. Tomorrow the ritual begins. A half-elf and the world tree fragment. He adjusted his shimmering ceiling artifact. Our location should be hidden. How did they find us? No matter. This is where they die. Harley stayed in the fray, tearing through the wolf pack. You guys really don't know when to quit, do you? He's finished, a mage laughed. Suddenly, a wolf bit Harley's arm, only to snap its teeth against iron-hard dragon scales. The beast whined in agony. You're outmatched, Harley grunted, unleashing a shockwave that sent the pack flying backward. He snatched a fallen mana stone, popping it into his mouth. With this, my stamina will be absolutely limitless. Another growl came from behind. His body reacted instantly. My instincts are taking over. My body is moving itself. His features warped into a terrifying lupine form. Fine. If you're hungry, let's see who's the real predator here. His features warped into a savage wolf's visage. He realized then, it lives for itself, hunting and surviving alone. The system pinged requirements met. True enlightenment unlocked. Wild instinct skill acquired. A watcher on the cliff gasped. No way, that's a literal monster. What now? Elder Nurab, the line is collapsing. Nurab barked to fire up every summoning circle. Startled, he pivoted with a grim look. Too early for their grand debut, but options were zero. Time to unleash those two legends. Harley stared down the trembling wolf, letting out a low, chilling chuckle. This feral style suits me, he smirked. Time to wrap this up. Suddenly, a jagged crystal arrow shredded his palm. What the crystal? He spun around, eyes narrowed. Before him stood a crystalline freak. A gem man. Really, a crushing wave of telekinetic force hit him. Gravity warped around that jewel. Cecily screamed. Mister, look out, as a demon lunged from the sky. You're frozen half-breed, the demon roared, pinning him down with pure malice. Harley blocked the blow, scoffing devils too. Cute. But this raw power, it won't save you. Another arrow skewered his chest while the demon's fist smashed into his jaw. Just quit, half-breed scum. Mr. Cecily shrieked. The demon hoisted a killing blow, howling. It's over for you. Harley's bloody grin widened. You're right, it is over. Guess even devils tell the truth. The demon froze. What? Suddenly, a blinding radiance engulfed the field. The Oath of Defiance cultists recoiled in terror. Where's this divine pressure coming from? They shrieked. Harley just exhaled, right on cue. Paladin Heinrich appeared casually, shouldering his massive blade. Not long ago, he'd been skeptical, questioning. Relying on mere intuition for a mission this big, he'd scoffed. She fired back. How could you doubt it? They trusted Heinrich, yet he lacked the divine vision. Clutching her heart, she insisted. The gods themselves watch him. He'll get his sign. Right then, Rafori stood up with authority. Slamming his hands down, he barked, vision or not, if it finds that kid, I'm in. Heinrich was chosen. Back in the fray, the paladin charged the demon like a holy juggernaut. Divine fire surged through his blade as he unleashed a devastating strike. The demon shook. Incredible strength. Holy mana and god-tier swordsmanship impossible. Meanwhile, Harley locked eyes with the crystal freak. What are you staring at? Harley lunged. Instantly, sharp crystal tendrils erupted from the creature's torso. Spikes lashed out, but Harley snatched the monster's head first. Impressive speed, right? He ripped a gem-eye straight out. I'll take this as a tax. Then he crushed the skull. The crystalline head exploded into a million shimmering shards. It was over. Then, yanking the arrow from his own socket, he cursed. Gazing at the stolen gem, he smirked. Fair trade. Without hesitation, he jammed the crystal into his empty socket. The system immediately pinged. Transplant successful. New skills, Diamond Eye, and Pyrokinesis. Harley let out a dark laugh. Finally, some range, he grinned. Up on the cliff, the Oath Elder was losing his mind. Impossible. Even those two fell, he gasped. Behind him a goon trembled. Who is that paladin? Stay calm, it's just one man and a brat, the Elder snarled. Unleash everything. Then we bail. His men looked horrified. Elder, wait, suddenly a heavy shadow loomed over them. A spiked morning star pulverized a cultist's skull. A mounted paladin roared. Prepare for judgment. Heretic trash. The order had arrived. The cultists huddled back-to-back panicking. Damn it all. Elder Nurab, do we teleport? Give the word. Just then, Nurab's expression turned sinister. The elder grabbed his subordinate's arm. Nobody is going home. The man gasped. What? Nurab began ripping the life force from his own men. Your souls are the fuel for the archdevil. A cursed sigil blazed above. Descend now, avatar of greed. Consume them all, Nurab screamed. Burn them to ash. But as he yelled, a blinding holy flare erupted. This divine pressure, a pillar of pure light, shattered the summoning circle, skewering the demon before it could even manifest. Sorry, Pops, a voice rang out. The only one burning today is you. Nurab trembled in terror. A massive shockwave rocked the cliffside. Heinrich watched as the summit went up in flames. Guess that wraps things up, Harley muttered, his eyes drifting toward Cecily, trembling behind a massive trunk. Hey kiddo, it's safe now, he called out. She was shivering violently, knuckles white against a wooden branch. She confessed through tears how the suffocating pressure felt like her soul was being ripped to shreds. Harley chuckled at her survival. Meanwhile, Tuscan hailed Heinrich, praising him for the absolutely perfect timing. Praising the perfect timing, Tuscan credited Heinrich for the success. Heinrich noticed the gaze as Tuscan approached him. Gripping his shoulder, Tuscan nodded in agreement before questioning how he could have possibly foreseen this outcome. Just a gut feeling, he shrugged. Suddenly, Rafori noticed the shimmering light and cried, Lady Cecily. He dropped to one knee, hand over his heart, introducing himself as Rafori of the Elven Realm. Harley stared mesmerized. So this was the ethereal beauty and majesty of a true high elf in the flesh. Breaking into a roar of laughter, he congratulated the girl on finally reuniting with her long-lost family. It was an absolute privilege, Lady Cecily. Rafori bowed deeply, offering his eternal thanks and a reward. Harley waved it off with a smirk, claiming no payment was necessary. Rafori beamed, calling him a noble soul. However, the elf insisted gratitude must be paid. Harley's eyes widened as the vibes in the air shifted. He'd accept the prize. Cecily smiled warmly, asking if the brave Mr. Harley would care to sit. He dropped to one knee. She approached him, leaving a feather-light kiss on his brow, whispering a blessing. A glowing jade mark ignited on his forehead. He felt the overwhelming divine presence of the world tree. Rafori smiled, hand on his heart. This rare nature's blessing is a gift only the elven elite can bestow. It is a high-tier charm of the wild, possessing incredible power, but limited to only a few uses. Cecily giggled, mentioning it was faint since she hadn't awakened. Rafori then gestured for Harley's hand. He slid a mystical bracelet onto Harley's wrist, declaring it their sacred sign of an unbreakable elven vow. If you ever need us, we'll answer, they promised. Harley laughed, telling them not to go overboard. Cecily then pressed a hallowed branch into his palms. Tuscan watched, marveling at Harley's insane physical potential. Tuscan's gaze sharpened. This guy's physical prowess is insane, he muttered, crossing his massive arms. He's just like him, isn't he? Heinrich clarified. They were strangers despite the uncanny similarities in their strength. But I think they'll be fast friends, Heinrich added. Tuscan nodded. His instincts were never wrong. The order owed him too. Heinrich realized that with elven and divine backing, Harley's future was limitless. Backed by the elves and the divine order, Harley was destined to become the realm's most powerful merchant. Rafori stepped toward Lord Tuscan, thanking him for the swift resolution and offering the elves full cooperation. Tuscan smirked. This was the leverage he needed. Your support gives us the confidence to face the coming storm. We have one mission for world peace, Tuscan declared. Locate the immortal king at any cost. Heinrich's eyes narrowed. So that was the endgame. Elven contact was the key all along. The World Tree acts as a global network, allowing elves to track energy through any living root. Rafori raised a finger, interrupting the silence. By the way, we're going to need some serious backup. The elf explained he required specific details regarding the mana signature belonging to the immortal king. Excellent. Follow me, Tuscan replied. Before long, the group had returned to the sprawling great temple. Heinrich followed in silence, never imagining he'd set foot in this sacred place again so quickly. The massive holy barrier loomed ahead, a feat of divine architecture that defied all logic and human comprehension. The complex layout was a literal labyrinth specifically designed to baffle and confuse any uninvited intruders. Even a master of stealth like Hans would be trapped for ages. We've arrived, the Inquisitor declared. Heinrich stood before the threshold, knowing that the slightest breach would summon an army of paladins instantly. The massive doors groaned open. Rafori stepped forward, eyes locking onto the legendary fragment with intense focus. As the elf began channeling, Heinrich realized the trap was set. Hans was now the most wanted man. All the realm's elite forces were being mobilized against him, but Heinrich saw a different opportunity. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cursed remains. Was there a secret way out of this mess? Today the final fragment would be his. Moments later, the group gathered inside the main war room. The hour is upon us, a voice boomed through the hall. Is the council assembled? One figure signaled for attention. Empire and East are present. But regarding Nureb, silence hung heavy in the air. He's dead. The Eastern envoy confirmed the grim news. The Order's methods remain a terrifying mystery. High Elves in the Order hunted him down. First Marcus, then the fragment, now Nureb falls too. Are we slipping? The envoy hissed. The Order's rebirth signifies something far darker. The immortal king's heir has returned. A colleague smirked. Wait, can't we just use this kid? A weapon for us. You're suggesting we team up with that fraudulent brat, he laughed coldly. Intriguing. Meanwhile, Rhea Star grew frantic. No barrier felt strong enough to keep them out anymore. Mountain peaks offered no sanctuary. They were closing in. Elsewhere, Hans clutched the forbidden fragment tight. The Saintess's senses were tingling. Damn, she's locked onto the fragment's energy. I need to bury this fast. He tore open a subspace portal, tossing the artifact inside. To his horror, it tumbled right back out. Failure. This cursed thing won't stay in a standard dimension, he gritted his teeth. He'd crossed worlds with it before. Suddenly a wild idea struck, storing it within his own soul. One with the power. He plunged the artifact directly into his chest fusion, searing through his veins. Success. His mana vanished instantly. The fragment's might was now his to command, and his presence was untraceable. Time to scrub the evidence. With a sharp snap, he prepared to turn this entire place to ash. Flames roared, devouring everything in his wake. Perfect. The stage is set for the grand finale. He lowered his guard, dropping every barrier. Let my scent drift. Let them catch the bait. Come and get me. Dark energy erupted from him. He wanted the divine order to find him. He'd finished the set himself. Deep in the forest, Rafori tapped into the world tree's ancient pulse. Found you. He clutched his brow, the resonance of the forbidden power burning in his mind. The monster forest in the west. He's there, the paladin roared, signaling the mobilization. Mobilize the paladins, summon the archbishops. Amidst the chaos, Cardinal Pyre emerged, a mocking smile present. Flanked by steel-clad knights, he sighed. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a bit left out here. Planning a party without me, how rude. He smirked, already knowing exactly what was going down. The legend from Jiren Temple was joining the fray. Letty froze. The most powerful man in faith. The dream team was assembled. Rhea Star stepped up. Archbishop, I'm leading this charge by your side. Absolutely not, Saintess. But even the Cardinal is going. Why can't I? She protested. You are our foundation, he countered. The Order cannot risk its light on the battlefield. Letty turned to Heinrich. Command accepted, Archbishop, the warrior replied, bowing his head in loyalty. Protect the temple. Protect the Saintess. Later he leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. If things get ugly, she's your only priority. Heinrich watched him leave a strange glint in his eyes. He smirked. Don't worry. I'll make sure our Saintess stays perfectly safe. The army marched out. Standing atop the magic circle, Letty raised his blade. The continent's nightmare awakens once more. But fear not, under God's gaze this nightmare will crumble like a forgotten dream. For salvation and eternal peace, the Saintess gazed upward, her silent prayers reaching for the heavens. Heinrich caught her eye. Don't sweat it. They'll all come back in one piece, he promised. Is that a divine revelation? She whispered. Nah, just a gut feeling, he replied with a wink. Outside, Hans lurked in the shadows, his dark mana vibrating at the church's threshold. He could practically taste the holy barriers. Gathering shadows in his palm, he prepared to strike. The outer walls are easy, but those inner seals, they're going to be a real pain. Time for a little distraction. He launched a volley of magical flares, turning the night sky into chaos. Midnight fireworks, he chuckled. Below, the knights panicked. What the hell? We're under siege. Undead incoming. Ring the bells. We need everyone on the front lines now. Elsewhere, Tuscan and the High Elf surveyed the horizon. This isn't good, Tuscan muttered grimly. They scoured the zone for his lingering aura, yet found only silence. Then they peered into the gaping maw of the cave. Impossible, Rafori hissed. He was certain of the coordinates. If the target had shifted, the world tree would have whispered the warning. The archbishop began to speak, but a sudden thought froze him. Wait, could he have sensed our gaze? A counterspell. He pivoted instantly, thrusting his hand forward as he bellowed. To arms, everyone. Fall back to the great temple. We've been played, it's a ruse. Little did they know, the temple was already a raging inferno. Hans strode forward, a cold smirk on his face. At last, the final fragment is within reach. His thorax cracked open as he declared, "Behold the immortal king's rebirth." The death knell rang out, triggering mass hysteria. Move, the rotting horde is upon us. Heinrich watched the knight's frantic desperation with a calculative cold gaze. He mused, they're in deep now. Good luck, suckers. Since he was stuck on garden duty, he'd just stay put and ghost. His plan was simple, wait it out, then vanish. Suddenly, a fresh squad of knights burst through the doors, shouting, "Fall in. No stopping. We've got to move." Heinrich blinked in total confusion, thinking, wait, what's going on now? The numbers were staggering, way more than expected. Most of these faces were completely unknown to him. This was getting messy. They remained oblivious that Hans had already reached the objective. The undead siege was the perfect distraction to keep them blind. Suddenly, the Inquisitor materialized, hand raised high. Listen up, the horde outside is nothing but a deadly feint. The immortal king's successor is at the finish line. All units pivot to the sealing chamber immediately. Heinrich's heart hammered. The Inquisitor, how did they see through the plan this fast? He bolted after them, cursing under his breath. He had to intervene before this mission turned into a total disaster. Ristar gasped in disbelief. Impossible. How did an intruder bypass security and reach the inner sanctum? Zero alarms, zero traces, the knight beside her whispered. Her eyes widened. Are you saying he warped right past us? He couldn't confirm. The saint trembled, her mind racing. The great king is right there, and we were blind. Guilt consumed her. Her negligence was bringing about the resurrection. As the world teetered on the edge of ruin, Heinrich slid into the scene, panting. Sorry I'm late, the chaos outside was a mess. I'm taking command now. The goddess offered a hopeful smile. Please lend us your strength. Meanwhile, in the dark, Hans stood waiting. Surveying the carnage, Hans muttered, they actually wiped out an entire legion. Tougher than they look. Malcolm was a beast of an opponent. Let the warrior finally rest in peace. He fought long enough. The struggle was worth it. Now it was time to harvest the final relic of the immortal king. Then, shadowy miasma swirled, but Hans frowned. Something's off. Why do I feel so hollow? Where's the power spike? Maybe the sync takes time, he mused. Suddenly, he snapped his head toward the approaching paladins. Intruder, they shrieked. With a flick of his wrist, an abyssal blast sent them flying like ragdolls. Hold on, I'll mend your wounds, the archbishop cried, gathering holy light. Heinrich charged forward, yelling, screw that. I'm not sitting this out, Heinrich growled. But Ristar caught his arm. Stop. We need a tactical analysis first. We must monitor the king's surge from here. Hold your position, Heinrich nodded, though his eyes were sharp. Secretly, Heinrich was just buying time with a mock battle. Hans looked at them coldly. Surrender now. It's over. Dogs of the order, the fragment is mine, fused to my very soul, Lottie barked. Ignore his lies, keep pushing. Hans contemplated obliterating them instantly. But no. He couldn't bring himself to slaughter these innocent pawns. Radiant blades whistled through the air. A high-tier holy spell. If his regeneration hadn't been overclocked, that would have stung. That was a lethal opening. To keep them alive, he'd have to drag this fight out as long as possible. Target the command tower. He unleashed a surge of energy. Lottie reacted instantly, slamming a massive shield down. Impudent brat, Lottie roared. Hans was impressed. He's got reflexes. Not only did he block that instantly, but he's already retaliating. They're fighting like they know I won't go for the kill. Interesting. Had someone rumbled his plan and briefed the squad, maybe I should take a peek inside their minds. Lottie closed the distance, his voice dripping with venom. Checking out the scenery. Look at me when I'm killing you. Ristar realized the truth. The fusion is incomplete. Now's our chance, team. Take him down. She unleashed a nova of light. Hans braced himself, facing a dual threat of magical spells and cold steel. They were trying to overwhelm his senses with a pincer attack. He threw up an aura shield, scoffing. Too predictable. Shadow stepping behind him, the paladin taunted the enemy to defend against such a basic, predictable strike. The lich spun around, mocking whether that pathetic lukewarm jab was truly meant to be a provocation. Violent surges of abyssal energy ensnared the paladin, as he screamed in shock, binding magic. Curse it, how is he predicting every single motion? My mental defenses should have been impenetrable. Heinrich offered a desperate apology, admitting the enemy had read his mind. Lottie coldly replied, then so be it. Hans stepped forward with a chilling chuckle, declaring that the immortal king's shard had already taken root inside. The fusion was absolute. Flinging his arms wide, he erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Trembling, the saint gasps at the overwhelming pressure. Tears fall as she masks her terror, thinking in silence. The immortal king has returned, the lich sneered, watching the Order's lapdogs shiver in pure, unadulterated dread. System alert. User has surpassed death. Achievement unlocked. He declared his return as the interface flashed with updates. The outer dimension's calamity was the immortal king himself. Hurry, the knights yelled, rushing toward the high chamber. They had to reach the saint, but a sudden terrifying presence above made them freeze in total shock. Was that him? The king materialized in the air, descending like a nightmare as they shrieked in terror. Realizing they were out of time, Pion roared, "No, this holy sanctuary is failing. The seal is weakening." They braced for a suicide mission against the demon, while Rosalia screamed his name. He ordered a relentless charge as the immortal king's dark laughter echoed, mocking their desperate struggle for survival. Do you truly think you can win? Without access to his status windows, they were fighting a ghost. Blindly misled the system, pinged hidden achievement unlocked. Reward granted permanent immunity to all instant death effects. Skill evolved immortality has become the immortal heart. With the decomposed heart active, his invincibility was now absolute. As waves of knights charged, he calmly analyzed their pathetic formations, predicting their every desperate strike and movement. Time to witness a god's wrath. He shielded his eyes as the system announced the activation of a forbidden art. The Eye of Darkness opened. Paralyzed by its overwhelming aura, the knight stumbled back in a state of pure panic. Dominating the demons with sheer terror, his form distorted as grotesque parasitic worms began crawling from his very flesh. Chaos erupted as the crowd fled. Pion's voice cracked. That's the legendary Eye of Darkness. Avoid its gaze at all costs. Keep your eyes shut. The king then announced his move, calling for his eternal legion to rise and conquer. With a single raised hand, the army of the dead stirred. Rick glanced forward, his brow furrowing in confusion. Decaying remains and shattered bones spiraled toward the beast. Watch out, something massive is being forged from the dead. A monstrous corpse golem stood tall, a nightmare stitched together from 1,000 screaming skulls and broken skeletons. Retreat, it's too dangerous. But it was too late. A single blow sent knights soaring through the air, howling in agony. The king smirked, offering a mock apology before deciding to end their lives. Rosalia clutched her heart in desperation. Gazing upward, she steeled her resolve. One moment of hesitation would mean the end for the church and the world. The fate of the entire continent rested on her shoulders. Turning to Song Yun, he inquired about her final wish. What is your command? Rosalia handed over her sacred cross, entrusting him with the holy relic for safekeeping. Escape now. Grow powerful enough to slay the immortal king, she pleaded, pressing the symbol of faith into his hands. Stunned into silence, Song Yun watched as Rosalia spun toward the crowd, her voice echoing with newfound authority and fire. Open a path for Heinrich. Sacrifice everything to ensure his survival, she commanded with a gaze that broke no argument. Her unwavering resolve ignited the knights who roared their obedience, ready to face the king's overwhelming dark power. We'll stop him. With those words, they charged once more, throwing their lives against the king's dark might. The king scoffed at the flies swarming him, boasting he could erase them all with a single casual strike. Rick attempted a backstab, but the king sensed the shift. He spun around, smirking at the foolishness of his errors. A brutal blow landed, drowning Rick in a sea of dark mana. Snarling in fury, Rick gritted his teeth hard. We've already won, Rick laughed. The king froze his eyes, widening as he demanded to hear those words again. As long as Heinrich our hope lives, I'll gladly sacrifice this old broken body 1,000 times over, Rick spat back. How noble. And how moronic, the king sneered, deciding to grant Rick's death wish with a cruel, crushing blow. I'll start by crushing your skull. He lunged forward to finish the job, but then Song Yun suddenly moved. Out of nowhere, he buried a fist into the king's jaw, sending him spiraling. Song Yun weighed the risks of his next divine move. Teleporting behind his foe, he watched the king scramble to his feet, eyes darting in panic right until Song Yun blinked to the flank, his blade whistling through the air. The king wiped blood away, praising his opponent's slick speed. Too blunt to draw blood, the king sneered. It's over for you. With a sinister grin, he unleashed his darkest arcana. The magical blast surged toward Song Yun, who stood paralyzed, gasping for air as the sheer pressure crushed his lungs. He braced for death, but realized the impact only rattled his shell. The king's magical shards had merely grazed his outer plate, the jagged energy embedded into his gear, barely missing flesh. Finally, the true climax of this duel was about to begin. Suddenly, a blinding radiance consumed the field, and the knights' desperate roars for Heinrich echoed through the chaos. Sobbing in pure terror, Rosalia shrieked. Why? She had placed every ounce of their future in his hands. Why stay and die? She wailed. Song Yun lowered his gaze, his voice steady as he finally spoke. He donned the robes only for survival, but he knew a coward who abandons his brothers can never truly lead. How could he protect the world if he ran? Pure righteous fury ignited as he crushed the holy cross in his grip. Blinding pillars of sanctified light exploded across the chamber. Pivoting, he fixed his gaze on the immortal king with lethal intent. You called my blade dull, he challenged. Even if this steel shatters, I'll still drag you to hell with my bare hands. A system chime rang out, conditions cleared, enlightenment achieved. Song Yun had unlocked a forbidden legendary skill, Blessing of the Radiant Blade. He grinned, realizing his weapon had reached its third evolution. This was going to be epic. Everything was finally aligning. With a primal war cry, he lunged his body, becoming a blur of pure violent motion. He drove his glowing steel directly through the immortal king's chest. A flawless execution, a masterpiece of divine destruction. The drama was peak. Now it was time for the final touches, before the curtain closed on this legendary stage. Wailing in agony from the soul-piercing strike, the king hissed priest. Who? What is your name? Standing tall, he declared his name Heinrich. He let the name echo, making sure the king would never forget it. How dare a worm scar me, the king roared, but a system notification flashed, instant death immunity triggered. Mortally wounded, the immortal king seared Heinrich's name into his soul, before dissolving into a cloud of dark, shadowy mist. Watching his prey vanish, Song Yun's blood boiled. He actually bailed. Are you kidding me right now? As he spat out curses, Rick rushed over, gripping his shoulder tight. Heinrich, you actually did it. You pierced his heart. Rick braced him, refusing to let him collapse. Witnessing this was like seeing the rebirth of a true legend. Adrenaline fading, Heinrich slumped toward the dirt. It was a scene straight out of an epic myth, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. It finally clicked. Hans had returned as the immortal king, and it was Heinrich's destiny to put him down for good. With holy powers in play, this was the ultimate hero versus demon king showdown. Now, time to secure the bag. Ready to cash in, Song Yun summoned the system interface. A notification dinged. Welcome to the Karma Shop. Checking his balance, he saw the unique skill upgrade cost 800,000 karma points. Wait, for real? Nearly 1,000,000 points already, he gasped. No matter, he wasn't hesitating. It was time to level up his unique abilities instantly. He smashed the confirm button. Skill evolution initialized. A new notification popped up. New special ability unlocked customization. Customization, he questioned. As the Immortal King's model flickered on screen, the true nature of this game finally hit him. His new toy offered two game-changing options: full avatar creation or advanced avatar modification. Modification was insane. It meant he could overhaul looks, stats, and hidden traits of any avatar he already owned. Creation was a one-shot deal to build a character from scratch. But here was the absolute kicker. He could finally choose his gender. Male or female, the choice was his. Song Yun's jaw dropped in pure excitement. He wasn't being weird about it, okay? He was just scientifically curious about the alternate perspective. He hovered over the female option and clicked. He just had to see how the gameplay mechanics shifted. Error. The system flashed red. Option. Locked. Wait, what? Why is it grayed out? Denied, but why? The system cold dropped a bombshell. This is part of a biological cultivation process. Create my own race, he stammered. The system prompted him for a catalyst item to begin the evolution. Designing an entire species felt wild. Then he remembered Cecily's gift, the World Tree Branch. Could that be the key? He'd been using it as a glorified air freshener, but desperate times called for epic measures. He grabbed the glowing plant. He realized that to birth an elf, a specific catalyst was non-negotiable. Arcane circles flared in his palms as the system flagged a World Tree Branch. Commencing the synthesis, mystical flora erupted in the void, their petals spiraling and rapidly cocooning his physical form. It was a total success. Right before his eyes, a perfect elven clone emerged from the shimmering light. Since customization was unlocked, he sculpted a face of divine beauty, though he gave him freakishly long arms like a fantasy Slender Man. Given that elves are ethereal spirits, he dumped every stat point into nature affinity to maximize his elemental connection. He dubbed him Kyros, race elf, unique trait, scion of the World Tree. This wasn't a standard summon. He was pure arboreal essence. Thanks to that World Tree Child buff, his growth velocity, unique skills, and natural harmony were boosted to legendary levels. The final result, an absolute masterpiece with a god-tier physique and a face that could literally charm the heavens. Suddenly, Karis uttered something deeply unsettling. The protagonist froze, sensing a dark shift in the atmosphere that shouldn't be happening. It looked like dark mana was physically warping Karis's body. Song Yun's rage flared. This corruption was definitely not part of the plan. He tried to abort the Immortal King's summoning, fearing his mental core was fried. Was his intense link to nature causing this glitch? After nearly losing his new avatar, he spotted a shelf of ancient tomes. Maybe it's time to write the Mercenary King's legend instead. Moments later, he threw a wolf pelt onto his head, grinning wildly. He actually lived for this kind of chaotic, shocking energy. His maid just giggled softly, clearly vibing with her master's erratic new fashion statement. Without warning, he bid her farewell and vanished. Hubert had secured the perfect loot, so he headed straight for the Artisan City. Song Yun heard rumors that local thugs were harassing Hubert lately. It was time to go catch some hands and teach them respect. Passers-by couldn't stop staring, gossiping about his raggedy fit, and wondering why he looked like he crawled out of a dumpster. They trashed his weird tattoos, mocking Southerners as a den of unwashed savages who didn't know the first thing about civilization. He was making everyone visibly uncomfortable. Harley scanned the crowd until the awkward silence became heavy and hardened to crush a man. He cornered one guy who immediately turned beet red. Then Harley snapped. "Who gave you losers permission to disrespect Southern warriors?" They snarled back, calling him the real freak. One meathead stepped up, swearing to knock some sense into the weirdo. But the moment the club swung, the protagonist pulverized it. The thug could only stutter. What an absolute monster. He'd shattered a steel-bound weapon with his bare palms. Harley watched them, doubting these clowns were actual Southern warriors. He figured if he befriended a few real ones, he'd eventually ascend to become a legendary hero of the South. With loyal comrades backing his every move, he would finally earn his reputation as a true elite Southern warrior. Suddenly, a guy slapped his shoulder, telling him to ditch the rags and wear normal clothes like a civilized person. Harley was stunned. Wait, is this fashion outdated? That was the final straw for the local, who challenged him to a duel. A traditional Southern scrap, strictly bare knuckles. It seemed this was how they handled their beef in this savage city. Bet, Harley replied, but with one condition. He wanted to take on every single one of them at once. The guys were shook. A 3-on-1. You trying to low-key insult our entire clan's honor right now? Harley just smirked. Nah. 2 of you can attack and the third can pick up the pieces once I'm finished. Before they could react, he lunged. Their jaws dropped in pure terror as they felt the overwhelming pressure of his strike. A second later, a massive boom rocked the city, punctuated by the sounds of dudes screaming in absolute agony. The crowd lost it. No way a Southerner had those cheat code skills, especially since he didn't have a single warrior's mark. Harley panicked inwardly. Wait, I need a tattoo. He needed to cook up a convincing lie before they caught on. He addressed them as brothers, claiming he was indeed a Southern warrior, but there was a tragic reason his skin was clean. As they stared in confusion, Harley started weaving a wild tale about a tribal power struggle from 20 years ago. He told them about the day his father, the tribe's strongest unit, crushed a tournament to decide the next chieftain's successor. After his flawless victory, the elder warrior stepped forward to pay respects to his father's undeniable and terrifying strength. According to the old ways, he was granted one ultimate wish that no one could refuse. His father's request to marry the chieftain's own daughter. The entire tribe gasped, wondering if he'd lost his mind. The girl was fuming, calling him a delusional idiot. She demanded he explain himself to the people he had just insulted. He dropped the bombshell. They were actually blood relatives. Terrified and confused, the girl begged him to stop the madness. She turned to her father, screaming that this was all nonsense, but the chief just stared at the floor in shame. With a heavy heart, he finally admitted the truth. She wasn't his biological daughter after all. Her teeth ground together in fury as she demanded an answer. Without flinching, he pivoted toward the gathered warriors. "Slay this arrogant brat," he roared. Meanwhile, his father screamed for the family to run while he held the line. Since his mother was carrying him at the time, she was defenseless and unable to help his father fight. His father's solo stand against the tribe ended in a heroic death. His mother barely reached a hidden cave. She raised him against all odds before falling to sickness. It was a flawless lie Harley crafted for his agenda. That supposedly explained his missing mark. He glanced at the men, waiting to see if they bought the bait. The warriors began to shake, eventually breaking into uncontrollable sobs over his tragic, fabricated history. They begged for forgiveness and pulled him into a massive group hug, hailing him as a true Southern legend. The sheer tragedy of it devastated them. Internally, Harley was howling at how easily these guys were played. Soon, they were clinking mugs in Harley's honor. Suddenly, one of his new brothers leaned in with a question. "The South is leagues away, so how'd you get here?" Harley smirked. He had another tall tale locked and loaded. With his mother gone, he was a hollow shell. He wandered the world with no direction. He was at rock bottom until one man reached out instead of walking away. That man was Hubert, a young merchant who became his ride or die. He was the first to offer help. Hubert did everything to help him survive. He wasn't just a savior. He was his only true brother. But news came that Hubert was being hunted by ruthless bandits. There was no way Harley could stand by. He came to return the favor to the man who saved his life. One warrior slammed his fist down. "This is an outrage," he bellowed. Instantly, the entire group rallied, fueled by a new sense of brotherhood. They swore to do whatever it took to protect their friend's friend. The hype was real. Harley faked some misty eyes while thanking them. In that moment, he knew the trap was set. Once these muscleheads crushed Hubert's enemies, it would be time to launch his master business plan. He planned to dominate the market by importing massive amounts of rare, high-value pepper. In exchange, he'd flood the area with much-needed magical artifacts. It was the ultimate win-win scenario. The massive profits from this deal would serve as the fuel for his next explosive expansion. The warriors stood up, ready for action, and turned their focused gazes back toward Harley. They promised to turn his friend's shop into a fortress. Harley nodded, playing the part of the grateful leader. Having loyal pawns, comrades to handle the dirty work really made life a breeze. With Hubert's safety secured, it was finally time for Harley to make his grand debut as an elf. He shifted his form and approached the palace gates. Posing as Kyrus, he addressed the guards. "Greetings. This is Roselia's Great Temple, correct? I'm Kyrus, a veteran mercenary and a close associate of Harley." He mentioned Harley's prestigious ties to the Holy Knights, to ensure they were listening closely. He requested an audience with the elven envoy, presenting a formal letter of introduction to prove his status. The guards opened the scroll only to find a sketch of a smirking Harley vouching for the elf's identity. The message asked for a favor to let his buddy in. The guards immediately recognized the chaotic handwriting. "Yep, this is definitely Harley's work." One guard laughed, waving him through the massive gates. He was escorted deep into the palace toward the envoy's private wing. The guard announced his arrival. After getting the green light from Lord Rafori, Kyrus stepped inside with a polite, practiced apology. Rafori welcomed him warmly, introducing himself as a high elf of the Great Kingdom. He offered a seat, curious if this traveler was indeed the mercenary mentioned in the letter. Kyrus sat down, struggling to keep a straight face while pretending these familiar people were total strangers. Seeing them through the perspective of a high elf actually made things way more interesting. Their eyes possessed an ethereal glow that felt like it was pulling his very soul inward. It was almost hypnotic, making him feel like he was drifting into a dream. Then Rafori spoke. "So you're quite close with Sir Harley." He noticed Kyrus wearing a very specific familiar bracelet. The evidence was clear. Kyrus panicked slightly, clutching the jewelry and stammering out a quick explanation. Kyrus offered the gift tentatively, fearing his kin's gesture might offend. Rafori quickly dismissed the worry with a warm smile. Instead, he felt honored, seeing his fellow elf truly appreciate it. But then things got serious. Rafori sensed a hidden question. Kyrus admitted he simply wanted to master a secret ancient skill. He aimed to command nature's essence and forge spirit pacts, having lived as a solitary wanderer. Isolated, his magical growth had stalled. Rafori nodded slowly, contemplating the strange circumstances of their meeting. This elf possessed legit talent, no doubt. "Fancy a walk outside for some fresh air," Rafori suggested. Kyrus jumped up, eager for the chance. Rafori then dropped a bombshell about those legendary powers. Sadly, time was short as departure loomed. "Why not journey with me to the Elven Kingdom instead?" Kyrus froze in shock. The legendary elven homeland was finally within his reach, sparking pure excitement. Enamel's Heart, the hub of high elven elite education. "It would be an absolute honor," Kyrus breathed. "Don't I need elite skills?" he asked. Rafori noted only high elf lineage usually grants entry. "There is one loophole." Rafori stepped closer, his piercing gaze radiating an intense, suffocating pressure that paralyzed Kyrus. "What exception?" Kyrus gasped. "Only those wielding high elven mastery are granted this rare bypass." "You felt it too, didn't you?" Rafori whispered. Terrified, Kyrus instinctively recoiled from the overwhelming aura. That familiar eerie tug returned a cosmic vacuum, pulling him in. He glanced frantically at his glowing bracelet. He scanned his surreal surroundings, confused. Had he been transported into a mental subspace or something? Was this like the Divine Retribution battlefield? No, the mana here felt infinitely cleaner and more ancient. He spun around, denying reality. Gazing upward, a massive, shimmering emerald leaf dominated his entire vision. As he reached out, a celestial maiden materialized from thin air. It was her, the elven goddess. Looming behind her stood the majestic world tree. She drifted down from its branches with divine grace. She glided effortlessly. "What is happening?" Kyrus stammered, his mind racing to process this impossible encounter. Without warning, she seized his head. Panic surged through him. Why was a deity being so aggressive? Terror and confusion clouded his mind. Then the goddess spoke in a melodic ancient tongue he couldn't grasp. "The boy must return to the kingdom," she decreed. Song Yun pointed up, mesmerized by the world tree's foliage. Her words were a mystery. "Stop," he yelled, frustrated by the cryptic visions and total lack of answers. The goddess evaporated instantly. Kyrus blinked, finding himself anchored back in Rafori's familiar study. "Is it over?" "What was that?" Rafori's eyes widened. He'd felt the world tree's immense presence pulsing nearby. Kyrus mentioned the divine girl. "Was that actually the world tree?" he asked. Rafori then explained. The goddess chose a tree's vessel, greeting him through a vision his soul could actually comprehend. This proved the world tree had personally acknowledged him. Kyrus was baffled. What does that even imply? First, the goddess, now the sacred tree destiny, was hunting him. Soon after, the scene shifted drastically. We cut to Hubert cornered by aggressive thugs. They were revisiting a chat from last week's visit. Their demands were clear during their last raid. One goon leaned in, invading his space. With a murderous glint, he barked, "I told you to shut down and vanish. Why are you still here?" Hubert stayed calm. "Pardon the intrusion, but this week's tea is exquisite. Care for a cup, gentlemen?" The thug slapped the cup away, snarling. "You are clearly not getting the memo, old man. This was not a social call." He needed to pack his bags and flee before things got bloody. "Do you have a death wish?" Hubert just smiled. "Not a tea fan. Your friends seem to love it. What crap are you spewing?" Before he could finish, Harley's fist connected squarely with his jaw. The goon crumbled, howling in agony. His shocked crew scrambled. Who are these guys? Where did they spawn from? Harley and his squad crashed the party to back Hubert up. Soon, the chaos subsided as night deepened. Harley slapped Hubert's back, grinning. You are safe now, Pops. Drinks are on me tonight. Let's celebrate. Dig in, do not be shy. A companion waved off the praise, noting Harley's savage combat style was impressive. Seeing that heat, he insisted Harley needed a mark. A mark, Harley blinked. The guy began stripping. A real warrior's crest just like mine, he boasted, revealing a badass tactical tattoo etched across his chest. Rumors of a southern shaman craftmaster hit his ears, but his reaction was a total blank. Why the hesitation? Before he could move, Harley's voice cut through the air, calling him out once more. What gives? Harley pressed. Why the lag? It was time to move, and they needed to move fast. Luan protested, still clutching his drink, but Harley snatched him up, dragging him off like a rag doll. Elsewhere, chaos erupted as those same thugs started trashing a potion stall, sparking a desperate cry for help. Is she going deaf? He specifically demanded the cash be ready by today without any excuses. She pleaded, arguing the sum was impossible. Where was she supposed to conjure that much gold from? He lunged, gripping her collar and dragging her close. Did she honestly not realize the danger she was in? He gestured to his mangled face. His day was already trash, and now she was playing the no-money card. He didn't care where she dug it up. He just needed that cash today, or things would get ugly. Out of nowhere, Harley materialized right in front of him. Panic instantly washed over the thug's face. Not him again. Harley blitzed forward, telling the shopkeeper she was lucky he arrived to leave a permanent scar. Luan's head spun from the insane velocity. Trembling, the woman asked what he planned for these losers. They'll decide their own fate when they wake up, he replied. Stepping into the shop, she asks if the warrior's mark is his goal. Harley nods, spot on. I can do that, she murmurs. She warns that this crest grants godlike power, but it drains massive amounts of life force. Harley shrugs. He's already heard the warnings. She stares in awe. It's been ages since she's seen such monstrous vitality. She's almost jealous, because with his stamina, the ultimate mark of the martial lord is possible. Harley's hyped. Martial lord. Then let's go, do it now. But she hesitates. She doesn't actually know how. It's a lost art forgotten for centuries. Besides, the agony would make him scream his ears off. Harley's mood sours instantly. Fine, he grunts, then just give me the great warrior's mark like Luan's. She sighs. Another problem. Harley's confused. She explains she's low on supplies and out of practice. But more importantly, a mark isn't just given, it's earned through blood and achievements. If he wants the great warrior's title, he needs a feat worthy of a legend. Go to the northern iron fortress, she commands. Destroy the ogre that reigns there. Luan pales. An ogre. He knows exactly how terrifying those beasts are. He slams the table. You want us to kill that thing? Its head is basically Luan's size. How could he survive? Harley casually holds up a massive skull. You mean this guy? Luan recoils while the woman freezes. Is that an ogre skull? She can't believe he took it down solo. Harley slams it down, laughing. Damn right I did. An ogre is light work for me. The woman clutches her head. He's clearly a beast, but she tells him to come back in a few days anyway. She's drained and feeling weak. She needs stamina to craft the mark, but she's totally parched. Need food and a drink, Harley asks. Leave it to me. Restoring energy is my specialty. She turns to clarify. What do you mean? But when she spins back around, he's already vanished. She prays he stays out of trouble, but soon screams echo through the streets. Harley finds his friends again and delivers another beatdown. We really keep bumping into each other, huh? The thug clutches his shattered head, trembling. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Harley smiles. You messed with the wrong people. You touched our shaman. The thug's eyes go wide. The shaman. He begs for mercy. They didn't know she was a southern shaman. They thought she was just a healer. We'll leave her alone, I swear, he yells. But Harley keeps swinging one by one. Better keep that promise, he warns. Luan walks up, signaling that he's finished his part. So what's the plan now? Harley looks around. He knew this place was crawling with bandits. He tells Luan to grab the boxes. Help me carry these. We're having a barbecue tonight. Later, as she's sweeping her shop, the protagonist arrives. We're back. She's speechless. What is all this? Harley gestures to the booze and meat. Your recovery kit. It's more than enough to get her back on her feet. She looks at him, remembering her son. If he were alive, he'd be Harley's age. Someone my age eating all this meat, she scoffs. Are you serious? This'll kill me? Harley asks if she's passing, but she admits she might try a bite. Since he went through the trouble, she digs in. Harley chuckles as she absolutely devours the feast. He knew southern women had appetites, but this was next level. Finally, she sighs in satisfaction. She actually finished it all. Stomach's full, she says, wiping her mouth. Time to get to work. This is gonna hurt, she warns, lighting a candle. Harley just laughs. I'm ready. Don't sweat it. I've been through worse procedures than this. He's pure confidence. Suddenly, she stuffs a stuffed animal in his mouth. My son used to hold this, she says. Bite down if it hurts. She brings the needle to his chest and Harley's confidence wavers. She pokes him, but his skin is like iron. The needle won't even penetrate his hide. Luann starts laughing. No way, now what? He knew Harley was a monster, but this is ridiculous. Don't worry, she growls. I'm getting my payment for that meat. She winds up a heavy strike. She slammed the needle deep into the MC's chest, roaring that it was time for a real demonstration. Witness the ancient power of a true tribal shaman. She hammered his torso with relentless heavy strikes. Our hero held firm as the system-pinged conditions met. The entity has reached a state of enlightenment. New skill unlocked Ha-Ho-style combat sense. Harley beamed absolutely hyped by the glow of the Great Warrior mark. He inspected the mark, genuinely shook by its potency. This was levels above a standard equipment enhancement. With bio-aura this cracked, he didn't even need mutations to crush anyone, using only his fists. It was the ultimate build for him. Suddenly, the shaman seized her head and collapsed toward the cold floor. As she faded out, the hero spun around, panic rising. Hey, what's happening? Is she gonna be okay? She gasped for him to relax. She just wasn't used to burning through that much mana. Total burnout. A quick nap would fix her right up. Meanwhile, Harley glanced at his buddy. Time to get back to work. Confused, his friend blinked. Harley barked, we need more meat. This woman can't handle the agony alone. If they wanted that mark finished, they needed fuel. The shaman fumed this shameless freak wouldn't let her rest. Elsewhere, in a different realm, a saintess hovered over our hero, desperately whispering sacred prayers for his recovery. Payon stepped forward, asking if she was still at it. She jumped, startled by his sudden presence. Payon warned her that this much strain would wreck her body. He begged her to stop. Don't overwork yourself. Riesta sighed, knowing the risks, but her heart was too heavy to find peace. That memory haunted her. He'd charged the immortal king, refusing to back down until his very last breath. Payon noted it felt like watching a legend being born. Then, out of nowhere, she gasped, realizing Sir Heinrich was their true savior. Payon muttered that his grace was being way too modest. When Heinrich actually stood up, they froze. Was he finally awake? Could he even move through that pain? Heinrich claimed the saintess's grace saved him. She gripped his hand officially, declaring him the chosen one. Champion of the Holy Order, one of Altarica's 7 heroes. A smirk crossed his face. It was finally time. The hero and Demon King had their roles. Now a toast to Hans, the man playing the ultimate villain. Our Demon King Hans stood tall atop a skyscraper, surveying the city beneath his feet. The hero is born, he whispered. Time for me to start acting like a real Demon King. Armed with the Ministry's twisted infectious magic, he prepared to let his dark reputation skyrocket. He spotted the scum below. I'll drag you all to hell. With that, he leaped into the abyss. Chaos erupted downtown. Move patient coming through medics frantically rushed a mangled body onto a stretcher. Loading the ambulance, they whispered in fear. That masked psycho was back on the streets again. Sang Jin touched down at the scene. His team looked lost, asking if anyone knew what happened. He scanned the area, his face darkening. One thing was certain, they were dealing with a high-level threat. A dark mage from the Special Opportunities Bureau. One wrong move and this place becomes a graveyard. That Ha-Ho masked clown isn't just some guy, he's a straight-up unhinged monster. That raw dark magic is nightmare fuel. This guy's body, it's just an empty shell now. His soul is already shackled. If that monster ever catches you, trust me, you'd pray for death. He held his head trembling. Was this really the top-tier dark mage Korea was so proud of? Sung-Jin hissed that he wasn't even in the same league. An enemy like that. Pure terror. The agent couldn't believe it. This level of power. From a guy in a Ha-Ho mask. Fine, let's see this curse up close. He stepped toward the lifeless body. He pressed 2 fingers to the victim's skull. Suddenly, Sang-Jin froze. The sensation was pure, unadulterated horror. He scrambled back, collapsing while clutching his throat. The agent yelled, "Hey, what did you see?" Did he find something? Sang-Jin just wheezed, desperately clawing at his neck for air. He looked at the leader and croaked, "I should just die." Then a ghastly smile appeared. The leader freaked. What are you saying? What did that monster do to your head?" Sang-Jin whispered that the Ha-Ho mask had marked him. One wrong move, and he was dead. Backed into a corner, he saw only one escape. The leader barked out, "Do you have any idea how to take down Hawaii Mask?" Song-Yoon sighed, "If I end it now, maybe I'll find some peace." Without a second thought, he scrambled onto the ledge, ready to plunge into the abyss. The leader roared at him, calling him a total moron. "Hawaii Mask only targets the scum of the earth. You're safe, so chill out." Stunned by the news, Song-Yoon hopped back inside, a sudden awkward grin spreading across his face. "Hearing that really lightens the mood," he chirped. The leader clutched his temples, letting out a massive sigh of relief. "Are you seriously that brain dead?" he groaned. Song-Yoon just chuckled, feeling a strange wave of calm wash over him. Suddenly, the leader froze. Wait, what's happening? In an instant, Song-Yoon's world went black as he crumpled to the ground. Panicked, the leader shrieked his name, desperately hollering for a medic. Meanwhile, shadows stirred above. Perched on the roof, Hans observed the chaos. Intriguing. That man radiates the aura of a high-tier warlock. Pure malice. Our paths will definitely cross again. Later, our hero was glued to the screen, scrolling through viral headlines. Hans was blowing up online. People were hailing him as a dark hero, but the label left a bitter taste in his mouth. This fame was a ticking time bomb. Pushing back from the desk, he slumped over his chair, lost in thought. He gritted his teeth, a splitting migraine, throbbing behind his eyes. "What's the move here?" he muttered. A sharp knock echoed. He cracked the door open, eyeing the stranger. A towering figure thrust a parcel into his hands. "Chicken delivery," the man announced. Song Yoon's jaw dropped. "Wait, Tae-san, is that actually you?" Grinning wide, Tae-san remarked on how long it had been. "How've you been holding up, man?" Song Yoon stepped aside, ushering him in. "You look solid," Song Yoon admitted. Tae-san just shook his head, marveling at the years that had slipped by. "Is that all the welcome I get?" Tae-san teased. Song Yoon let out a startled laugh, completely caught off guard by his friend's vibe. He loved the guy, but Tae-san was the last person he needed around right now. The visitor made himself at home. As a high-ranking special ops agent, he was dangerous, but he was also Song Yoon's only ride or die from childhood. Even while Song Yoon stayed off the grid, Tae-san never stopped searching. That's real loyalty. Suddenly, Tae-san cracked open a soda. "You look different," Tae-san observed. "Found a reason to live again." Song Yoon chewed some chicken, his voice barely a mumble. "Can't stay stuck in the past forever, right? My parents wouldn't want that." Tae-san's face lit up as he cheered. "For real, do you have any idea how much I've been sweating over you?" Song Yoon waved him off, feeling the heat. "Chill, I'm fine. I'm even going outside now." Tae-san's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. Jaw hitting the floor, he stammered. "Seriously," Song Yoon offered a quiet thanks, leaving Tae-san blinking in total confusion. "Wait, what?" Song Yoon smiled. "You always had a knack for showing up exactly when I was hitting rock bottom." Popping another tab, Tae-san sighed. "Seeing you like this, I think I can finally come clean about something." Song Yoon tilted his head, puzzled. Handing him a drink, Tae-san asked, "You know why I joined the Special Ops Bureau, right?" Song Yoon's expression softened as he listened. Tae-san leaned in his voice, dropping to a serious low tone. "Your parents were like family to me. After that accident took them, I knew I had to enlist. Everyone wrote it off as a random monster attack, a tragic catastrophe. That was the official story. The world believed it, but I've uncovered something dark. There's a shadow organization pulling the strings, the Divine Retribution Society. They've been lurking for years, ghosts in the system. They don't leave witnesses or evidence. We were chasing smoke until Hawaii Mask appeared. That vigilante just handed us our very first lead." Song Yoon smirked, thinking of his secret identity. Had he unintentionally baited the feds, maybe he was playing a dangerous game. "I'll keep you looped in," Tae-san whispered, "but keep your mouth shut. This is strictly off the books." "Unless you fancy a prison cell," Song Yoon let out a dry laugh. "Seriously, who would I even tell? Word is, this Hawaii Mask guy is a beast. Is that why the Bureau is so thirsty to catch him?" Tae-san slammed the table, his frustration boiling over. "Exactly, that's what pisses me off the most. Why hunt a guy who's actually cleaning up the streets? Just let the man do his job." Song Yoon looked down, a secret relief washing over him. Having Tae-san in his corner was a massive win. They toasted to new beginnings, the alcohol flowing freely. Hours later, through a heavy drunken haze, Tae-san leaned in close, slurring his words. "Ditch the writing gig, man." Song Yoon blinked. "The hell, why?" Tears welled up in Tae-san's eyes. "A demon king. That's so cringe. And Hans's. Where's the creativity, bro?" It felt like a random shower thought. A baffled Song Yoon pressed him, a classic. "Are you for real?" "Zero issues here," Tyson shrugged. But Song Yoon shot back. "It's not classic, it's straight up cringe. If you're using cliches, at least make the acronym FIRE. Like Hans being Hannibal Strauss. Our main character actually thought that sounded low-key legendary." Tae-san smirked. "See, if you actually write, get your brother to help." Suddenly, his phone buzzed, cutting the vibe short. "Time to bounce." A shocked Song Yoon asked. "Wait already," Tae-san sighed. "Boss wants me on deck today, no excuses." As he geared up to go, Song Yoon lowered his voice. "Yo, Tae-san. How is your grandma doing?" Tae-san froze at the door. Heavy silence filled the room. Turning back, he admitted the cold, hard truth. "She is fading fast. I have got to brace for the worst." Panic surged through Song Yoon. "Wait, what happened? How can I help?" Tae-san just shook his head. "Just focus on your novel, man. I will handle this alone." Flashbacks hit him like a truck. He remembered holding that frail, kind hand while sharing a snack. Chowing down on a bun, he had smiled. Grandma always whispered, "Just tell me what you crave, okay, sweetie." She truly loved him like her own blood. "You get that right," Song Yoon nodded, heart heavy with grief. Back in the day, she was their guardian angel, always watching over their chaotic childhood adventures. It was his purest memory. Now knowing she was dying while his best friend suffered, he felt completely useless. He was trapped in a spiral of helplessness until a wild spark of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. He silently apologized for roasting Taisan's naming skills. Why? Because those cringe names were actually his only hope. The system pinged, Heinrich possessed elite reason and the divine individual trait of holy baptism. Most importantly, he held the ultimate trump card, a high-tier miracle healing skill. They needed a holy healer, and he literally had one on standby, a master of divine power and faith. Backed by archbishops, Heinrich had the juice. He could actually save Taisan's dying grandmother. But how to summon him, vanishing right after his hero debut, would look suspicious as hell. He had to play it cool and wait. Later, Aaron strolled through town grinning like he had won the lottery. Diana frowned. "You good, that bag looks heavy." Aaron brushed it off. "Psh, I am totally fine, do not worry." Then boom, apples cascaded everywhere. "Wait, stop," he yelled, while Diana begged him to stay chill and not crash. A stray apple bounced off a stranger's boot. "Watch your grip, kid," the man said, snatching the fruit. Diana's eyes went wide. It was Haynes. "How is life, kids?" he asked. Aaron blinked. "Wait, is that really you?" He looked like a whole new man. Haynes smirked. "Got a little glow up, did I not? Catching up yet?" "Where have you been?" Diana pressed. Haynes laughed. 7 months flies when you are out here making big moves. He had been grinding hard. Diana narrowed her eyes. "If you are back, you definitely have some hidden agenda." She was certain. Haynes looked shocked. "Ouch. Can a guy just visit?" Diana scoffed. "Spill it. No lies allowed." "Just admit it," she teased. Aaron added, "For real though, do not be such a stranger next time, man." Haynes threw up his hands in defeat. Turning to Diana, he asked, "Want your old boss back for a job?" He needed her elite intel network. He flicked 2 gold coins her way. She grinned. "You had me at gold." Later, Haynes tasked Sora with scouting every black market and shop dealing in high-end magical artifacts. Staring at the loot, Sora gasped. "Where did you score this legendary gear?" Haynes winked. "I have my ways." Diana's intel secured the gear and unlocked secrets from the long-silent Brokos lock. The plan was finally moving. The vital shipment of pepper was finally secured in the warehouse. Haynes nodded. "Everything is falling into place." With the sales locked in, the purge was finished. "A purge," Sora echoed, her eyes widening in realization. He had wiped out every fake defector and hidden rat. Sora beamed, thrilled that the internal threat was gone. Finally, she cried, "The clan is safe." Haynes nodded firmly. "Exactly. No more shadows lurking in our house. Now it is just about keeping the magic tools and pepper flowing. I am putting my trust in you, Sora." She was now the boss of the Heterosis. Sora froze, completely blindsided. "Wait, you want me to lead?" Managing an entire clan felt impossible for her, but Haynes grabbed her shoulders. "Sora, you are more than capable." He believed in her 100%. Feeling his absolute faith, Sora stood taller, her doubts vanishing instantly. "You can count on me, Lord," she vowed. Haynes turned and exited, leaving her to her new destiny. Haynes mused on how chaos always found him. He realized their squad operated exactly like a gritty mid-sized startup. With Diana's intel in hand, could they actually pull off a full-scale takeover of the entire clan? He sensed his own blood, calling out this was definitely the Brokoslok lair. He closed in on the looming facility, which was flanked by 2 guards. Suddenly, a violent burst of fire erupted, and Haynes strolled inside like he owned the place. Was that just a stray draft, he wondered? Stepping inside, he found Rosalicia drowning her sorrows in the dim light. She was drinking heavily, muttering about her success. How much longer could she survive this lonely, pathetic cycle of grief? With a heavy groan, she slumped against the table. Haynes stepped into the room, calling her name with chilling calm. "Back at it again?" he asked. She whipped around, eyes wide with shock, as Haynes loomed over her in the doorway. He noted seeing several familiar faces today. His high-level disguise had allowed him to bypass security and waltz right in. Rosalicia apologized, stumbling over her words as she asked for his name. Apparently, her memory was as blurry as her vision. She asked him to repeat himself while sloppily pouring more crimson blood into her glass, barely keeping her focus. Since a guest had arrived, she decided to show off her hospitality. She poured him a glass with a shaky hand. She boasted it was freshly harvested blood. Haynes watched the liquid swirl deadpan and flatly rejected her offer. He thanked her politely, but he already sensed the trap high-level blood-binding magic was laced within that glass. Rosalicia suddenly lashed out, splashing the magic at him. "How dare you trespass in the Brokoslok holy sanctuary?" she screamed. She didn't care who he was. He wasn't leaving alive. Haynes just grinned and flexed his hidden aura. Rosalicia froze in terror. Her own blood was turning against her. This man could manipulate the life force of others at will. This was the power of a true blood invading Brokoslok soil. As an outsider, was a fatal breach of their ancient contract. Haynes realized she genuinely didn't recognize him. Instead of clearing things up, he decided to play into her confusion. "Why waste a good advantage? What breach of contract?" Haynes spat, his voice echoing with newfound authority. He claimed to be from the Brokoslok indirect line. Rosalicia called him a liar, but then her expression shifted. She paused, her mind racing. She'd actually heard rumors about a secret distant branch of the main family before. If he was legit, she had to listen. He promised to share his overwhelming power if she agreed to cooperate. Rosalicia just smirked. Even if he had the right bloodline, she saw zero reason to follow his lead. Don't misunderstand, Heinz whispered. He suddenly gripped her face, his fingers digging in until she shrieked in pain. He made it clear she had no choice. Seconds later, her desperate screams echoed through the halls of the mansion. Rosalicia spiraled into confusion. What was this sensation? She clutched her chest, feeling a magnificent alien energy taking root. It felt as if her soul had found a new master. Now he demanded, "Tell me every secret you are hiding." She wailed, unable to resist his command. The true blood ruler of Talaria is Lady Frisia, she finally confessed. To know Frisia was to fear her legendary demonic gaze. Meanwhile, a waiter approached the lady with a low bow. He asked if she was enjoying the human world. She smiled, finding the mortal realm a fascinating, if pathetic, spectacle. "Watching these weaklings struggle is my favorite hobby," she replied. But the waiter reported a rising Protestant sect in Rafalashi. Frisia told him to relax. That kingdom was already Brokaslak property. Their influence there was absolute and untouchable. By manipulating the human nobles, she could crush any rebellion with minimal effort. It was all under control. But before she could finish, her butler vanished, slaughtered. Heinz appeared in the void, standing right before her. "Are you Frisia?" he asked bluntly. She stared back, stunned, having never seen this arrogant man in her life. "Are you actually a pure blood?" he mocked. "You look more like some low-rent branch family reject to me." Frisia snarled, refusing to be bullied by a peasant. She vowed to make him kneel and beg for mercy immediately. She unleashed her killing intent, but Heinz countered with a blinding flash of red light that shattered her focus. Frisia scrambled back, her mind reeling in shock. This was impossible. No one should be able to do this. "You reflected my gaze," she gasped. Heinz just yawned. Her little party trick was useless against someone of his caliber. "Get it now, so tell me. Who is the one who does not know their place?" Frisia trembled. Was he a pureblood too? He was launching a frontal assault on the clan's very heart. What kind of madman would attempt this? Pure rage consumed her. She coiled her fist, blood erupting from her skin as she prepared for a lethal strike. "My goal?" Heinz smirked. "It is simple. I am taking everything you own. This entire territory is mine now." Frisia smirked, mocking him for either being completely brain-dead or just playing the fool. She made one thing crystal clear. He'd better remember she's a pure blood through and through. Haynes froze in shock before a blur of speed sent a heavy fist crashing into his chest. As he trembled, Frisia mocked his pathetic plan, asking if he really thought those mid-skills would work. Unable to block, he realized she was a martial arts pro wielding terrifying demonic eye techniques. He braced for magic, but she subverted expectations by swinging her lethal umbrella right at his head. The impact blasted him back, leaving Haynes wondering if this was raw physical power as she turned. Impressed, he was still standing. She challenged him to tank the next strike, while he desperately dodged. She was a flawless warrior. That umbrella wasn't just for show, as it carved a deep gash open. Gasping for air, he heard Frisia declare his defense was failing, and there was nowhere left to run. Suddenly, a massive cloud of blood erupted before him, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. Wondering if it was a hidden skill, he prepared to slice through it, extending his arm with resolve. Looking confident, he shifted into a defensive stance just as the bloody mist instantly evaporated into nothing. She vanished into thin air, leaving him baffled until an ominous chill crawled down his spine. Frisia slammed a brutal elbow into his face from behind, sending him tumbling across the dirt. Watching him struggle, Frisia sighed about how bored she was, declaring this the absolute end. Soaked in his own blood, he lurched back up mockingly, asking which end she was referring to. Who said she chose when he died? This was just the warm-up, as his body healed at Godspeed. She gasped, seeing his broken neck snap back. He claimed such wounds heal instantly through hybrid evolution. Frisia stared at his regenerating flesh in utter disbelief, calling the entire situation completely insane. Aside from her lord, few purebloods could ever tank her direct hits and walk away alive. Acknowledging her bite, he noted something felt off, his intense gaze, making Frisia demand an answer. Haynes offered a deal, claiming he could unlock her true potential if she chose to serve him. Frisia exploded in rage, screaming at his audacity to insult her with such trashy, delusional nonsense. She vowed to turn him into a human pincushion until he could never crawl back up again. Suddenly, her hands betrayed her as a mysterious glowing magic seal manifested beneath her feet. Haynes smirked, stating everything was going to plan, and he had no choice but to use this power. Frisia screamed, realizing it was blood magic. He confessed he was actually trash at martial arts. Blood sorcery was his true specialty, as it engulfed her, proving he could do the impossible. Frisia shrieked in agony as sharp talons dug deep into her neck without mercy. Reaching for the crystal in her throat, Haynes injected her with a potent dose of Rafalash. She wailed in pain, tears streaming down her face as the burning sensation overwhelmed her senses. Haynes apologized, noting that a high-ranking vampire like her required a much larger, stronger dose. A blinding light erupted between them, and Frisia collapsed onto the hard ground, completely drained. Dazed, she questioned his actions, swearing she'd never forgive him for violating her body like this. Haynes called her ungrateful, telling her to stop whining and feel the change happening within. Shockingly, he was right. Every single cell in her body was vibrating with a strange new energy. Power reflexes and speed hit peak levels. She had finally ascended to a new evolutionary tier. When he asked for a thank you, Frisia admitted he might actually be right for once. Armed with new strength, she lunged at him, but her fist froze inches from his face. Panic set in as her body turned to stone, trembling uncontrollably against her own will. Invisible iron chains bound her. The absolute authority of a bloodlord left her zero choices. Forced to move like his puppet, Frisia screamed that even blessed blood shouldn't be this broken. Was this possible? Haynes smirked, confirming that in his case the impossible was now reality. Finally, he dropped the big question. Where is your clan leader hiding? She stood there speechless. Did he think she'd crack? Suddenly, a betrayal escaped her lips as she shrieked the house of Duke Bright. Horrified that the secret had slipped, she realized her body had acted against her. Haynes just patted her head. With a mocking gentle tone, he praised her for being such a good little pawn. Frisia could only curse this monster. He mused aloud. So, Duke Bright's manor, huh? Surely the clan leader knew his purebred had been snatched up. It was time to finish this mess once and for all. Soon they reached the palace gates, and a servant entered the chamber. He announced Frisia's return, claiming she had urgent intel to deliver. She nervously asked for permission to enter the room. Granted entry, she stepped into the gloom, begging for a lamp or candle to pierce the suffocating darkness surrounding them. He scoffed, reminding her he wasn't human and needed no light. Coldly, he demanded to know why she had returned. Before she could speak, the Lord claimed he already knew. She was there to warn him about the uninvited guest, the one lurking right behind her right. As she trembled, Haynes stepped from the shadows and entered the royal chamber. He casually remarked that everything was going according to plan. It would be insulting if the leader couldn't even sense him. Dropping his stealth, he stood revealed. Enraged, the Lord slammed his fist down, declaring her a complete and utter disappointment. Shaking with shame, Frisia watched as the Lord branded her a filthy traitor. How could she dare turn her back? To serve a new master, Frisia reached out, her voice desperate as she tried to explain. It was all a huge misunderstanding. She pleaded for him to stay calm, but Mullo exploded, asking if she truly thought he was that stupid and blind. Centuries spent together, yet she thought he wouldn't smell the tainted foreign scent now flowing through her very veins. Death to the traitor, he roared, launching a lethal strike across the table, but Haynes moved instantly to shield her. He declared that wouldn't be happening today. Deflecting the Lord's blow with ease, he sighed. What a waste of potential. Shocked, Mullo wondered if he'd really blocked that one-handed. Haynes insisted he'd preferred a peaceful resolution, leaving Mullo wondering who this man was. He barked back, asking if peace was even an option after such a deception. How dare this outsider play him for a fool? He swore to rip out that lying tongue along with the traitor's heart. In a flash, he made his move. A glowing magic circle erupted on the floor, freezing Haynes and Frisia in place as he summoned the Broken Slack's heirs. Blood-soaked monstrosities crawled from the runes as Mullo commanded them to charge forward and feast on the traitors. Frisia gasped, revolted, that he'd go this far. This sacred place was never meant for such vile, corrupted creatures. Mullo's triumph faltered when he realized something was wrong. 10 men were summoned, but then a piercing scream filled the hall. Frisia had absolutely decimated them. Stunned, he looked around at the remains of his supposed elite warriors. Back in the capital, Mullo demanded answers. What had she done? Where were all of his loyal soldiers? She met his gaze with a cold silence before bowing. Most of his men, she admitted, had already switched sides. They now served Lord Haynes. Mullo was paralyzed by horror, unable to comprehend the absolute chaos unfolding before him. He couldn't believe his own subordinates would accept a new bloodline without putting up even a shred of resistance. To their kind, this was no different than cannibalism. It was pure madness. But Frisia explained the grim reality. Haynes was a bastard of the Broken Slack line. Mullo laughed hysterically. A bastard? Did they really expect him to buy that? He unleashed his blood mist magic, wanting them to witness the true power of a high-ranking Broken Slack mage. The barrier locked them in. Haynes raised an arm to shield himself, his mind reeling from the sudden, overwhelming pressure. His vision blurred. Was this truly Mullo's hidden strength? It felt like his skull was being crushed into dust. Gravity doubled, pinning him down. Mullo sneered, saying it was far too late for regrets now. They were trapped. No matter the distance, they would always obey their true king. Raising his staff, he commanded Over to appear. Over arrived instantly, clutching his head in irritation. Seeing the new arrival, Haynes realized the situation had just gotten much worse. Mullo barked orders to stop talking and kill the freaks. Over just smirked, cleaning his ear as if this were a chore. He promised to finish it in a heartbeat. Suddenly, his body surged with mana as he told them to hold still. In a blink, he was behind the traitors. They froze, paralyzed by pure terror. Haynes realized he was facing a monster. His speed was insane, a true purebred assassin. Before Heinz could react, Over lunged straight for Frisia's throat. Heinz knew he had to move now. He activated his acceleration skill just as Over felt a strange magical force. Over panicked, wondering if it was a binding spell. How could Heinz use blood magic inside the Lord's own domain? Heinz let out a piercing roar, charging directly at Mullo, as the space between them warped with lethal intent. Over lunged a desperate shield for his lord. Heinz spun, meeting the blade with a cold, calculated parry. He was right in his face. To crush this monster, he needed more speed. Skill activated, acceleration. He became a total blur, tearing through the air. Watching from the sidelines, Mullo gasped. This speed was inhuman. Over's reflexes were god tier, putting even the elite Brokaslak vampires to shame. He was a living lightning bolt. A high-stakes duel ignited between Heinz and Over. Each lethal strike was met with an equally devastating counter. Then Frisia crashed the party. An explosion shattered the room, and she suddenly had Over's skull in her grip. "Your arrogance is annoying," she hissed, warning him not to test her. But Over just smirked. Wasn't life for games. Mullo froze in shock. How was Frisia matching Over's insane speed? The math just wasn't adding up. Had she been solo leveling on his men? Where did this monstrous strength come from? Heinz muttered, eyes narrowing. Defense was no longer an option. He leaped a predator, striking from above, leaving the Lord completely paralyzed with shock. "You walked into my domain willingly," he mocked. "Big mistake. In here your defenses are absolutely useless." He launched his final assault, but Heinz just smiled. "Repel?" he asked, his voice dripping with icy confidence. "I wasn't planning on defending." In a flash, Heinz's fist buried itself deep into his enemy's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Mullo howled, clutching his mangled torso. "Did you just throw your own hand away?" "Oh," this Mullo laughed through the pain. "I don't like wasting parts." Suddenly, his severed hand regenerated instantly. High-speed regeneration. Heinz watched the limb knit back together and told the panicked man to stay calm. "I'm not here to end you," Heinz whispered, leaning in close until his cold breath chilled Mullo's ear. Confusion turned to pure chaos. Suddenly Heinz roared for the whole world to hear, "I am taking the throne." Seasons bled into years. Deep within the silent palace, an ornate coffin materialized, shrouded in ancient mystery. A stunning vampire maiden stirred from her slumber. She gazed at her pale hands, her voice a groggy whisper. She longed for the darkness of sleep, but a nagging feeling pulled at her soul. Something was terribly wrong. Her bloodline was in danger. That very night, the chilling realization hit her. Her children were suffering. "Stay still if you want to live," Heinz commanded, injecting the next trembling servant with the Rafflesh serum. The man's screams echoed through the halls. "If you can't handle the heat," a girl taunted, "then give up." He stood there, shaking a broken mess. Frisia didn't even blink. "Path's clear. Let's move," she barked. Heinz wiped the grime from his brow, exhaling sharply. "This grind never ends," he muttered, locking eyes with Mullo. "Are these pawns really worth your time?" Heinz asked. Mullo nodded. He'd summon every last one of them. "Watch your mouth," Heinz warned, his aura flickering. But Mullo stood his ground. Efficiency was the only thing that mattered. Heinz mused that having a clan lord around really did make everything run like clockwork. The Lord's blood boiled at the insult. Heinz had nailed it. The high-level Raffalashi serum was the key. It was a dangerous gamble. By forcing the serum into their veins, he systematically stripped them of their power. He drained their essence, leaving them as weak as a fresh fledgling who'd just been bitten yesterday. From zero to hero. This world followed different rules, and Heinz was ready to rewrite them. He turned to Mullo. "At your service," Mullo answered. Heinz tasked him with rounding up the stragglers from every corner of the realm. "And one more thing," Heinz added. "I need the full lowdown on this continent." Mullo's jaw practically hit the floor. Information is power. Heinz ordered him to build an elite spy network or buy his way into an existing one. The choice was his. This was a mission-critical assignment, and Heinz was putting all his chips on Mullo. As Heinz walked out, the Lord remembered Frisia's words. This man was destined to unite the entire vampire race. A true king in the making. Having witnessed his overwhelming power, the Lord knelt, swearing his absolute loyalty. Heinz smirked, "Don't let me down." But once alone, his composure cracked, and he collapsed against the door trembling. "Did I actually just say that?" he whispered. Maybe he was vibing too hard on the power trip. Building an army wasn't such a bad move. If he wanted to be the vampire king, this was necessary. Time to lock in and develop a real strategy. As the sun rose, a new era for the undead began. "Perfect," he cheered, tweaking the character's jawline and bone structure. This was the glow-up he'd been waiting for. For an immortal king, aesthetics were everything. Finally satisfied, he stood up and stepped away from the screen. The system announced the vampire stage's initiation. Finally, the long-awaited evolution had arrived. Opening the Karma store, his balance flashed 1,393,000. Add 934 to that. A unique skill upgrade cost 900,000. He'd stacked serious points. But could this upgrade actually help him seize an entire clan? He slammed the upgrade button. Suddenly, two system windows popped up, catching him off guard. A double upgrade. He braced for the usual flood of new avatars to appear. Wait, no new avatars. The system revealed this choice massively boosts avatar potential instead. Growth rates would skyrocket. But man, 900,000 karma for just one upgrade. Talk about a scam. He just wanted to collect more epic races for his collection. Essence projection. The system roared as a blinding light forced him to shield his eyes. Scanning the stats, he realized this trump card could only be triggered once daily. It allowed him to wear an avatar's power. He stood frozen, processing the insane implications. Wait, does this mean he can wield every clone's strength through his own body? Thinking of Hans Heinrich and the others, a surge of pride washed over him. The essence projection skill window flickered. One daily use to change the entire game. He blinked in shock. Could he actually transform into one of his legendary clones? Imagine two immortal kings standing side by side. Now, that would be an absolute flex. Or a total catastrophe. Using Hans was too dangerous, the world might literally end. With a smirk, he decided. Heinrich would be the first to test this power. He selected the clone, and instantly legendary armor and weapons materialized around him. His holy energy felt dampened. Was this how awakened ones felt returning to Earth? The catch, a strict 10-minute limit, but 10 minutes was all he needed. With Hans's help, he slipped into the hospital. It was finally time for business. Approaching his grandmother, he whispered, "I'm back. Remember those walks we took with Tae-san?" He apologized for the delay, promising to visit her every single day from now on. Channeling Heinrich's form, he prayed she could hold on just a little bit longer. He unleashed the Oderic technique, pouring every drop of divine power into her restoration. He fought to detoxify her body, but she remained still lost in deep sleep. Reverting back, he sighed. Even divine magic struggled against the weight of old age. The energy helped, but now it was down to her own will to survive. He'd bring Tayson next time. Later in the woods, Cecily questioned his Harley connection. Kyrus nodded. Their brief bond had already transformed them into a tight-knit family. She leaned in, sniffing. He panicked. Was she sensing the same scent Diana had noticed? If they realized his secret, he was toast joyfully. She confirmed the scent matched perfectly. That specific aroma, near the world tree, she'd been tracking it all day long. Kyrus realized the truth. It was simply the scent of the materials forming this body. Cecily offered her hand in friendship. Since he knew Harley, she'd protect him. He accepted with a grateful nod. Soon, Rafuri called for a much-needed breather. Cecily tilted her head. He hadn't formed a contract with a spirit yet, right? She urged him to practice spiritual techniques alone, away from the noisy campsite. The girl cast her magic, cheering as a tiny water spirit began to dance. Seeing him sulking, she asked what was wrong. He just sighed, completely frustrated. Kyrus was baffled. Even with maxed-out stats, why was the summoning failing so miserably? Maybe it's because he wasn't a real elf. Rafuri approached with a knowing smile. Spirits are partners, Rafuri explained. You must grow together long before the summoning. Bonding is key. Let your inner primal energy flow toward the spirit. Kairos doubted his technique. Was the bond weak or the spell botched? Glad he followed them. He'd embrace nature's will and endure its power. Suddenly his hands glowed. Cecily gasped. Is he actually this cracked? He's a natural, Rafuri noted. Just then, a system notification pinged. Training paid off. Enlightenment achieved. He unlocked the spirit magic skill. A golden spirit appeared. I did it, Kairos cheered, leaving Rafuri stunned. Your growth is scary, she teased. Kairos laughed and thanked her warmly. Next step, Spirit Mage. He dubbed his new little companion Watt. Night fell. Rafuri led the way. Every root feeds the mother tree. As high elves, we can vanish and reappear anywhere in the forest. This path is Cecily's birthright. Kairos froze his jaw, hitting the floor. He scrambled after them, a hidden highway connecting every forest on Earth. It's a natural teleportation grid, way more cracked than clunky divine gates. Is this the World Tree's flex? We're here, Rafuri announced suddenly. The World Tree loomed ahead. Kiro stared. It was massive beyond all legends. He turned to the girl, asking if she'd ever seen such glory. She stayed silent, drifting into the sky. Rafuri watched with a smirk. The insight ceremony, Rafuri whispered. Few outsiders ever witnessed this awakening. Spirits swirled, manifesting the tree's fruit. Kairos felt the world being reborn. Natural mana condensed into a fruit. Without hesitation, she took a bite. Cecily was ascending, but Kairos realized he couldn't just stand and watch. He wouldn't waste this energy. Rafuri watched as he siphoned the overflow. Ding! Enlightenment reached new trait, unlocked affinity with nature. Excellent. Kairos realized he could now level up just by breathing. No more grinding. He could finally absorb mana just like elven royalty. Turn around, Rafuri smiled. A world tree sapling was sprouting behind him. The tree liked him. These sacred relics aren't just handed out easily. They're rare gifts from the ceremony meant to become legendary gear. So you got yours during your ceremony too, Kairos asked, curious. Should I return it? Rafuri laughed. No, mine became my engagement ring. Now it's my daughter's. Kiros was stunned. What an absolute power move. Such a romantic. Suddenly, the ceremony's light finally began to fade. Attendants caught Cecily as she drifted into a deep, magical slumber. She needs rest, Rafuri said. Her power is stabilizing. Kairos breathed easy. I considered retirement, but we're still short-staffed, Rafuri joked. Wait, you're actually that old, Kairos blurted out, totally blindsided. Later in the elven capital, Drasha Kiros reflected on everything. Rafuri got him into the academy, but the vibe wasn't what expected. He expected peaceful forest dwellers, but this place was surprisingly high energy. Academy girls swarmed him instantly. A continent elf. For real. Tell us everything, one chirped. Is the continent really that wild? Did humans snatch Cecily? Are they as monstrous as they say? Kairos sweated. One wrong word, and he'd be hated on day one. It's dangerous, he admitted nervously, but my companions were top tier. As the elves pestered him with questions, Lady Chapiron slammed her hand down. The table rattled under her icy fury. Quiet, I can't think, she barked. Terrified, the elves scrambled to apologize before vanishing into thin air. Kyrios exhaled, finally tasting the silence. He offered a quick nod of thanks for the save. She just spat back, calling him a useless scavenger. Kyrios stood there absolutely baffled by her sudden hostility. Why was she so triggered? Every magic school has that one icy queen trope, right? Can he survive this drama? Meanwhile, in the elven capital, Rafori scanned a crucial document with a grim expression. He confirmed the reports regarding the Great Divine Order were finally complete. News of the new immortal king was already spreading like wildfire across the Anime continent. Matilda frowned. A king who manipulates space, could he breach our borders next? Rafori shook his head, sensing Lady Cecily's sudden reappearance wasn't just a coincidence. Is it time to retire? She smiled, noting this might actually fix their biggest headache. She'd heard whispers of a gifted elf accompanying Cecily. Rafori nodded, his eyes gleaming. That boy had already captured the world tree's mysterious attention. He's a natural genius. With the right training, he'll reach heights no one imagined. Matilda chuckled. Rafori was acting like a total fanboy right now. He's starting basic academy drills soon. Let's hope he handles the pressure. He believed Kyrios' kind soul would be his anchor. Meanwhile, the man himself was vibing. Soaking up the sun on a bench, Kyrios marveled at the world tree's radiant blessing. Crisp air and elven melodies filled the atmosphere. It felt like paradise. Maybe he should just retire. Suddenly, Chaperon appeared, mocking him for soaking up the tree's mana. Scavengers have zero class, she sneered. She clearly thought he was a total amateur. Being near the world tree is dangerous for the lazy. High-sensitivity elves get drunk on peace. Kyrios wondered. Was he just too much of a nature lover? Are you even listening to me? Chaperon's voice snapped like a whip. Assuming he was clueless, she shoved a textbook at him simplified for low-level brains. If you tank our class average, I'll end you, she threatened with pure venom. She stormed off, leaving Kyrios genuinely rattled. That girl was terrifying. Then he saw at her ring. Could it be a sacred relic of the world tree? Is she high-born? A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. The realization hit like a truck Rafori had mentioned, giving a ring to his daughter. Chaperon muttered to herself, wondering why her father pinned his hopes on this clown. So she's Rafori's kid, talk about a total personality clash. She clearly hates him, yet her notes were surprisingly helpful. Time to grind. Flipping the pages, he successfully summoned the fire spirit Kali and wind spirit Pascal. He'd found the rhythm. Even Watt, his former prey, was ranking up fast. Their growth was insane. Coming to the Elven Kingdom was definitely a power move. He'd stay low-key and avoid drama. As long as Chaperon stayed calm, he was gold. Moments later, they were seated together in the Academy lecture hall. How did life move so fast? The professor emphasized that spirit bonds are everything. To peak their connection, they needed two things, dancing and singing. The festival for Lady Cecily was approaching, and they'd booked the capital's grandest stage. Kyrios smirked. If Cecily was watching, he had to show off his absolute best. Listen up, the teacher chirped. Since we have a new transfer, it's group project time. Every team would perform live to prove their spiritual synchronicity. Kyrios stood there frozen. Stunned by the turn of events, Sir Kyros and Timur faced the students. The crew stepped up, finally dropping their names. Chaperon huffed, muttering that they were too deep in now. Nothing could save them from this mess. Got any moves or melodies, he asked. If not, they'd wing it. Timur just grinned, completely clueless. The girl nodded. Kyros felt his pulse race. Their lack of drive was pathetic. His patience was officially hitting zero. Recalling his lessons, he realized spirit syncing didn't require old-school rituals. Anything that hit the right vibe would work. Elven beats and rhythm. Easy. He had a plan. With a confident smirk, he finally stood up. He thanked the crowd, then dropped a bombshell. He remembered a classic track from back home. Wait, like from another continent? Timur blinked. Kyros just nodded, confirming the foreign origins. My parents loved this jam. It's burned into my brain, he added. Chaperon eyed him skeptically, questioning his confidence. He agreed, reminiscing. Sure, he'd been living like a hermit lately, but back in the day, He was a straight-up karaoke god, never scoring below a 90. Time to unleash those legendary vocal skills. She panicked. What could a rough mercenary know about elegant elven tunes? Yet her father actually respected this guy. Between the world tree's blessing and those intense stares, she refused to buy it. Shaphiron slammed the table. Fine, go. Screw up and you're toast, she warned. Kira shrugged, counter-offering with a condition of his own. If we crush this, teach me about elven culture, he proposed. Shaphiron groaned, but eventually gave a reluctant nod. Only if we win, she snapped. Moments later, the entire squad headed out into the open air. Our hero belted out a masterpiece. Suddenly a system alert flashed, enlightenment achieved. The grind paid off. New trait melody of harmony unlocked. His voice felt rock solid, more controlled than ever before. Pure vocal perfection. It felt like nature itself was stabilizing his vocal cords. Timur watched in absolute awe. I've never heard anything like that, it's insane, Timur cheered. Shaphiron stood frozen, her mind reeling at the absurdity. Her spirits were actually vibing to this empty foreign music. Had they truly found a deep resonance? He caught her smirking. What's with that face? You're literally swaying your shoulders, he teased. Wait, when did I do that? She shrieked. Suddenly, Kiris's spirits surged, hitting low-rank status. To his shock, Kali and Pascal evolved just like Watt had. Then the air shifted. A mana field erupted, manifesting Decibel, the spirit of sound. Timur's eyes nearly popped out. No way. A physical spirit manifestation, he yelled. Such a phenomenon was practically unheard of. Shaphiron gasped. The song's resonance was so deep, even the sound spirit answered the call. Legendary vibes only. Kira's greeted the rare spirit by name. This was a massive W, an achievement of epic proportions. Shaphiron noted, these spirits were incredibly versatile. Keep that in mind, Timur added, looking impressed. A song that pierces the spirit's soul. This track is destined to be a chart topper. Carrie nodded in agreement. Sound spirits only chase peak melodies, he noted. Kira's glanced at Shaphiron, who gave a stiff nod of approval. Perfect, he cheered. Time to lock in the rehearsal dates and finalize the stage design. Let's get to work. Shyly, the girl asked for a tutorial on his unique instrument. She was clearly low-key intrigued. Kira's flashed a grin. Stop that face, she cried. Elves don't make expressions like that. It's illegal. Make him quit it. Fast forward to festival day. Cecily pulled Rafuri aside with a curious look. Is your daughter really in Sir Kiris's squad? She asked. He nodded eagerly, bursting with pride. You must be a nervous wreck, she teased. The elf trembled violently while insisting he was totally chill. She chuckled at his obvious nerves. So can we finally hear the tracks Sir Kiris cooked up? Suddenly, the band stormed the stage. Timur and Kari gripped their instruments and let the first notes fly. The rest joined the fray as Shaphiron unleashed an angelic melody. Cecily watched, absolutely mesmerized. My heart is racing. This harmony is god tier, she gasped. Rafuri stared, stunned by his daughter's glowing expression. How could one song change her like this? Soon every elf in the crowd was under their spell. Look, their spirit control is next level, Cecily exclaimed. She turned back to him, eyes shining with excitement. But Rafuri was busy bragging to random strangers. See that star? That's my daughter, he flexed. On stage, our hero marveled at the epic set Shaphiron had built. Everything was coming together perfectly. She calibrated the gear with elite precision, showcasing a spiritual depth that was frankly cracked. That icy wall around her heart finally melted. As the melody ended, the crowd erupted into a thunderous standing ovation. Shaphiron noticed her breathing was perfectly synced. Every note flowed with a haunting cinematic grace. She never expected to get this lost in the sauce. Suddenly, a system alert flashed melody of harmony activated. Locking eyes with Shaphiron, the protagonist smirked. It looked like his new passive worked on everyone. Radiant with joy, the girl looked at her father. He beamed with pride and asked if she felt the magic. Shaphiron bowed deeply, admitting her judgment was clouded. She begged forgiveness for her earlier disrespect. The bet was over, and she'd lost. Rafuri felt a strange peace wash over him. Music really does hit different. Karis was destined for greatness in the elven realm. Meanwhile, Heinrich arrived at the saint's inner sanctum. She gave him a hype welcome. He spotted a book titled The Adventures of the Hero and the Saint. Awkward. She signaled for him to take a seat. It was time for the big reveal. Had he heard of the Holy Sword? Heinrich's mind raced. Was this the legendary S-tier weapon usually reserved for the main character? He confirmed it was the hero's signature blade. Saint Rista then revealed a divine decree from the High Council. The church was unanimous. He had to face the Holy Sword's trial. Heinrich kept his cool, masking his excitement. He questioned if he truly had that main character energy. She explained the emergency meeting was dead serious. The immortal king is returning. As the champion of the great divine order, no one dared to object. He laughed it off, claiming the praise was too much. Rista noted the trial sat in the Great Pico Temple. The journey would take them far into the western reaches of the continent. Heinrich recalled the lore. 300 years ago, the Salb Empire was wiped off the map by the second immortal king. 4 successor states rose from the ashes. They formed a royal pact to keep the peace. The Pico Temple was built in the southern kingdom of Lesk. It's the very spot where the king fell. The saint explained that while the previous hero won, he couldn't fully delete the villain's heart. The abyss began to leak, poisoning the very soil. Desperate, the hero impaled the land with the sacred blade. That holy strike purified the realm. The great temple was constructed on that hallowed summit. The legendary hero made sure only his true successor could ever reclaim the blade. Heinrich frowned. If he pulled the sword, wouldn't that break the seal on the abyss? The saint reassured him. 300 years of holy purification meant the danger had finally faded. It was time to claim his birthright. Heinrich vowed to succeed, asking when the mission started. The answer was now. Soon Heinrich stood before the temple, stunned by its massive epic scale. The vibe here was heavy and ancient. Suddenly, Cardinal Donovan approached with a stern gaze. He identified Heinrich immediately. So this was the kid coming for the sacred steel. Heinrich nodded respectfully. He thanked the high-ranking official for the personal welcome, despite his obviously stacked schedule. The man gave him a firm pat. Since the saint herself vouched for him, a personal greeting was mandatory. The rumors weren't lying. He looked solid. Heinrich could feel the cardinal's paladin strength in his grip. Donovan flashed a grin. He admitted he only took the job to stay close to the saint. He was dead honest. He was terrified some random loser would try to flirt with her. Could he understand a protective old man's heart? Heinrich promised to wreck any punk who tried. But enough small talk. They needed to discuss the business of the Holy Sword. Donovan turned serious. This trial only opens once a year. Countless elite paladins have already failed. Did he really think he had the stats? Heinrich smiled, fueled by a deep, unshakable faith. He'd faced the test knowing the heavens were watching. The cardinal was visibly shaken by his conviction. It had been ages since he'd seen such pure devotion. This kid definitely had the hero spark. Heinrich crossed his arms, praying for one more miracle. They began the long descent into the dark basement. The air grew cold. It was deeper than expected, likely designed to keep something ancient locked away. Donovan asked if he knew the stakes. Heinrich nodded. The saint warned him, the trial adapts to each hero. The cardinal nodded, noting that some prodigies crush these trials in a mere few hours. Others struggle for weeks against the unpredictable tests. Unfortunately, he couldn't offer any insider tips. Towering gates loomed before them. This was the point of no return, his final chance to run. Heinrich smirked, eyeing the trial gates. Hand on heart, he swore to reclaim the holy sword. Donovan warned that the trial starts the second he enters, wishing him luck in the chaos ahead. Praying for the hero's success, the old man channeled his mana and forced the gates open. As Heinrich stepped inside, a system window flashed. The first trial of the holy sword has begun. He needed to reach the goal before time expired. Though trials varied, the agony felt real. The entrance vanished instantly. With no way back, he had to choose a path, but which way? Heinrich triggered Blessed Leap, blitzing through the void. He figured this stage was a high-speed race. He spammed the skill repeatedly, yet made zero progress. Confusion set in was something definitely wrong. At this pace, he should have crossed nations, but the finish remained invisible. The trial's purpose was mysterious. What was the goal? Was he missing a clue? Suddenly, the saintess's old words echoed back. Trials reflect the divine will of the gods, just as the ancient holy scriptures once prophesied. Knowing the gods only test those who can endure, Heinrich halted to rethink his entire strategy. This divine test wasn't about the destination. It was about forcing his physical limits higher. Simple jumping wouldn't work. To drain his stamina and hit his peak, he needed frog hops. Feeling like he was in a hardcore military camp, he grinded until he cleared the first hurdle. It took 40 grueling days to reach the door. Exhausted, Heinrich collapsed onto the ground. Had he shattered his limits, 40 days felt like forever, but midway through, he realized the truth. Time here lagged 10-1 compared to Etheric, and 100-1 versus Earth. His clones helped him track the temporal rift, but he refused to quit this intense trial. For ordinary knights who couldn't sense time's flow, this psychological torture would be their downfall. His sanity nearly cracked halfway through. Without his calm mind skill, he would have lost everything. He pushed open the next door, and suddenly his body was completely rejuvenated. Heinrich was shocked. Perhaps breaking his limits evolved him. He felt stronger. If time moved 10 times slower here, that meant 10 times the training gains right. He crouched down and cheered, absolutely hyped. He decided to frog hop for 10 more days first. Meanwhile, the undead king's zealots were busy. After sacrificing victims, a cultist laughed, declaring that eternal darkness would soon swallow the continent. The world's decay was beginning. With the undead king reborn, he only needed one small push. If the abyss reopened, the world would finally kneel. All for their twisted, God-defying oath. Eventually, Heinrich entered the second trial zone, finding a mysterious chapel. He was deeply confused. A chapel could only mean prayer. A system alert confirmed this was indeed the second trial. The holy sword demanded he pray to the heavens. Heinrich clasped his hands, mind racing. This felt like old graduation exams, a high-stakes test of pure faith and divine power. With his stats, this should be easy. He just had to channel energy into the icon. He funneled mana into the symbol, but nothing happened. Heinrich activated his calm mind skill. Using his personality skill, he prayed with his clones, pouring in all his mental strength. He tried forging his willpower into faith, but it wasn't enough. He needed his main body's power. Suddenly, divine light erupted around him. The system chimed. Conditions cleared. You have succeeded. He attained enlightenment and unlocked blessed effort. Heinrich felt the divine energy finally stabilize. His mana capacity skyrocketed. Could he actually rival the power of an archbishop now? Another system notification popped up, confirming he had officially conquered the second trial. The system urged him to proceed. Heinrich smiled, wondering if things were finally going well. Is everything finally going according to plan? No rest for the weary. Heinrich plunges through the portal, landing in a realm of pure shadow. Target eliminated. Scanning the void, he searches for his prey until a massive silhouette blurs the sky. That shape is eerily familiar. Then it clicks. This is a high-ranking minion of the former undead king. An archlick manifests its voice like grinding bone. A temple hunter. How did a mere human crawl this far? This guy radiates the same vibe as pre-awakening Hans. I cannot afford to sleep on him. Even a paladin would sweat in a one-on-one here. The skeleton snarls silent. Then your life ends now. In a heartbeat, a tide of rotting soldiers erupts from the ground and surges toward him. Facing an archlick is a nightmare alone. How do I clear an entire legion of the damned? Heinrich smirks. The lich expected him to break, but the monster is about to be disappointed. Mumbling nonsense at death's door, the lich scoffs. Your madness and your life end right here. The undead swarm him, but our hero is a ghost parrying and weaving through the chaos with icy calm. Impossible. How is he untouched? The lich screams. Accelerate, tear his flesh from his bones. Heinrich's grin widens. Did you think I was just playing tag? He finally grips his hilt. Radiant energy explodes as he carves through the front line. The lich recoils. Is he an archbishop? What is wrong? Do corpses actually feel fear? The archlick roars in fury. That was just a warm-up. He is actually hyped to unleash his full arsenal. It is time to see if the kid can survive. He slams his staff down, ripping open the veil to summon dark spirits. Heinrich just stares them down. Charging his blade with holy light, he shatters the assault in one sweep. The lich is paralyzed. A single strike stopped everything. The archlick stammers. Heinrich sighs, too bad for you. No cheat codes needed when you have the ultimate mentor. The greatest undead slaying master in history. Mentors are garbage, the lich spat. Let us see how long you can bark before I muzzle you. Choke on this. Massive arcane circles ignite, launching a barrage of soul-tearing orbs. Smoke swallows the battlefield. The archlick cackles, certain his secret art just erased the intruder. Is that all you have got? Heinrich's voice cuts the fog. The lich's jaw drops. He is still standing. Not a single scratch. The monster trembles. That is impossible. How are you still breathing? How does a low-tier knight dodge a peak-level spell? Panicking, he summons even more magic circles. He rains down a magical bombardment, but Heinrich dances through the fire, calculating every move. Against this onslaught, any normal human would be ash. But Hans's legendary combat data is now his. He sees every flaw in the dark arts. Closing the gap, he shouts, "It is over, bonehead." A blinding flash and the lich's legs are severed. Slumped on the dirt, the monster spits, "Not bad. But you cannot kill me without finding my core. I will just keep coming back forever." Safely hidden within his core, the lich admits the church raised a monster of a warrior. But once he regenerates, he will drag this kid through hell for this humiliation. You really thought I would not track your mana? Heinrich looms over him. The lich is terrified. Wait, let us talk. Too late. Heinrich shatters the core. Trial 3, absolute light work. The system rings out, mission clear. Go through the portal to claim the legendary holy sword. Heinrich beams, hunting monsters and stacking rewards. Now this is the life he was meant for. Time to claim the prize. He enters a hall of blinding light where the ultimate weapon waits. He realizes this sanctuary is actually a pocket abyss carved out by the former undead king. The system issues the final command, draw the holy sword and become its true master. He grips the handle. The moment his skin touches metal, a tidal wave of power erupts. Visions of ancient wars and heroes flood his mind. He is absorbing the blade's entire history, secret energy paths and lost combat styles. The combined wisdom of every past wielder pours into him. Their emotions, their burdens, he feels it all. Instantly, he activates his mind focus skill. Other knights might crumble under this weight, but not him. With a roar, he draws the blade. A system alert flashed, conditions met. He had finally reached a state of true enlightenment. He unlocked the blessing of the holy sword. Checking his palm, he searched for the stigma. Suddenly, the blade vanished. A shocked Heinrich realized he could now store it in subspace. Notifications chimed as his paladin combat and weapon mastery fused, evolving into a superior tier. Presenting Holy War of Logia, he swung the blade, marveling at its absolutely insane power. He finally mastered the legendary combat styles of ancient sacred blade wielders through a sudden spark of enlightenment. His power surged as his speed reached god-tier levels. After returning the relic, he ventured to Iona's western continent. Deep in the jagged mountains between Talia and Lesk, Hans sat brooding within his secret mountain sanctuary. He summoned Victor, demanding his name. Trembling in absolute terror, Victor knelt and introduced himself as the Avatar watched. "You know who I am, right?" The boy nodded, frantically acknowledging him as the legendary immortal king. He begged for mercy, swearing total loyalty. Hans wondered why the kid was so shook. He only wanted recruits. Why the nerves? Activating Eye of Darkness, Hans suddenly detected a bizarre, unsettling energy swirling nearby. Someone was blatantly performing dark sacrifices. Worse, these rituals were erupting simultaneously across the land. Chaos gripped Leska's west and south. Victor spat in disgust that these fools dared to plot without permission. They ignored the immortal king. Unacceptable. Hans decided he needed to hear their excuses in person. Indeed. Elsewhere, dark cultivators etched a massive pentagram, initiating a gruesome blood sacrifice. Perfect timing, one sneered. 30 years of meticulous preparation were finally reaching their dark climax without a hitch. Their lifelong scheme was finally succeeding. Then, without warning, the glowing magic circle began to flicker and vanish. The lead cultivator spat out mouthfuls of blood. His panicked allies screamed, demanding to know what went wrong. Despite 30 years of work, the grand spell was failing, but he refused to let his dream die. Clutching a cursed amulet, he roared that he would offer his own soul as the final, ultimate sacrifice. Dark magic swallowed him whole as the seal ignited. His companion watched in awe, swearing to remember this sacrifice. This was the ultimate vow. Now, as promised, the entire world was destined to crumble into absolute ruin. Feeling the surge of forbidden energy, Hans witnessed a terrifying phenomenon that defied all logic. The Abyss, a realm capable of planetary destruction, was tearing open once more. It was the first breach in 1,000 years. Hans realized he had completely underestimated this catastrophic possibility. They were too slow to stop the ritual. Now it was time to crush these bastards once and for all. Ancient voices of previous immortal kings suddenly screamed in his head, demanding the total annihilation of the world. Were these the lingering echoes of past kings who had once been consumed by the bottomless abyss? A spectral king manifested, taunting him. "Why wait? Merge with us and embrace your true destiny. Everything must burn." Hans scoffed. Did this dusty relic really think he could boss around the current king? Hans wouldn't take orders from a failure. The ghost cackled, shocked that Hans had somehow escaped death's grip. Hans's independence sparked a firestorm of envy in the ghost's eyes. His pure rage was absolutely palpable. They were prisoners of the grave. Hans finally realized the source of that lingering darkness within his soul. Shackled by eternal resentment, these past kings craved one thing: true liberation from their own agonizing emotions. Their screams were becoming deafening. Wait, were they actually begging to be freed from their own feelings? Slaves to their own feelings. Hans told them to pipe down. He'd happily grant their wish for total erasure. The specter promised a legendary gift if Hans could finally deliver the sweet release of eternal death. Activating his persona skill, Hans prepared to claim the one thing he had always been missing. This broken skill manipulates subconscious thoughts and emotions, purging them from the physical body entirely. As the ghost faded into oblivion, Hans bid them a cold farewell and wiped them from existence. Gathering the shimmering particles, Hans smirked. This gift was far more valuable than he first imagined. He had uncovered the secret heritage of the immortal kings. Hans reflected on the legends of his predecessors. The first king leveled half a continent. The second crushed an empire. Such destruction required more than muscle. They weren't alone. An endless legion of undead served as their vanguard, carrying out their master's dark will. Though most were wiped out, clever commanders ensured many soldiers escaped by sealing themselves away. They retreated into the shadows of the abyss. Now it seemed the first of them were finally resurfacing. Suddenly, right beside Heinrich, the elite royal guard of the immortal king clawed their way out. Duel Makin, the Archlich, had arrived. He refused to let his story end, clawing back into the light. Hans flashed a deadly smile, asking if they'd met. Then he unleashed a flurry of bone-shattering strikes. Proclaiming his return from the grave, whispers of the fallen, walking again, chilled the air. Skeleton crushed Heinrich, snatched the mana crystal, wondering if the flow had hit a snag. Straddling holy steel and the void, he spared the source, gifting its power to Hans instead. The hero then handed the gem to his avatar, ordering it to serve its new master. Descending into the pit later, Hans realized the Oath of Defiance cowards had already bolted. This was it, the heart of the abyss, piercing the clouds. He was dead certain. With mana peeking here, he'd rip open a void so massive, it would shatter the heavens. A metallic chain caught his eye. Had those pathetic bastards dropped it while running away? The energy signature was too messy to track. I'll keep this for now, he decided. Abyssal madness surged through the channel, threatening to trigger a massive butterfly effect across the world. Scanning the land with Eye of Darkness, Hans spotted the source. So that's where it's bleeding. The Immortal King's dark essence flowed from there. If handled right, he'd control it all. He focused his essence to devour the black mana. A dark chuckle escaped as he absorbed it. He could feel the raw abyssal energy already saturating his very heart and bones. His power was spiking. Those fools had inadvertently given him the ultimate power-up. Amidst their defiance, a massive bone dragon Entrazio suddenly dived. Hans gasped in total shock. Magnificent, absolutely glorious. The beast roared to kill, but Hans just smirked. Wait, what's this? Forgot who your master is? Instantly, the dragon submitted. Hans stroked the beast, feeling its obedience. It finally recognized its true lord. How sweet. The Immortal King's legacy wasn't over yet. Hunger for power gnawed at him. Then both he and his dragon sensed intruders approaching. Hans noticed the haters were arriving. Seemed some jealous pests were crashing their little reunion. Bad timing. He hadn't fully scouted the abyss yet. Clashing with the divine order was annoying. A total drag, honestly. But then again, you don't buy a new ride without a test drive. Poor souls facing a bone dragon after 1,000 years of slumber is a literal death sentence. This was a karma goldmine. Mounting his dragon, Hans prepared to put on a show. Stuck in that small cage for too long, he whispered. Let's show them a real monster. The dragon lunged into the sky. Simultaneously, the sacred order finally reached the pit's edge. Move it. Archbishop Lances barked, sensing the foul darkness still clinging to the air. They were elite troops, but their reckless speed left them dangerously low on numbers. The pressure was suffocating. Suddenly, a soldier shouted the sky had turned pitch black above them. Battle stations. It's not the abyss, the leader screamed. It's the bone dragon. Hans loomed over them like a god. What brings the Order's little lapdogs to my domain? They claimed they came for the abyss. The Immortal King just hummed. And what then? Is this a joke? The leader roared. You cause this catastrophe and ask what we'll do. Tens of thousands sacrificed for this ritual. Hans paused. Wait, did you say tens of thousands? He knew about the rituals, but the Oath of Defiance psychos were way more unhinged than expected. Lottie spat that the continental damage was unimaginable, and it was all his fault. Seriously, he was fuming inside, but as a villain, he had a role to play. Why even ask? Hans sneered. Who else but me could orchestrate such a glorious disaster? The knights drew their steel, swearing immediate justice. Hans just chuckled. Don't sweat it, boys. I'm just here to drop a warning. The soldiers erupted. A warning? Are you insane? Silence him, they yelled. But Lottie hesitated. Wait, look. He's intentionally keeping his distance. Peace talks with the Immortal King, no way. This was a trap. What was the message? Hans smirked. Tell the Holy Knight Heinrich, the one who stabbed my heart, that I'm back. He cackled, thinking it was ironic. Maybe Heinrich's faith was exactly why the heavens aided him. The taste of victory belonged to him alone. Even Hannibal Strauss was forced to acknowledge his overwhelming power. Next time they clash, he'll claim his life and bind his soul as a servant. How dare you defile a holy hero, a warrior bellows. Hans muses if he should utter Heinrich's name as the chaos peaks. Is it finally time to drop the curtain on this farce? With a sharp snap of his fingers, he silences the rabble. Every single one of them is merely a puppet in his grand design. Unleash Entracius, the bone dragon charges a devastating blast. Brace yourselves, Letty screams, weaving her ancient spells. She declares that light will shatter the dark. Suddenly a system alert flashes, revealing the bone dragon's ultimate trump card. Death Breath is fully charged. The beast exhales pure destruction, but the paladins scramble to raise a shimmering divine aegis. They barely hold the line. Cheers erupt as they realize they've survived the unthinkable blast against all odds. Don't relax yet, Letty barks, ordering them back into formation. Suddenly a soldier's frantic cry pierces the air. The Undying King has vanished into thin air. Confusion ripples through the ranks as a bewildered warrior demands answers. Did he really think the church's finest would crumble from a single strike? He's clearly underestimated the power of the faithful. Letty's mind races what sinister trap is the Undying King setting. Meanwhile, Hans takes to the skies, leaving the chaos behind. Entracius provided the perfect smokescreen. That breath attack was flawless. The legendary Undying King has played them all. The abyss stands open, guarded by his draconic sentinel. Once again, his master plan unfolds with terrifying precision. A massive pillar of dark energy erupts from a jagged fissure. From the depths, a nightmare army of the dead begins to crawl out. The headless knight Dullahan senses his fallen kin awakening across the land. Legions of the dead march forth, he commands. Terror grips the Charlotte Kingdom as a second abyss tears open. The nobility scatters like rats, desperate to escape the impending doom. Rotting hands hem them in from every side. Surrounded, a noble gasps. These mindless beasts shouldn't be capable of such tactics. A death knight flickers into existence, silencing the noble's screams with one cold stroke. The survivors realize the horror has just begun. They must warn the Viscount a death knight is loose within their borders. As the days bleed into weeks, tension reaches a breaking point. Heinz demands a status report. His servant trembles, explaining that the entire Alterica continent is spiraling into a state of total emergency. Whispers of the spreading abyss are everywhere, telling of a relentless undead tide rising to swallow the world of the living. He asks about their stronghold in Talia. Mulo reports that by some miracle, Talia and the surrounding nations remain largely untouched. Heinz suspects Hans is secretly purging the local undead threats, yet a nagging sense of dread continues to gnaw at him. Something feels off. Mulo catches the dark shadow crossing Heinz's face and cautiously asks what's weighing on his mind. He inquires about the surging madness. Mulo admits the phenomenon remains a mystery, though its influence is spreading like a plague. Nothing is confirmed, but tempers are flaring over the smallest trifles, turning allies against one another for no reason at all. Is this the madness taking hold? Heinz wonders if he's reaching, or if people are simply buckling under the immense pressure. Mulo shakes his head, certain it's something more sinister. When Heinz questions his conviction, the young boy delivers a chilling answer. It's not just humanity. Reports indicate that even the monsters are acting against their primal instincts. Heinz realizes the gravity of the situation. Are even the beasts becoming more feral? This means the madness is a rot infecting every living soul across the entire continent. The crisis is escalating rapidly. Gathering intel on this madness is now our top priority, Heinz declares, rising from his seat. Hans is likely tied up, mobilizing the Undying King's forces. Heinz knows he must hold the line here, no matter the cost. The Great Church holds the keys to these secrets. Soon Heinrich will be forced to break his silence and reveal the truth. The Chosen One finally delivers the Holy Sword to the Saintess. Her eyes sparkle with relief as she praises his triumphant return. I'm honored to have met your expectations, he replies, though the dark rumors of his absence weigh heavily on his mind. An eerie presence has leaked from the void. Rester confirms the grim news: the madness itself has escaped its ancient prison. It's an unpredictable and lethal force. Heinrich demands to investigate personally, unwilling to let this shadow grow any further. This is the perfect moment to leverage the Great Church's massive intelligence network to track the source of the corruption. The Saintess urges him to rest, but he refuses. With the Holy Sword's blessing coursing through him, his duty comes before his comfort. She sighs, realizing his resolve is unbreakable. Very well, follow your heart. Just promise to return safely from the darkness. He vows to drag the truth of the madness into the light. Heinrich nods, his spirit burning with a new holy purpose. A sacred ritual must be performed to bind the sword's power. They descend into the grand hall, the air heavy with ancient magic. Reveal your true splendor, the Saintess cries. He draws the blade, hoisting it high as a beacon of hope for all. The knights gasp at the blade's radiant majesty. Just how much divine power is locked within? Rester steps forward, placing a sacred pendant. You've surpassed every trial, she proclaimed. Rise now as the supreme paladin of our holy order. Without warning, the pendant erupted with a blinding surge of celestial power. Heinrich froze, realizing he'd only momentarily lowered. His mind sensed skill. That split-second lapse nearly shattered his sanity. Just what kind of monster-tier energy was this? As his trembling body absorbed the shock, his locks bleached bone white. He'd undergone a total physical transformation. The crowd stood speechless. Witness this miracle, he shouted. The heavens have truly descended to grace this warrior. Ding conditions met. Subject has achieved divine enlightenment. The holographic screen flickered before his eyes. Heinrich stared, baffled by his new silver-gray hair, the signature mark of a saint. Riastar stepped forward, announcing that as the Order's Saintess, she officially welcomed him. His days as a commoner were over. He was now holy. This blessing was a direct divine decree, ultimate proof of his sanctity. Quickly, bring forth the sacred armor. Heinrich's mind raced. Was he actually standing on the same level as a Saintess now? This was insane. Then came the Guardian of Glory. Riastar explained it was a god-tier masterpiece, the pinnacle of divine craftsmanship. Forged by legendary masters, every plate gleamed with mithril and orichalcum, the rarest metals in existence. Inscribed with high-tier runes and divine barriers, this gear was basically a walking, talking fortress. Pure overkill. It was more than armor. It was a holy relic. As Heinrich suited up, the transformation felt instantaneous. A tsunami of celestial energy flooded his senses. With the holy sword in hand, his lethality skyrocketed. Combined with the guardian armor, his legendary set was finally complete. The Saintess beamed, noting that finally, they were officially a duo. The honor is mine, he replied, though internally he questioned if he was worthy. Could he really stand beside her? But Riastar just laughed, admitting with a sigh of total relief. Honestly, the overwork was killing me. I'm so hyped to finally have someone to carry this heavy load. He blinked, confused. Was this a promotion, or just an elaborate trap? She just smiled, playfully mentioning, the Continental Summit was approaching. They needed a strategy to wipe out the undead plague devouring the land. Their ultimate target, the immortal king. I'm betting everything on you, she whispered. Heinrich nodded firmly. He'd give his all, but could he and Hans really push their limits before the summit began? Meanwhile, Karam paced through a landscape of fire and ash. Pathetic humans. Yet if they actually unite, there'll be trouble. To win, the mortals needed structure. Slamming his blade into the scorched earth, Karam made his move. Let these fools serve my new empire. Suddenly the ground groaned as legions of skeletons crawled from their graves. A bit late for a party, isn't it? A voice echoed behind him. Karam spun around, his eyes widening. Found you, Hans smirked. It's over, Karam. His oppressive mana flooded the area like a physical weight. This pressure, Karam gasped, dropping to one knee. The new immortal king has arrived. Hans watched him. This guy was definitely a high ranker. He had Swordmaster tier vibes, insane leadership skills, and total command. His necromancy was the real deal. There was no mistaking him. Hans spoke up. You're a Death Knight, Lord. Karam bowed deeply. My lord, being acknowledged by you is my greatest glory. But the knight looked battered. Forgive my failure, Karam rasped. I manifested right inside a bustling human nest. Forget the past. Now we build our influence, Hans commanded. Pull back. We're moving out immediately. By your will, Karam vanished into mist. Hans scanned the area, frowning at the absolute devastation surrounding them. This place was a wasteland. If they stayed scattered, the humans would hunt them down like sitting ducks. Rallying his divided troops was going to be a nightmare. He hated using that technique. The risks were insane. But with no other options, he had to risk it. Pressing his palm against the cold earth, he roared a command to his children. Behold your sovereign, the immortal king has returned to lead you. This would put a target on his back, but the holy order was too slow. They'd vanish before dawn. Move, answer my call, he barked. Pulses of dark mana rippled across the horizon in every direction. Skeletal legions flickered to life. Even Hans was stunned by the sheer scale of the response. They were bound to his absolute will. The true king had returned, and his loyal servants were already mobilizing. Legions from the south and north began their march. Perfect Hans whispered, a dark grin spreading. My eternal army. Together we'll rewrite destiny. The world had never seen a power like this before. Laughter echoed as the squad trekked through the dense woods. A terrified coward whispered to Mike, asking if this eerie vibe was normal. Rumors of the undead crawling out of every corner filled the air, but Mike dismissed them as mere campfire stories. He offered to carry the gear, but suddenly a blur streaked past. Coward's blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. What the heck was that, Mike demanded. No zombie sneaks that quietly. He was certain it was just a wild predator. Coward's eyes nearly popped out as he pointed trembling fingers into the shadows. Mike groaned. Now what? He spun around just as a massive shadow loomed. A giant monster's fist collided with his head with bone-shattering force. Coward stood paralyzed, his voice failing him. The beast unleashed a deafening roar, finally triggering Coward's panicked cry, monsters. The men scanned the tree line horrified. What kind of nightmare creatures were these? They belonged deep in the Forbidden Peaks. Why are they here? Coward scrambled backward on the dirt, sobbing that he'd never encountered such terrifying freaks before. Are these beasts evolving? That grim question soon haunted the halls of the powerful Hubert Trading Company. What's the deal? Hubert barked. Northern mountain monsters were slaughtering caravans. Was this the onset of total madness? If the carnage continued nearby, Terra was toast. They'd started hoarding rations and weapons for the inevitable siege. But this wasn't just about profit anymore. Rising from his chair, Hubert declared that small-time crooks chase gold. Real legends chase hearts. Crisis demanded action. He focused his gaze on the Ionia district map, specifically the Iron Fortress. He questioned why the Iron Fortress was suddenly mass recruiting every merchant in sight. Something was definitely up. He turned with a cryptic update. Soon the streets were buzzing with frantic whispers about the new developments. Recruiting traders. People realized the Iron Fortress was desperate. Those northern mountain beasts were pushing further south. It's true, a man muttered. These were not typical monsters. They fought with a mindless, frenzied rage. Ram smirked, eyeing the chaos. You guys hearing this? Kim grinned at Harley, wondering what his move would be. Harley slammed his mug down. Count me in. There was no way he'd sit out a legendary opportunity like this. Kim chuckled. Harley, this job has your name written all over it. David was already hyped, asking for the departure time. Harley stood up, questioning David's rush while Kim played it cool. Then Harley bolted out, shouting, "We leave right now." His booming laughter left the crew stunned. Ram blinked, realizing something. Wait, did that guy even pay for his ale? A triggered Ram ordered them to hunt him down. Don't let him escape until he settles today's massive tab. Later at the Terra Guild, a clerk beamed at Harley. Harley was stunned. Did this random guy actually recognize him? His teammates were collapsed nearby, gasping for air. The clerk laughed. Recognize you, how could I not? Only a total outsider wouldn't know the legendary local Harley. Harley grinned. Sweet, then let's make this quick. They were there to sign up as traders, but the clerk hesitated. Harley, your application. It's complicated. Ram's face darkened. What gives? Since when does a trade guild turn down hungry merchants looking for work? David cracked his knuckles, threatening a beatdown. The terrified clerk stammered, "No, wait, it's not like that, Harley." Turns out there was a high-level candidacy request waiting. Harley grabbed the documents, confused by the special invite. He was Iron Fortress bound anyway, but a direct request. He initially planned to blow it off. "You can't skip this, Harley." The clerk grabbed his face in shock. "This client is someone you don't ghost." The client, none other than Lord Tamlin of Ionia. Harley blinked. "Wait, the Oasis guy. Who?" "Lord Tamlin," the clerk wailed. Cut to Lord Ionia's grand estate, the seat of absolute power in the region. A servant bowed low. "The Lord is expecting you." Harley adjusted his gear, asking if the big boss was truly inside. He kicked the door open, announcing his arrival, but stepping inside, Harley stopped dead in his tracks. Instead of a lord, a knight stood there. Robin turned coldly. A lord doesn't waste words on common merchants. Knight Robin was running the show. He'd heard the hype, but Harley's massive frame was even more intimidating in person. Harley smirked. "I know my worth. So why does a fancy knight need a mere merchant, like me?" Robin's answer was sharp. They needed a leader. Someone to spearhead a mission into the northern mountains. Harley's eyes widened. The northern mountains. The exact place currently crawling with those mutated, bloodthirsty monsters. "It is a rescue op," Robin explained. The target was Jonik, the legendary dwarf blacksmith known as the Steelstone. The protagonist checked in on Grandma before leaving. She gave a nod, telling him not to worry, and just go. Songyan smiled, relieved Tisun was recovering. Even the doctors were baffled by the miraculously fast healing process. "Something feels off here," the main character pressed. Tisun nodded, noting the doctors were equally baffled by the anomaly. It was as if a high-tier priest had been unleashing divine energy non-stop. Where did a loser like that score such elite connections? Songyun smirked secretly, knowing he was the source. "Grandma can handle herself. She is a powerhouse," he noted. Tisun agreed, feeling their grandmother was finally being rewarded for a lifetime of selfless service. By the way, how is the relocation coming along? The main character revealed he had secured a spot in the quiet suburbs. "It will be much more peaceful out there." Tisun wondered if living so far from Seoul would be a massive headache now that Han Song-yan was making it big. The main character played it off as a necessary sacrifice. He felt a bit guilty for misleading Tisun, but his long-term projects meant travel was no longer an issue. He decided to keep the old place as a tactical base instead of selling. The real reason for the upgrade. He had no clue how many clones he would be managing in the future. The next day, Harley and his squad trekked through the frozen mountain peaks. He looked back, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Was everyone this fired up just because the Lord made the request? That knight was on another level, pouring his entire heart into the mission. Robin signaled that they were closing in on the coordinates where Geonic had sent his last distress signal. "Did he actually manage to get a message out?" Harley asked. Robin confirmed that Geonic had ducked into a cave to ping them once the monsters started acting glitchy. Lola questioned why Geonic was even climbing this peak during such a dangerous time. Chris shrugged, saying the dwarf was just after rare minerals as usual. He could not have predicted things would get this messy. Harley realized these guides were legendary traders from Terra. Just how cracked was this blacksmith Geonic to have such VIPs leading the way? Suddenly, a roar shattered the silence as massive beasts charged into the fray. The girls told everyone to stand back and let them handle it. They rained fire arrows down on the creatures, but the results were chilling. The monsters stood their ground without a single scratch. Lola bit her lip, wondering if the enemies were getting buffed the higher they climbed. Their vitality and defense are reaching insane levels. At that moment, Harley roared. It was his turn to carry. Glowing red tattoos flared across his skin as he lunged forward, slamming the monsters' skulls together with raw power. He effortlessly cleared a path through the reinforcements that tried to ambush him. Lola screamed a warning as 3 more dived from his blind spot. 3 at once, he realized his bare fists might not be enough to finish this quickly. If he tapped into his wild instincts, the fight would be over, but the others might mistake him for a monster in human skin. Thinking fast, he leaped off the ground and rocketed toward the flying beasts. Grabbing a jagged rock, he smirked and started pummeling the creatures mid-air. He planned to wipe them out before his feet even touched the snow. Operation Invisible Hand was a go. Lola gasped in shock, unable to believe he just triple-killed them in a single breath. Robin shuddered honestly, wondering which side was the real monster now. Is that kind of strength even humanly possible? He had seen Harley's power today, but his brain still could not process it. Harley landed and immediately covered his face. Robin was lost. "Harley, what are you doing?" Harley turned around, looking genuinely apologetic. He claimed his hunger was so intense that he acted on pure instinct. Out of habit, Robin echoed, totally confused. Harley lied, calling it a secret tribal art where they absorb energy by consuming magic stones. Lola had never heard of such a wild technique. Chris warned that eating rocks would definitely wreck his insides. Harley insisted he was fine right before coughing up a spray of blood. A scream rang out. He was clearly not fine. Harley's breathing turned heavy as a wave of nausea hit him like a truck. Everything in his sight bled into a deep crimson. This disgusting sensation was starting to grate on his nerves. The urge to smash everything around him was becoming overwhelming. He felt like he could kill them all. He used every ounce of his mental focus to cage those savage emotions, but the beast within was clawing to get out. Every muscle and sense was dialed to 11. This is madness, he thought, sensing the insanity spreading through the woods. A moment later, Hans broke the silence. Adorable, isn't she, Olivia? The Banshee Queen bowed low, pledging her eternal loyalty to the king. Hans was impressed, a high-ranking undead officer and a queen of ghosts. This was a legendary lineup straight out of the history books. Excellent work, Olivia, he praised, seeing the massive army she had gathered. Following the king's orders, she had avoided human contact while recruiting her ghostly children. Hans smiled, telling Olivia he had a new mission that required her specific talents. To order, she replied, ready for his command. Intrasi and Karam were right. Olivia crushed it. The massive legion she mobilized far surpassed his initial calculations. She confirmed that by honoring the king's decree, she bypassed civilian conflict and successfully recovered every child. Hans signaled that a new mission awaited. Olivia stood firm, replying, just give the command. Hans signaled with a cold wave. Process them. Drain every secret hidden within that oath. Her talent for subverting fate was peerless. Olivia let out a weary knowing sigh. It is an absolute honor. Olivia will obey. What information does the master desire most? Hans smirked. Total unquestioning obedience. She raised her hand, mana surging like dark lightning. Hear me, my children, she commanded, the victims hunted down and their souls harvested for the king. Moments later, Haynes reviewed the intel. Hans had been remarkably productive, it seemed. He secured secrets from the Banshee Queen and state intel from the Brokerslack clan. Even the criminal underworld was laid bare. When things got crazy, Harley was the MVP. Haynes clutched his head, unease gnawing at him. Suddenly, Mullo appeared with a frantic look. What happened? Haynes barked. Mullo trembled. A message just arrived from the Devil Forest. Monsters were attacking. Haynes frowned. I sent 2 purebreds. They should handle it easily. Mullo stammered. There is more, sir. Haynes looked up, his heart sinking into his gut. The northern mountain beasts were migrating south in a massive, unstoppable tide of destruction. Meanwhile, Harley sensed the shift. This madness is spreading fast. Just breathing, the air is dangerous. He glanced back at his comrades. They were struggling, barely resisting the corruption's pull. Humans seemed tougher against the influence, but Robin urged them to hurry toward their goal. Harley clenched his fists tight. This is bad. We are in serious trouble, are we not? His muscles surged with unnatural power, but his self-control was slipping away like sand. The system flashed physical mutation in progress. Without his unique trait, he would be a mindless orc. Heads up, Chris shouted. Lola panicked. More monsters. Robin just stared at Harley's bizarre outfit. You look like a freak, Robin muttered. Harley shrugged. Hey, it fits the vibe. Suddenly, Johnny Steelstone, the blacksmith, burst from a bush. You are finally here. I have been waiting. He prepped a nearby cave for refuge. Harley listened, but his eyes were on the approaching horde. I am not going, Harley cut him off sharply. Just stay back and keep your mouth shut. Behemoths charged their roars, shaking the earth. Cover the rear, Robin bellowed to the group. As they retreated down the mountain, Geonic stumbled, fleeing in a blind, pathetic panic. A massive shadow loomed over him. Help, he shrieked before Harley's axe silenced the beast. Harley laughed, a manic glint in his eyes. Cutting these giants down is actually pretty fun. Not the time, Robin snapped. Harley ignored him, snatching the terrified blacksmith like a doll. That is so heartless, the smith wailed. Harley's cold gaze did not even flicker for a second. At this rate, only I am walking out of here, Harley stated. Lola gasped at his words. Harley turned to Robin. Sir Knight, I am running low on juice. Hand over the magic stones. Robin hesitated. The stones. What are you planning? But the situation was already critical. Fine, take them. Robin tossed the heavy bag. Harley snatched it with hungry, desperate eyes. He shoved Johnny toward Chris. Watch him. I am going for a little stroll. Harley paused, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. It is suicide. Get back here, someone screamed. But Harley just bared his teeth. Did I not tell you? This is the only way out. He tore the pouch open, but instead of using them, he began devouring the stones whole. The madness hit him like a physical blow. Each stone was a concentrated dose of insanity. If he could master this chaos, he would become an unstoppable force of nature. I will swallow every drop of madness in this world, he roared, as the system chimed. Evolution conditions met. Harley's scream echoed through the valley, shaking the very trees. Wild instinct evolved into the special skill, Mad Beast. Harley's frame expanded with terrifying strength. A dark grin split his face. Time for some recycling, he chuckled, his blood reaching boiling point. The heat was agonizing. With a massive axe swing, he ordered the monsters to perish in agony. Behold, the raw power of a berserker beast. Lola gasped, her eyes barely able to track his god-tier speed. How is he moving like that? Chris stammered. The legends about Terra's top merchant weren't just hype. Robin cut in. He is not just Tara's best, he is the strongest warrior on the entire continent. The horde lunged again, blades swinging, but Harley just smirked and dove straight into the chaos. This is more like it, he roared. Suddenly the system flared, Diamond Eye, harsh winter activated. Absolute insanity, Robin shouted. Is Harley even human, Gianna added. He has the fearless heart of a dwarf. He begged for mercy before bolting. Harley chuckled. Gianna forced a grin, though he was low-key terrified. Then Harley froze. What is this suffocating pressure? Every cell in his body was screaming at him to run from this deadly aura. Harley, why do you look like you have seen a ghost? Robin asked. Harley just prayed the enemies weren't close. We are in deep trouble, he yelled. If that thing catches us, it is game over for the entire squad. No turning back now, Johnny muttered. We have come too far. Time to step up, muscular friend. Hey Gramps, didn't you dig a hole to hide the last time monsters showed up? Harley asked. Giannick nodded. I dug that tunnel like a hero, he bragged. Harley pressed him. Can you hide all of us in 10 minutes? Giannick smirked. 10 minutes, give me 5, and my legendary tool, Ellen will get the job done. Wait, Ellen Harley stared at the glowing artifact. Is that a high-tier magic tool? Giannick barked for them to get ready. Lola shrieked as the ground began to quake under the dwarf's frantic pace. Welcome to my humble abode, Giannick beamed. Inside, the team found a cozy underground camp with a roaring fire. He built this in seconds. Harley was floored. This dwarf is a beast. Then a system alert popped up. Optimal environment for customization detected. Harley blinked. Environment. What here could possibly match the world tree's power? The system identified the source, Ellen. The glowing pickaxe was the key. It was a masterpiece forged from Giannick's very soul, a magical tool 20 years in the making. This thing is a treasure, Harley realized. Its value was astronomical, linked to a master artisan's entire legacy. 20 years of history. Harley's eyes gleamed. He knew he had to make that pickaxe his no matter what. Suddenly, boulders rained down. Something is moving up there, Chris hissed. Lola trembled in the dark. Is it the monster Harley warned us about? Robin noted the beast was nesting right above their heads. Maybe it is just looking for a snack among the corpses, Chris whispered. Should we make a break for it? Robin shook his head. Bad move. It will snatch us immediately. Harley let out a wild laugh. I have a plan, he said. Robin looked worried. Harley, what are you cooking? The beast is sitting on us, right? I will just lure it away. Robin gasped. That is a suicide mission. You are really going out there, Lola whimpered. Harley just flashed a confident grin. Watch me. Give me Ellen, he barked. Giannick jumped. What? Why on earth do you need my precious pickaxe? It is my insurance policy for when things get dicey, Harley explained. Giannick wailed. But it is a priceless relic. Stop being a clown, Harley snapped. Your life is worth more than a tool. Giannick finally crumpled and agreed. Fine, take it. Harley snatched the pickaxe with a sly chuckle. Thanks, Gramps. I will put it to good use. Giannick's heart shattered. Give it back, he cried, watching his masterpiece held by those giant hands. You will use it like a common spatula. Harley just laughed, promising to return it in one piece. Giannick collapsed, sobbing Ellen's name. Harley bolted mentally, apologizing for the daylight robbery. I will likely never give this back, but I saved his life. We are even. Besides, I have the dwarf. Harley leaped into the open air. Man, it feels good to breathe, he roared. Now where are those monsters? A massive two-headed titan shrieked, swinging its tree-trunk fists with world-ending force. This guy is a unit, Harley noted. Even a two-headed ogre goes berserk when it swallows too many magic stones. The beast's eyes flared with a murderous glow. What is his deal? Harley wondered as it locked onto him. Wait, do not tell me it is hunting me because of the magic stones I ate. Great. No biggie. If I want to keep the dwarf safe, I just have to lead this monster on a chase. Follow me, ugly, Harley shouted, sprinting away. Once he was clear, he smirked. This should be far enough. As the beast let out a blood-curdling shriek, Harley smirked. He instantly triggered his mutation and physical transformation skills. Ready for a real monster brawl, he lunged forward. His razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, initiating a brutal assault. He roared in ecstasy, craving the sensation of tearing through raw flesh with his bare hands. The creature clutched its skull, howling in agony. Harley mocked it, noting how insanity made it believe it was invincible. But insanity is a two-way street. As Harley leaned into the madness, the beast began to stumble, losing its footing. Harley yelled that it was too late to run. He seized the beast's head, slamming it down with overwhelming force. Does it really need two heads? One sickening crunch later, the creature was left with only a single bloody stump. It lashed out blindly, hoping its allies would arrive soon. It clung to the delusion that its arrogance would prevail. Despair set in as it spotted the mountain of monster corpses. Just then, a calming voice echoed through the carnage. Confused, the beast watched a swirl of mana materialize. Hans appeared looking exhausted from running errands all day. He gathered a surge of pure mana and blasted the monster, forcing another agonizing scream from its throat. The beast crumbled instantly. Harley beamed, realizing that teamwork really does make the dream work in this hellscape. Calling Hans was a genius move, even if his original plan for the mage had been completely different. Hans gripped a pickaxe, noting that Mr. Geonic's special gift would definitely come in handy now. Harley chuckled, wondering exactly how much power he would gain from consuming this thing. He decided to finish the job before the adrenaline faded. He sank his teeth into the beast while Hans watched in horror. Perhaps he would also get a taste of blood-soaked insanity. Suddenly, both men sensed a terrifying presence nearby. Hans recognized the chilling energy of Intrasio. Flames erupted everywhere as the crimson dragon Girathus descended upon them. He screamed about his insatiable hunger, his voice cracking with a desperate, starving madness. Harley stood stunned by the real dragon. Hans explained that while some worshipped them, this one was purely psychotic. Reasoning was impossible. Girathus hissed, eyeing the half-human and vampire duo as the ultimate gourmet snack. He debated who to devour first before deciding to swallow them both whole. He lunged, but the guys just grinned. They charged into the fray without hesitation. Girathus shrugged off the damage, proving why dragons are apex predators. His wounds vanished instantly. Harley cursed his regeneration while the dragon roared, calling them pathetic, lowly insects. He bragged about only losing once in his immortal life. Hans curiously asked who defeated him. Girathus named the King of Death and Immortality as his executioner. Hans froze, questioning the immortal king's involvement. Girathus confirmed it, though he mocked the king's forgotten legacy. He grew furious when he saw the duo laughing. Harley quipped that they only called a friend because 2 against 1 felt a bit unfair. They offered a sarcastic apology for the upcoming pain. Sensing a familiar mana, Girathus realized the third immortal king arrived. Hans looked at the crazed dragon and saw nothing but high-quality materials for his next experiment. When Girathus questioned the king's return, Hans joked about seeing the dragon in the previous king's memories. He would have been more shocked if the dragon had stayed asleep. Girathus tried to strike with his massive tail. He slammed into a magical barrier instead. Hans laughed, explaining that his wings were useless inside this cage. Ghostly voices urged Girathus to seek revenge. Choking on mana, the dragon prepared to strike the immortal king. Harley was impressed by the dragon's ability to weaponize madness. Girathus channeled an overwhelming dark power. He claimed it was the will of nature seeking vengeance. He vowed to obliterate the immortal king once and for all. Hans admitted this transformation was definitely not part of his initial strategy. He needed to kill the beast without losing the precious materials to the spreading corruption. Girathus scoffed at being called unfortunate, demanding to know what nonsense Hans was spouting. Hans decided to put the dragon in its place. If they weren't, equals the dragon belonged beneath him. He unleashed his mana, summoning the massive skeletal remains of the dragon Intrasio directly below them. Girathus shrieked in disbelief at the sight of another dragon. Hans ordered Intrasio to preserve the flesh. He commanded his summon to purge the rot before the real duel began. Intrasio lunged, teeth bared. As they clashed, Hans began calculating the most efficient way to dismantle his new specimen. He activated gravity chains and spatial blocking. The system confirmed all debuffs were successfully locked onto Girathus. Think these are just cheap tricks. Think again. The squad charges in, screaming that the moment is now. Harley grins, feeling the sheer raw power. One glance, and he's salivating. Dragon blood, absolute gourmet. With a savage swing, he launches his next devastating strike. Harley sinks his fangs deep into Geraltos' flesh. An infinite dragon buffet. He's gonna gorge himself until he's fully healed. Heinz takes a taste. The blood's top tier, but a nasty streak of insanity is blocking the flow. Suddenly, his eyes bug out, wait madness. Geraltos lets out a deafening roar, shattering his restraints. "You bugs, really think I'd just sit here and take it," he bellows. Harley shouts for a dragon breath, knowing it's impossible to dodge at point blank. Heinz notes the beast is finally defenseless. He's not the only one packing heat. Geraltos snarls, "You dare disrespect me, I'll turn you into ash, you pathetic lizard." Intrasio channels his mana straight at Geraltos. Simultaneously, Heinz shreds his sleeve with a look of pure determination. Time to burn every drop and unlock the ultimate blood arts. The system pings, blood greatsword manifested. He grips the blade, triggering skill acceleration. One massive cleave sends Geraltos into a fit of agony. It's actually working. Geraltos glares down. "You're just a fly, hitting a windshield insect. A scratch like this won't stop me." Regeneration kicks in. Heinz offers a mock apology he never actually planned on a killing blow. Geraltos is stunned. "What?" Heinz smirks. "Insect. Yeah, that fits perfectly." Geraltos glances at his limb, totally confused. "What's happening?" Heinz explains. "Your stored insanity looked like a snack, so I slipped a parasite inside you." He's so devious, even meds can't save him. Meanwhile, Harley's literally scaling the dragon. Texture, actually pretty decent. They're treating the dragon's insides like a 5-star restaurant. Harley realizes the deeper he digs, the more nutrients he finds. The gains are insane, but suddenly he looks ahead in confusion as the internal walls start closing in, crushing him tight. Harley yells, "Nice try, moron, he's trying to expel me." He clutches his chest as the pressure mounts. His ribs are screaming, but he refuses to quit. He's gonna keep feasting until his jaw literally locks up. The system notification flashes. Regeneration has peaked. The evolution of the skill is imminent. Regen evolves into Ultra Regeneration. Harley feels the surge. His legendary strength is finally returning. Ultra Regen, that's dragon tier stuff, but the beast hasn't even consumed its mana stone yet. Or has it? Geraltos's words echo back as the system pings. Evolution requirements for the creature have finally been satisfied. Absorption has evolved into the S-tier skill Gluttony. Harley's mind is blown. Gluttony. Red patches erupt across his skin scales. He realizes the hack eating his enemies lets him hijack their skills. He's going to swallow them whole. Geralto screams in a panic. You idiot, get out now or I'll drag you out. Where does he think he's going? Hines asks, training his heavy chains right on the dragon. Hines lets the blade fly, while Intrasio chokes the life out of his foe, making him shriek in pain. Is this Gluttony's power? As Harley tames the madness, the dragon's rage actually starts to flicker out. One taste is all it takes for the power to wake up. The system reports that the special skill, Legacy Pureblood, has been majorly buffed. Hines nods. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Unlocking Pureblood requires feasting on a superior predator. His eyes go wide as the realization hits. This is it, Harley shouts. He finally spots the prize, Geraltos's dragon heart. Hines smirks checkmate. The holy grail of mana stones the dragon heart. Bon appetit. With one bite, he claims it. Geraltos lets out one final agonizing wail before collapsing. Hines taps Intrasio on the shoulder. Great job, he chuckles, celebrating the win. From slaying ogres to taking down dragons' epic success. Geraltos gasps his last breaths before the light fades. Hines rests a hand on the fallen king. Rest easy. This time the undying king won't be ending the world. Don't be mad if I borrow some bones. I promise to put them to legendary use. Hines eyes the blood. Harley points to the horns. Jackpot. A moment later, Hines speaks up. They've hit the mother lode of crafting mats. This corpse is a literal goldmine. Hines checks his storage. He's bagged a stash of dragon-infused blood, pure utility. But Harley, he's the real winner today. Harley's on his knees, trembling. Taming a monster's insanity is no joke. It's nearly impossible to hold back. It feels like he's being ripped apart. He has to use the secret of the dragon heart before the madness consumes him. He begins weaving the energy with the heart. Red sigils flare across his body. This feeling, it's insane, the system reports. His bloodline evolved. He's now a dragonkin wielding the terrifying heart of a mad dragon. A smirk played on his lips. His very essence was ascending as the system confirmed his new draconic race. Harley felt the raw surge of the dragon heart, while the system flashed a mysterious special alert. By consuming the light dragon's core, he gained absolute dominion over the chaotic madness raging within. He constantly siphons nearby madness while his diamond and dragon eyes fuse into a godly visual prowess. With mutation, the world was his. A single stomp sent shockwaves through the earth, shattering the ground beneath. Cranking his density too high makes his weight a walking catastrophe. Without perfect control, total destruction is inevitable. Time to warm up before the meetup. Consider this the grand finale for the raid, he joked. Hans channeled mana into the dragon's remains, resurrecting the beast and commanding it to find its voice. Name yourself, the beast replied Geratos. The Lion King of Death has officially returned from the grave. Granted a second life, Geratos now serves a new master. Meanwhile, our hero finally settled into his new base. A gym, gaming paradise, and comic den, his ultimate dream home was finally a reality. Total freedom to design his life, though Song Yan realized staying home was actually the ultimate flex. With every luxury at hand, he'd never have to step outside again. Maybe it's time for some gardening. Triggering essence projection, he leaped off the roof and transformed into the elegant high elf Kairos. Witness the true power of nature, he declared, flooding the soil with mana to summon lush greenery instantly. He crafted a masterpiece garden effortlessly. Maintenance struggles, those were for normal people, not him. Next up, he summoned Haynes to weave a massive defensive barrier around his sanctuary. Once his cooldown resets, he'll stack Hans and Heinrich's barriers for an impenetrable fortress. Could a home get any safer? Now that chores were handled, it was time to check the books. He opened the Karma shop, revealing a staggering balance of over 1.6 million points. Upgrading a top-tier skill costs a cool million, but the potential power-up was worth every single point. Already a millionaire, it hadn't even been a week since he was back on Earth. The grind pays off, but he desperately hoped his avatar limit would finally see an increase. With no other options, Song Yan tapped the screen and initiated the upgrade. Success. The system notification confirmed his unique skill evolved, expanding his maximum avatar count. With a new slot unlocked, he eagerly checked for any other hidden buffs from the upgrade. Avatar potential surged, granting every entity enhanced learning speeds and god-tier growth rates. Their cognitive processing skyrocketed. For Song Yun, this massive mental buff was long overdue. Managing mental energy between his various selves was becoming smoother than ever before. Would his main body lose its edge? No way, every clone is just another piece of him. His unique talent continued to bloom, unlocking a brand new horizon of impossible possibilities. Behold the Avatar Cloud, a private subspace for his clones to instantly swap gear and items, an interdimensional exchange. This meant his influence could now reach across entire worlds. No need for personal travel anymore. He tested it by stashing Ellen into the new storage space. This was a goldmine for Hubert. He could even teleport the rare Archlick source instantly. Time for the main event. He'd have to apologize to Johannik for this little abduction later. Calling upon his customization powers, it was time to shape a brand new ally. Boom! He summoned a master dwarf to handle his massive arsenal of tools and legendary weapons. He needed a pro like Johannik. Suddenly, a stout dwarf with a thick black beard materialized. Whoa, check out this little guy. But first, it was time for some serious customization. He cranked the height to the max, sharpened the features, and gave him the most epic beard imaginable. Now that's more like it. Meet the new head blacksmith for the ultimate Avatar squad. The dwarf finally looked the part. Song Yan gave a satisfied nod to his new creator. From today, you are Howard. Don't let me down. The legendary dwarven smith had officially joined. Han Song-yoon just unlocked his 8th avatar, a legendary smith vessel born from the master pickaxe and the spirit of craftsmanship. This mastery buff gives him a massive edge in item crafting. Perfect, Han smirks, feeling the potential. Everything is playing out exactly as planned. Even the starting skill is top tier, and he's locking it in immediately. Just like his time as Kyrus, he's starting with 0 intel. He needs Harley's network, but the North is currently a war zone. That's a major hurdle, he muses. With the North in flames, Haynes is his only option. He quickly dials the number. It's been ages since their last contact. Sauron answers, her voice laced with concern. Mr. Haynes, is everything all right? I need a massive favor, and it's urgent, he states. She huffs. A favor, just give me the command already. Han demands every scrap of data on engineering and metallurgy, scientific journals, workshop blueprints, everything. You want all this now? She asks, stunned. Han explains that real-world data is the key to evolving his blacksmithing. The plan is to build a workshop in Terra and grind his skills in Eterica for maximum efficiency. This cloud avatar system is a total cheat code. Heinlich's gift is finally within reach, unlocking the true power of the source. He commands everyone to rise as the crystal erupts in a blinding light. I have a mission for you, he declares. McCain manifests, snarling with displeasure. Who dares summon me? Han just crosses his arms. That would be me. Terror washes over McCain as he collapses to his knees. The Lord of Immortals. He thought the hero had finished Han. The man is truly a legend. Duel McCain, Han says, causing the demon to vow eternal loyalty on the spot. Memories of the previous Lord reveal Dule was a top-tier strategist, and a skilled servant is a powerful tool. The more talent they have, the harder he can use them. Suddenly, a surge of mana ripples nearby, catching Han off guard. Banshee Queen Olivia, reporting for duty, she whispers. Han nods coldly. Speak, I'm listening. Her task, hunting down the elusive Oath of Heavenly Reversal. Han remains silent, absorbing every detail. He gave her this high-stakes job for a reason. Olivia explains she's already swept through the Western territories. She's now pushed into the Central Empire, narrowing down the location of what looks like their main headquarters. Top-tier work, Olivia. Han smirks. She bows low, pledging to do whatever it takes for her king. McCain tilts his head confused. Queen Olivia, you're a ghost. You don't actually have a spine to bend. Olivia glares at him with pure ice. Han clears his throat, cutting through the awkwardness. Dule, focus. You're her backup. Wait, what? Dule yelps, turning to face the smiling Banshee Queen in absolute horror. Olivia's grin widens as Dule quickly bows. As you command, my lord. Han tells her to crush those fools. Take Karam if you need more muscle, Han adds. Olivia simply nods. The hunt is officially on. Your will be done. They vanish into thin air, leaving Han to brood over the Oath of Heavenly Reversal. He finally has them in his sights. He waves a dismissive hand. Enjoy your final moments. I'm coming for you. Destination Tovea, the heart of the Azerion Empire. Outside, the very air hums with ancient mana. A girl stares out the window, a shiver running down her spine. Was that Olivia's scent? She shakes it off. Must be her imagination. The leader of the Oath has donned a new face, certain she's wiped her trail clean. She's convinced she's untraceable. The Lord of Immortals will never put her back in chains again. Meet Siana, a rogue succubus from the Immortal Army. Reverting to her true form, she casually adjusts her hair. Enter, she commands. Andrew Weaver, a high-ranking member of the Oath, steps into the dim room. Andrew fumbles his words, captivated by her lethal beauty. Siana cuts him off. Enough small talk. Give me the report. Did you find the new head of the Brockslack clan, she demands? Andrew nods confidently. I have. A pureblood named Haynes, he reveals. Siana frowns. How did a mere pureblood seize control of the entire clan? He hasn't, technically, done it yet, Andrew stammers. Siana's temper flares, her demonic horns manifesting in pure rage. Andrew defends himself. His all-seeing observation skill is good, but it's still glitchy and needs a massive upgrade. Save the excuses, Siana snaps. Andrew winces, thinking she's a total nightmare when she's moody. He just needs the right materials to fix his skill. Siana knows that even the best clairvoyance is useless without data. Without raw intel, all they get are blurry visions. Regardless, Siana muses, at least the new lord isn't high blood. Taking him out will be a walk in the park. Are you taking the lead on this? Andrew asks cautiously. And why wouldn't I? She checks her, watch eyes gleaming. It's time to dismantle the continent's greatest vampire legacy. Hubert's conquest is about to kick off. Haynes quickly gathered the loot while Sauron gave the go-ahead. A direct order from the Lord. That's unheard of. They poured every ounce of their soul into the craft. The hammer's rhythm, the secret forging techniques, even if the blueprints were complex, the mastery was undeniable. True to his dwarven blood, Howard mastered it instantly. Once the teleport resets, everything goes to Hubert's forge. Sauron's tone shifted. Yeah, there's something major you need to know about. What is it? Haynes pressed. Sauron revealed the Order had been linking up with mysterious outside powers. They have allies, Haynes gasped. Sauron nodded, confirming the dangerous new alliance. She's digging deep to uncover their identity. Haynes wondered what they were plotting in the dark. He folded his arms confident. Time was finally on their side. While his avatars grinded for 10 months, only 1 month passed on Earth. Then a voice shouted, "He's here." He looked out and saw a mere child. "Go find out why this brat is here," he muttered. The girl flashed a cheeky smile, demanding to see Mullo. The butler bristled at her sheer disrespect. "Got an appointment," he snapped. She just smirked. "Just tell him Bricky is here. He'll understand." The audacity, the butler hissed. But before he could act, Mullo materialized right behind him. Mullo dropped to one knee, trembling. "Let Lady Bricky in immediately." "Long time no see," Mullo Bricky chirped. The butler froze. Bricky, the founder of the Sacred Blood. Could this kid really be the legendary matriarch? She just gave him a smile that felt like ice. Mullo bowed in shame for the rude welcome. Lady Bricky Frisia just made her exit. "Just call me Bricky," she sighed. "The full name sounds way too pretentious for my taste." "Of course, Lady Bricky," Mullo stammered. He was panicking. She arrived 20 years ahead of the plan. "Something's weird," Bricky noted. "That guy at the gate. He's a distorted shadow of his former self. He didn't even recognize his own master. How much of him is actually left?" Mullo begged for mercy, but she shut him down. His eyes filled with terror. Fighting her was suicide. "Lady Bricky, how did it come to this? Ever since Haynes left, everything has spiraled out of control. My blood definitely runs through them," she mused. "But who's the one pulling their strings?" Mullo turned pale. It hit him she wasn't just visiting. She'd been testing them all along. "He's not here," Mullo whispered. Bricky shrugged. "Then I'm crashing here. Don't worry about a room." He bowed low. Bricky's mind was racing. She had always dreamed of reaching the peak of bloodline evolution. To master the ultimate transmission of power would change everything for her kind. Vampires would finally step out of the shadows. Someone had already cracked the seal to that future. She'd find her true heir and the traitor. Meanwhile, Harley flashed a sharp, confident grin. "That's it," Harley yelled, leaping down. "Jaunik nearly had a heart attack. Bro, you scared me to death." "Successful hunt, I assume," Robin asked. Harley laughed. "It was a total sweatfest, but I survived." He seemed way more hyped than before. Chris stared, swearing he saw scales shimmering on Harley's skin. "You're seeing things," Harley laughed it off. "We've got to hit the Steel Citadel before more monsters spawn." Deep in the woods, Jaunik couldn't believe it. Harley wasn't just stronger, he was a different person. "I guess you could say I've evolved," Harley replied, his presence feeling heavier than ever. "But wait," Jaunik frowned. "If you're this cracked, why can't I feel Ellen's aura? Is she okay?" Harley stiffened. He was supposed to let the others handle training, but this was getting messy. He looked down, his voice turning somber. "It's actually a pretty tragic story." "Tragic," Jaunik echoed. The hype of the adventure suddenly vanished into thin air. At first it was a breeze. But then the trap was sprung, and they were completely surrounded. He fought like a man possessed, but the enemies just kept flooding in. With claws inches from his back, Harley accepted the end and closed his eyes. He spun around, his voice cracking. "Ellen, did you really sacrifice yourself to save me?" Clutching Ellen's remains, he let out a gut-wrenching wail. No, Ellen, this vow of vengeance was now etched in blood. With a roar of pure agony, he lunged at the beast. For Ellen, Jaunik sobbed, moved by the tragic display. Harley felt a surge of fury as the legendary dragonflight power ignited within his very veins. Seizing Ellen's final gift, he ascended. "Interesting," she mused. "It seems a dragonborn bloodline was hidden in his family tree. The lineage likely vanished 300 years ago following the Great War." Harley nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of it. Everything clicked. Dragon blood only awakens during life-or-death combat. Exactly, Lola agreed. A legendary awakening, Chris remarked. I always knew you were special. Harley chuckled, genuinely flattered by the recognition. Robin halted abruptly, pointing toward the horizon. Look, the Steel Citadel's massive walls are finally within our reach. Chris questioned the sudden stop until Robin signaled. Piles of monster carcasses littered the ground before them. Seeing the carnage, he gasped. A mutated minotaur. Lola's eyes widened. Had the infestation already breached the Citadel gates? We must move. Chris panicked. Any delay means certain death for everyone inside. Harley tightened his grip. Let's go. They had to intercept. As the team engaged, the beast's desperate shouts filled the chaotic air. Neither temple mages nor tower wizards could withstand this onslaught, the knight grunted through gritted teeth. Even elite mercenaries dared not step foot here. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. It's coming. Harley leaped at the screeching beast. The terror monster, someone yelled. Harley just smirked, his eyes cold. A monster, huh? Harley would show this thing what true terror looked like as he tore into the creature. Had enough yet? Harley mocked. Does a puny minotaur really think it can stand against a real beast like me? The beast wailed as Harley snapped its horns clean off. Spectators stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. The minotaur collapsed, lifeless. Decent warm-up, Harley muttered, but still somewhat impressive for a trash mob. The crew cheered wildly. Victory was theirs. Harley, meanwhile, eyed the severed horns, already calculating their high crafting value. Howard could definitely forge legendary gear with these. Then, a shimmering system notification appeared, announcing a bonus reward. King of Madness. An ability to weaponize internal rage. Considering these minotaur genes, he pondered the possibilities. Clearly his legs were now his